and it loses all respect. And so you start to once you start to learn a little bit deeper about how to handle those just on the ground with her, then once you get up on her, she has a little bit more respect and is more apt to listen to you. But it was really interesting because they came back. They're really great. They're trying to bring more mules into Canada because they love mules, and there is something very different, special about mules because of their intelligence, and so it's really interesting. They came back and spent some more time with me, and we would go out. We went out on the trail, and Fanny doesn't like ATVs. Okay, so I've got this Polaris side by side that I drive around property on. It's a noisy, ATV, 4-wheel vehicle thing, and they were driving ahead of me and to kind of instruct me, and I'm following along, and we're coming up the trail, and they stopped, and as we approach the ATV, it's parked on the trail, there's a space on the side, I'm going to ride around the trail, but in my head, I'm thinking, Fanny's not going to want to go around this ATV, and we get up there, and I try to turn her around the ATV by looking, pulling the rein, pushing my leg, she just stops, and when she stops, and when she decides she doesn't want to go, this isn't like a little trail riding, carnival horse. She gets going and will turn and really kind of get quite, aggressive in a way, and which is kind of exciting, though, I got to tell you. And I was a skateboarder. I got pretty good balance, so it's kind of interesting. But the thing that was wild about it, so then I go, well, she's not going to want to go around the ATV. I say to Kaya and Lisa, and they say, no, well, it's not that she doesn't want to go around the ATV. It's she knows that you think she doesn't want to go around the ATV. You have to think in your head that she wants to go around the ATV.
What?
Yeah. Because when you're subconsciously, whether we know it or not, as human beings, we didn't always have language, right?
Right.
Someone invented language at some point. Before that, we were just kind of all this nonverbal communication and energy, right? So you get up to the ATV, and if I'm thinking, she's not going around the ATV. Oh, look, my whole body just went like that. I sighed. I felt like a sense of defeat, right? She feels that just through her saddle. It's not total like voodoo. She feels like,
yeah, but it might be a little bit of voodoo.
Possibly as well. I mean,
it seems like
there's a magic to it.
Attribute all that to body.
She feels it. She's so smart. So a horse doesn't necessarily sense that as easily as a mule, like quite a bit less easily. So that's why people say mules are stubborn, because they're sensing all of these little nonverbal cues that a horse might just be apt to say, he pulled on the rein, so I'm going to go that way. He pushed his foot, so I'm going to go that way. So, and that's why also mules are also extremely, they're used in war, and they're used in Grand Canyon trail riding and things like this, because, if a horse is walking along the edge of a cliff, and a snake jumps out, the horse might be apt to just jump the other way off the cliff, killing himself. Whereas a mule will instantly identify a cliff that way, snake that way, danger both ways. Mule will kill the snake. It'll stop out the snake. So, or it at least won't jump off the cliff. Right. So
that's way better.
Yeah, better.
I think we should just all have mules.
All have mules. You should get a mule.
I definitely would not have the time to be training a mule. It seems like Here's my question, though. This is the other question I got to remember. Why would you think that the wolves would not attack the mule?
Well, it's not. First of all,
because if she's scared of the wolves,
donkeys.
I think she should be scared of wolves.
Donkeys and mules, especially donkeys. Mules have donkeys, so they're actually used a lot as livestock protection animals. So because they'll stomp out a coyote or a wolf, so a lot of farmers get them, put them in with their sheep, and they'll actually protect the herd. So
that's awesome.
So it's not impossible, but it is pretty uncommon that coyotes. And in my area, the wolves are not gray wolves; they're timber wolves, so they're not. As big, but They're big enough though. They're about the size of huskies.
So they mostly kill like
Deer and smaller stuff.
They don't try for elk or anything like that. Because the big gray wolves will take out elk.
Yeah, I'm sure they. I think
moose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moose are so big, man. For a wolf to take out a moose, that's crazy.
Yeah. These are my trail cams at my place.
Wow, drop a deuce right there on your trail cam, staring you in the eye. That's an alpha move right there, son. I guarantee that's the alpha.
Yeah.
He knows you get that trail camera. You say, Tom Green, check this out, bitch.
Yeah, So it's the only way to know 100% for certain that they're wolves and not a hybrid. I know you know all about this, Joe, but like the coy wolves is to do a DNA test. But
coy wolf is kind of a misnomer, because a coyote is a wolf.
Yeah.
The reason why the coyote spread so far across the country is because they have like a built-in mechanism to protect them from gray wolves, because gray wolves would kill the coyotes, whereas the red wolves in the East Coast would breed with the coyotes, and that's where you get the coy wolf. I think they're viable. I think when they breed, they can breed.
Oh yeah.
I don't think they're like a donkey. Or like a mule, rather.
You got a coyote and a wolf.
I think when the coy wolves, whatever they call them, coy wolves, I think they're viable.
Yeah.
I think they have babies.
Yeah, absolutely. No, they are for sure. Yeah.
And it's not really. It's not different.
It's kind of like two different kind of dogs or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I've been getting some information about this from wolf researcher who lives near me, and he has sort of put out some trail cams, and we've actually laid out some fur traps that can get a little bit of their fur, and we send it for a DNA sample to find out exactly the percentage of DNA that wolf to coyote that we have here. Because it's kind of, I don't know. You live out in the wilderness, you find these kinds of things. I find it quite interesting to just really dive into it deep.
It's fascinating. You're out of there in the real wild. You're in the wild where there's packs of predators in your neighborhood.
And I wish I had bear footage right now, but it's not online. But this year I put out my trail cams, and I got I'd say a little more than a half dozen distinct different bears on that exact trail, which is on my property right by my house.
Brown bear or black bear?
Black bear, yeah. We don't have grizzlies out east, so it's just in Canada even. Not
yet. Liberals will try to reintroduce them. You need more things to be scared of.
Well,
talking about bringing grizzlies back to California.
Yeah. I want you to come to Canada, Joe. I know you haven't come to Canada, but lately, but you got to come to Canada, because here's the thing. I watch the show all the time, so I know your feelings about Canada. But here's the thing, like, everybody loves you in Canada, So I'm coming down here. Everybody's so stoked that I'm here, and
I love Canadians. I just hate their government.
And sometimes
have you said his last name? Poilievre?
Yeah, well, it's French, so it's I don't think he's French, but the name's French. Pierre Poilievre. That's sort of a weird R, silent R.
Yeah, it's a strange. I see it written down. It's very different.
Poilievre. Yeah.
That guy makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
He's so common sense and just calling out all the nonsense that's been done under this administration. It's just so sad to watch.
So this is the thing that I guess just wanted to throw out there, which is it's not unlike here in the U.S., right? You've got Biden as president now, right? And then you've got essentially a Democrat. We actually call our Democrats the liberals, right? That's how unabashed we are liberal out there. We actually call the party the Liberal Party. It's not a bad word out there, right? We actually call them the liberals.
And the other ones are conservatives.
The conservatives, liberals and conservatives. But it's the same thing, like half the country hates the party in power right now, just like as much as anybody, and it's just a constant thing, and they want to get them out. And so, I just wanted to, as a proud Canadian, want to throw out the distinction that, Canada's, it's like here. It's the same bullshit that's here. Everybody's arguing about issues, important issues. It's being reinforced, through these algorithms. People get mad about it, and they start arguing. So you know, like I sometimes kind of go, oh, would it be interesting if Pierre Poilievre won the next election, right? Because then all of a sudden we'd have a conservative government up there, and let's say Biden won down here, you got conservative government up there, and then Tucker Carlson might be going up to Canada talking about how great we are all of a sudden, you know. It just can switch on a dime, you know.
It could go back.
And it has before. I've had, you know, there's been my lifetime. Joe Clark was the first conservative prime minister. Then there was Brian Mulroney, and Stephen Harper was pretty recent. So, but anyways, I don't like talking politics, but I did bring something about Canada that I love. I want this.
Okay.
It's a good thing. I'm trying not to talk politics too much because it's like
It's gross.
just everybody gets all mad, you know.
Yep.
I kind of think like, wouldn't it be cool if the new thing became people start to realize that the division is almost worse than what we're arguing about?
Well, the division is absolutely worse than what we're arguing about. Most people want good things. Oh,
this is for you, your family, a huge, and I brought one for us too, just to try. This is the freshest, best Canadian maple syrup made by my friends, the Convoys, Ryan and Jason. Shout out to Ryan, Jason, George, and Darlene. And they make this on their property. They have, thousands of maple trees tapped.
wow.
And this is, a family-run business. They've been doing this for hundreds of years.
But that is a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a whole
Maple syrup, like I've watched people make maple syrup on YouTube. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's crazy how much work is involved.
And it's really kind of incredible to go see how they do it, because they've built these, like, I can't describe it properly, but reverse osmosis machines where they have tubes coming, with the sap from in the spring, the sap starts flowing, comes through these tubes from all through their woods on their property. It runs out to their barn where they have these machines that do something called reverse osmosis. I don't know what it is doing exactly, but they have to do it. And then it goes into this giant vat with wood burn fires, and they boil the sap down until it becomes thicker and there's more sugar content, and then you have this delicious syrup that I brought a couple of.
It's literally the blood of trees you pour on pancakes.
It is, and you know what?
Are we gonna drink it like in shot
I
glasses?
just thought, as opposed to drinking whiskey till we're on the floor this time.
I never made it to the floor, sir. I maintain
I don't remember what
a
happened.
level of motion and the ability to conversate.
Oh my gosh! Okay. Well,
See, that's diabetes in a shot
yeah,
glass.
we'll just do a shot. But I want you to see what's this real maple syrup, Canadian maple syrup. It's Convoy maple syrup. They're my friends. They're the best friends that you'd ever want, and it's not your manufacturer's sort of processed shit. Cheers.
You have to do it like a shot? No.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God. I can't drink this whole thing.
Yeah.
It's really good though.
Pour it on some pancakes. Yeah.
It just makes you think, like, how much sugar are you getting from pancakes with a pile of maple syrup? Like, you're getting a fuck ton of sugar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, how much sugar is in, what is a shot glass? How many ounces is that?
You should know this.
1 ounce? Let's just see how much sugar is in 1 ounce of maple syrup.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, how could you drink that?
Yeah, no, you don't really drink maple syrup, right? We're just doing it for fun.
For fun.
Pour it on your pancakes.
It's amazing how good it tastes on your pancakes.
You always get coffee put in your coffee in the morning. So I keep a big jug of it.
17 grams in a shot glass.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, if I'm having pancakes, I am drowning those bitches.
Yeah, absolutely. So I got you. I'll get you more whenever you need some. It's the best. It's different than
Waffles with that on it?
Oh, yeah.
Son.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of butter.
Oh yeah.
Up to 20. Up to 20. Okay. 20. So if I'm having pancakes, I'm having 120 at least.
Yeah.
I'm pouring a bunch of maple syrup on that shit. Yeah, easy. Easy 6 ounces, like a glass of it.
Yeah.
I'm getting in between the stack, pouring a little in there.
It's just a nice little boost, a little energy boost,
It's for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You're in a coma for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month, it's all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky 4-leaf clover are 1 in 10,000? I'd say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a 4-leaf clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter, and you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They don't need any gimmicks or leprechauns to lead you to a pot of gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day. Because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. This episode is brought to you by Me Undies, my all-time favorite underwear. I'm wearing them right now. I don't even have to check. They're all I wear. They're the shit. Guys, we're pretty much stuck with what we've got when it comes to appearances. And there are things that can help you feel more confident, though, like makeup, if that's what you're into. Or another thing that can help, I think everyone can get behind, is wearing the right clothes. And for the men out there, that means getting contoured pouch and ball caddy from Me Undies. What? The contoured patch and ball caddy, you say? This underwear makes you look good and feel good with a micro-modal sling that gives you the support you need down your nether regions. You never want to take them off. They're awesome. That's not the only great thing you can get from Me Undies either. They have a lot of different apparel, including loungewear. And everything comes in different prints, styles, and sizes, all made to be flattering and very comfortable. Seriously, the fabric they use, it's breathable, it's stretchy, it's soft, but don't just take my word for it. Try them out yourself, and if you don't love your first pair of underwear from them, it is on Me Undies. How about that? How about that deal? Good things come in big packages. Get 20% off your first order, plus free shipping at meundies.com/Rogan. That's meundies.com/Rogan for 20% off, plus free shipping. MeUndies, comfort from the outside in. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more.
Absolutely.
This is your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Southern weather from KFI. Partly cloudy early today, mostly cloudy later on with high temps today. Mid-60s to around 70 in Metro LA and OC, and in the valleys. Mid to upper 60s at the beaches, low 70s in the IE. Cloudy tonight, low clouds and fog in the morning to start, then turning sunny, but it's going to be a little bit cooler. 47 degrees now in Fullerton, 49 in Garden Grove, and 49 in Rancho Cucamonga, and 50 in Inglewood, that's Garden Grove. Weekly Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wells.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. Over 2,000 years ago, I walked this earth. Teaching, healing, inspiring, and preparing to make the ultimate sacrifice.
answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life. Of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to that phone with your theology question or life situation question anywhere in the U.S. of A. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. You can also follow us on Twitter at Jesus Show. At Jesus Show. Chip, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Hello, Jesus.
My brother, what's going on?
Roughly, I don't know, 10 years ago, I was heavily involved in a cell church, and things were going great. And then all of a sudden, my prayer life became, I don't know, for lack of a better description, putting my prayer in a bucket that disappeared into the black distance. And when it started to happen, I recognized it immediately because I was so used to feeling the presence of God just in, I drive to work, I talk to him, and, I always talk to him, and he was always there, whatever, and then this started, and I recognized the change immediately, and I prayed even more vigor, and, I said, what am I doing wrong? I know it's me, because it's not him. It had to be me. What have I done? What did I do? What am I doing? I asked my friends to do the same. My friends prayed with me and for me. I was, drop a bus with me, whatever it takes to open my mind or my eyes or my heart or whatever I've done. And finally, after about 5 years of doing this, I just kind of, I don't know, I'm wondering if I'm just full of baloney. I'm wondering, is this what do most Christians not feel the presence of God? Was it my imagination?
Well, it depends how you Chip. Are you saying that you felt God when it was attached to certain things that you got that you wanted?
No, just all along. He was just there. Yeah.
How has that changed?
I don't know. The self-church also part of fell apart. But we joined another one, and that didn't go real well either. But
and sometimes when I hear those things, here's the rule, Chip, straight out. If you are standing in front of a building and you see it in front of your face, and it's right there, and then all of a sudden, a couple years later, you don't see that building, the likelihood of that building getting up and moving is slim.
right.
It's you that's moving.
Exactly.
So you're the one, the pillar of God stands firm. If you're not seeing God, usually it's because you've moved away for some reason. And if you get caught up in the movement of a church, or the movement of a body, or a particular teacher, or anything, you get caught up just in that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But I guess if you're out there on your farm,
And that doesn't mean
fucking throwing hay around all day, exhausted.
I did this summer in August. I have some fields with hay. We cut the fields, and I have some local farmers that help me cut the fields to square bales.
So you're really farming.
Yeah,
Farming for real.
farming hay for my animals. Yeah, I had 580 bales of hay off the property this year, and we had to lift it all, carry it all onto a hay wagon. See, because I'm going to try it figure out a way to do it a little differently next year. But normally the farmers that have done my property for years, they've been doing these big circle round bales, But I wanted to get square bales this year because it's easier to handle for the horses, the mules and the donkey every day. So see, every day I go to the barn, I pick up a bale, feed about a bale and a half of hay a day. It's cool because from May, June till about the end of September, you don't even have to feed them. They're just out in the pasture eating grass. Which I often think about, when you think about vegetarians, and you go, how do you put on, muscle? Just and you look at this giant animal, all it's doing is eating grass all day. It's massive, but yeah. So that I got to figure out a better way to get it in the barn this year because some of my
You
friends
have to eat it all day. That's the difference between eating meat and eating grass. If you watch predators eat and they sleep all day. But
To spend time with his
you watch a donkey,
Yeah.
those motherfuckers are just all day long.
Yeah.
You have to eat all day long.
Yeah.
They're always eating.
Yeah.
Because there's not a lot of protein in that food. It's going to break down in their weird digestive tract.
Yeah. Yeah.
This undulate digestive tract.
So Fanny and Kia come from a pasture that had 20 other animals in it to my place where they're just there by themselves with the whole field to themselves. So Fanny was putting on some weight last summer. I have to now kind of monitor how much she's out the pasture.
I should correct myself. Undulates are cows and shit. Thinking of cows.
Right, the weird stomachs and stuff. I'm not exactly sure how the stomachs work on these.
I don't know how those equines, but I know that, like, to think that you could get that jacked eating vegetables is ridiculous.
Right, that's what I was kind of thinking. Because I always kind of,
Vegans always like to make that comparison.
yeah,
Gorillas, they eat nothing but vegetables. They have a totally different body.
they're also not humans. Yeah,
Yeah, they're not human beings.
yeah.
That doesn't mean if you ate what a fucking horse eats, you'd look like a horse, you dumbass. You're not a horse. And also, do you know how annoying that would be? To have to eat grass all day.
It doesn't sound like a blast. Not a lot of variety there. Yeah, I think about that. I have cookies for them. I have I have a vitamin, sort of a vitamin mix of, that I give them every day.
Is variation to their diet good, though? Like, for some animals, when
You got it, for instance, apples. Okay, I have apple trees at the property, and that's one of the places she loves to walk towards the apple tree. Because there's apples on the ground, so she always, you can feel her pulling towards the apple tree. So, but you don't want her to eat, a bunch of apples, because that can create acid in her stomach and make it get sick.
I was wondering that.
Yeah,
like, what happens to them in the wild, though, if they find a bunch of apples?
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure.
They're fucked up.
I'm not sure if I don't know the answer to that, but maybe they kind of somehow self-regulate when they're left to their own. But, you can feed them carrots, and one thing, I haven't done this yet, but I understand that they really like, I was just told, because I'm actually thinking, what kind of variety can I give the ladies, So they really like a frozen watermelon to be tossed into them.
Oh, no kidding.
So, and they'll just...
Bears like that, too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we went to a grizzly bear, I guess it's just like a conservation center where they have these enormous places. It's in Montana, but they're like captive, but it's really an enormous construction thing. And the bears have like swimming pools and shit, and they would roll them out, these frozen watermelons, and watch them bite through a frozen watermelon will scare the living fuck out of you.
Right.
Because they go through it like it's nothing.
A grizzly does that. I've seen hippopotamus do it on YouTube, but a grizzly does that too.
I think most of the time the hippos are doing it. It's not with a frozen one.
Yeah.
But they were saying that this bear's favorite treat is frozen watermelon. So you have a frozen watermelon. You just go through like it's a grape.
See, grizzlies are terrifying. Although I admit that I am also actually it's probably not really a warranted or fear, but I am nervous about these black bears, on the property.
You should be nervous. What are you talking about?
They do attack people occasionally.
They will attack you. And if black bears attack you, they're attacking you to eat you.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different.
Statistically, the odds are in my favor. I think it's not as, like, grizzlies, they've attacked a lot of people. I think black bears maybe only attack, like, one person a year or something like that.
They attack people.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a guy who got killed over by Rutgers in New Jersey. He was killed by a black bear.
Yeah.
There's a friend of a buddy of mine's went hunting for his very first trip. He was in his tent at night, and a 500-pound predatory black bear tried to remove him from the tent. And his friend shot the bear and accidentally shot his friend in the wrist.
Yeah.
So he got shot in the wrist with a rifle. The bear gets shot. The bear runs off after it gets shot, and then they don't. I think they recovered it. I think it's dead. Yeah. But imagine your first night ever camping in a tent, and a black bear tries to pull you out and eat you.
Yeah. So I think sometimes people bring food in their tent. That's one common mistake. So
your food, bitch. Your food. Your food. Your food in a tent. Your pigs in a blanket.
If you bring in, like, you should really. That is one thing that is why they go in the tents a lot. They smell, someone brought their sandwich in the tent or whatever.
That's true.
But yeah, no. I mean, look, I'm right there with you. There's something about it though that, well, when you're out there in nature, and you kind of your sort of natural instincts kicking, where you feel it, and the fact that there is something unpredictable or that you don't understand out there is kind of exciting. Like the fact that there is, I'm not really truly expecting to get attacked by a bear, but your senses are alert. You're listening into the woods. They're there. They know you're there, and they probably left. But maybe this is the one time they're walking along with their cub, and you get in the wrong position at the wrong time. And so, often when I go for a walk, I have bear spray on me. I sometimes, have a rifle on me. I don't carry it with me every time I leave the house, but I've got a few rifles, and that I've not really been a hunter, in my life, but I kind of, so many people around me, around the country, everybody hunts, and I think I'm gonna maybe.
How much land do you have?
150 acres. So it's kind of
certainly hunt on that.
Yeah, and there's deer, and it's quite something that I never really expected to kind of live like that, but it's really kind of interesting. And then it backs onto lots of thousands and thousands of acres of protected wilderness. So
Are you allowed to hunt back there?
Yeah, and on my property too. So
what is the tag allocation like? Do you get landowner tags? Do you get tags because you're a resident of the area?
You still have to get a hunting license. So in Canada, it's if you want to get a rifle, first of all, it's completely different than in Texas, right? You can't just go buy one. You have to go take. It's like getting your driver's license. Essentially, you have to go take. You have to write a test, and you have to pass it, and you have to do a safety course, and then you have to send that into the RCMP, the Canadian, the Mounties, right? They review it, and then a couple months later, you get your non-restricted firearms license, which allows you to go buy a rifle. I've been collecting lever action rifles, so I've got just,
that's cool.
Relatively new to this, but when I was out in the desert, I had a shotgun with me. I had a hunting license when I was in New Mexico. I was trying to hunt some quail. Never saw a bird though, so it was hunting, but I never saw anything, so I didn't really do. It's hard. I'm still hunting, but I never saw anything. So, but so that's why. Trying to think of what I want to tell you here, Joe. That's why I think I really would love you to come up to Canada sometime and visit, maybe, and come up and do some shows up there. People would love to see you. And there's just such a huge outdoors hunting, fishing culture. That's what being Canadian is. Once you get out of the city, right? People are just it's people love to hunt. People love to fish. I go ice fishing with my friends. We go set up a.
Didn't you put new restrictions on firearms up there?
They just banned handguns. Absolutely, yeah, but not rifles. Yeah, which is pretty extreme, but from an American standpoint, certainly. I mean, to think that.
So you own handguns? Do you have to get rid of them?
No, you're not allowed to sell them to anybody, and you're stuck with them. So it's that, and that's probably the biggest change that's happened. And there is also no automatic weapons up there, so you can't get a AR-15, for example. It's there's that caliber or whatever. Yeah, you can't get those weapons, but you can get a rifle, a shotgun. I have a 308, I have a 243, I have a 22, I have a shotgun. I have 20 gauge, 12 gauge. All the normal hunting rifles are fine. So,
what was the thought process behind banning firearms or banning pistols?
Well, I wasn't really kind of. I think it was just an attempt to curb. Well, they voted for the government, and the government did it. So obviously, some people aren't too happy about it. One thing about Canada is the gun culture is different up there. It's more people are. I think I'm going to get in trouble with the people that are handgun enthusiasts in Canada, but it's just not as common up there. It's more about hunting and hunting rifles, but there are probably a lot of people that are pretty upset about it for sure. They're not actually taking away people's rifles, or or anything like that. So, but
one of the exemptions is individuals train, compete, or coach in a handgun shooting discipline that is on the program of International Olympic Committee or the International Paralympic Committee. Looks like someone's going to have to become a shooter. Yeah, I compete.
I'm personally not
Competing shooting. That's why I have to have this gun.
I'm not really like, I don't really, you know, I like my lever action rifle. I like my shotgun. I think I might hunt turkeys this year. I'd like to do that with a lot of turkeys on the property. I'm not really. I don't necessarily feel like I need a handgun. It's a different kind of.
I don't necessarily feel that anybody should tell me that I can't have a handgun.
Yeah,
especially not the government.
Yeah,
especially not the government that's already done some really shady shit.
Yeah,
What they did with the truck drivers.
Right. Well, I'm from Ottawa too, so the trucker rally was interesting.
Dude, they fucking took away their bank accounts. They seized people's, they closed people's and froze people's bank accounts that just donated money.
Yeah, is that coffee?
Yes.
You know what? I was first of all, the trucker rally was interesting because I'm from Ottawa, so I grew up. You know, the Parliament Hill. I'm sure you saw it on the news, like the Parliament buildings is our basically our Congress and our Senate combined, essentially, the House of Commons and Senate. You know, downtown Ottawa is like Washington D.C., right? That's our Washington D.C. I grew up there. I grew up skateboarding on the Parliament buildings front steps. You know, I did a radio show. This is something about the freedoms of Canada that I think is interesting. Okay, when I was a kid, I did a college radio show. And it was midnight till 2 a.m. And I would say during the show, okay, after the show, everybody show up on Parliament Hill, bring a soccer ball, let's go play soccer. And then we'd show up there with pizzas and we'd play soccer on the front lawn of the Canadian government till 4 a.m. Every half hour, the bell would go, bang, bang. The RCMP cops would come, they'd shine their lights out on the field. It was super positive, right? I love Ottawa. It's an amazing city, and I understand that everybody has the right to express their dissent, right? And I think Trudeau probably did overstep with some of his reaction to that, with some of the things he said specifically, but there was also this element of. Not only was the city shut down, there's people that live downtown. So those horns were these air horns. It was really kind of, there's babies sleeping. It's like really like a neighborhood, right? So it's kind of funny in a way, the difference between Canadians and Americans sometimes. I'm both, right? I'm a dual citizen. I love.
That's right.
No, I just love both countries. I've lived here for 20 years. But what is sort of a comparable thing, I think, was in the United States, on January 6th, they did more than freeze those people's bank accounts, right? They threw them all in jail, right? So
they threw a lot of them in jail.
Yeah, so it's sort of, I'd say it's like a comparable thing. It's like, I guess that's the thing I just kind of
that's different.
Feel is it's like,
hold on. First of all, it's different because they entered into the Capitol building.
Right.
You're not supposed to do that. A lot of people broke glass, smashed windows, they did a lot of shit. It's not comparable because it seems like they were instigated in some way, at least partially, by people in the audience that wanted them to go in there.
Yeah.
Now, whether those people were federal agents, or those people are Antifa, whether those people are Democratic operatives that want to turn this into chaos because it's a great way to attack Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, it definitely was people that were instigating people to get into the building. There's video recordings of it. There's also weird instances of cops opening gates, letting people in. The fact that it was severely under-policed. When they had the George Floyd protest, the Black Lives Matter protest, they had way more cops there for that than they did for this crazy thing where the dude is denying the election and his rabid fans are going to show up, and you're not prepared for this. The whole thing seems like if I was going to make a playbook, if I was going to instigate a bunch of dumbasses to go do something really stupid because it'll make their leader look like a fascist and Hitler, that's how I would do it. So you have that too. It's not as simple as the trucker protest was a legitimate protest where a bunch of people were like, why are you telling me that I have to take this experimental medication or I can't work? Like, where is the fucking information? Where is it now? Over time, we've seen now that the studies that they did do, they don't have to release them for like 75 years. You know about all that? Like all of the paperwork involving the vaccines? What is the exact ruling of like what information they're withholding for 75 years? Let's be real clear on that. But then it's also how many people we know that got injured by it. You're smart to be reluctant to do something that's new, given the history and track record of pharmaceutical drugs in this country. Absolutely. Especially when you have a novel, new thing. The idea that this is going to be the one that's absolutely innocuous.
You should have, at the very least, you should be able to consider not doing it, talk about not doing it.
But listen, man, there's no drugs like that. There's no drugs that have a gigantic effect on anything that don't have some people that have horrible adverse reactions to them. Even normal shit. Some people die from Tylenol all the time, man. They overdose on it. People die from all kinds of medication. It turns out they have an allergy to. It's like weird shit happens with people. And people are right to be reluctant. But you might be right and you might be wrong. But you're right to express that you don't think the government should be able to tell you what you can and can't do, specifically about putting something into your body where you can't work. That's crazy. So that's that protest. It's a different protest. The whole vibe behind it's different.
Absolutely. It is a different subject for sure.
It's a response to tyranny. FOIA requests. The FDA had previously said that it takes approximately 8 minutes per page to process records for the FOIA request, and that it could only review and release 500 pages a month, which is 6,000 pages a year. At that rate, it would take 75 years to release all the data. That's crazy. That's so crazy.
I guess the point I'm trying to make, which is outside of the weeds of it, is when I'm hanging out in Canada, half the people I talk to are so excited for me to come down here, and they're all like, they were supportive of the truckers. Right? Like this was not some fringe thing in Canada. Maybe the people that actually got in their truck and drove there and camped out there, maybe that was a little bit more of a dedicated protester than the average citizen. But there's it's just like here. You get people fuck Joe Biden.
Fuck Trudeau.
You know what you would probably be amazed to see. I don't know. This is so common in Canada that we just don't even think to mention it. Driving around everywhere in the country, in the city, everywhere, people pick up trucks, fuck Trudeau flags. It says fuck Trudeau. Black flag, white letters, Canada flag on it. People are mad. And so it's not just like everybody in Canada is just down with it. Now, enough people are down with it that he got elected, but he might not get elected the next time, and then that'll be just
I hope he does.
Might just be like it is down here.
If he gets elected again, you guys are gluttons for punishment.
It could be the same as here. Biden could get elected again. Trump could get elected. It's sort of like this is. I was thinking the other day. I'm almost kind of wondering. This is obviously a stupid idea, but I'm wondering like maybe wouldn't it almost be better if we just got rid of the elections and just let the conservatives run it for 4 years, and then just automatically the liberals run it 4 years. I can pick a million holes in why that wouldn't work, and just let it go back and forth, and then people can just be like, okay, let's just all get along. Let them have 4 years of running the country, do what they do, let the other side run for 4 years. It's kind of a pendulum that goes back and forth anyways. And then we can kind of get back to, just all getting along. And
even if that did happen, the same problem would take place. And it's that the people that are embedded, that are running the government, the real people behind the curtain, they're always there.
Yeah.
They don't get elected. They're always there. And those are the people that are actually running the government. So it would be the same horse shit that we're dealing with now. Every 4 years, some new spokesperson comes in play, and they do a bunch of shit that pisses off half the country. And the same thing behind the scenes, the same people are running things.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. And I got to the point where I started to kind of just try to disconnect from the conversation, which sounds sometimes I feel bad about it because you want to have a social contribution awareness. Yeah, but then you go, man, I just don't feel like talking about the same thing over and over and over. It's like,
What I was gonna say though is that
Tanya here, and there are
the whole system is set up so that one person can't be in control for too long. That's the whole idea about term limits. You got 4 years, and then you get elected again. You get another 4 years, and then you're fucking done. I'm just saying this. This is not something that I fully support, but there's something to be said for someone staying in there for a long time and getting it right if they're good at it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if I was in any other job, it would backfire with power and control. The problem is we are terrified of having someone like Putin, who's in control of Russia for decades, right? Sure. But if you had someone who was good at the job, you would want them to stay on the job. Like if you had the best CEO of your company, you're making record money and everything's doing great and the products are incredible. Yeah. You want to keep that guy as a CEO. He's obviously killing it. When Steve Jobs was running Apple, he's killing it. You don't want to remove him as a CEO.
Because you know how long it takes to build anything, right?
Right, and how long it takes to get good at your job. Right, and to figure out who are the right people, who's backstabby, what are the issues, who's trying to climb the political ladder and they're just thinking about themselves only, they're sociopaths. Figure it out. It takes a long time to fucking work your cabinet out. If you had a president that was a young president that gets in at like 38, 40 years old, and 20 years of running the country correctly, that's what most of these dictatorships have as a benefit. Yeah. It's horrible for the people, but it's the benefit of having one guy run things and just keep it locked up, and this is the right way to do it. We've been doing it this way forever. This is correct.
Yeah, it's interesting that, you got a couple.
The most important job ever, and a new guy gets it, or a new woman, never yet, but someday. Every 4 years.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And often trying to undo everything that was done the 4 years before. Yeah, so that's what term limits brought in. But then on the flip side, we don't have term limits in Canada, and Trudeau's going to be there for, if you're not a fan of Trudeau, you go, I wish we had term limits, because he's been there over 8 years now, right? So, but that's because he's getting elected.
Voted out. He might be getting voted out. It seems like the Canadians are leaning towards getting rid of him. Is that correct?
It's one of those things where it's kind of feels like it's almost like 50-50 ultimately, but who knows? I think it definitely feels like it could happen.
Who doesn't want? So they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've snooped through their partner's phones, and that's just the ones who admit it. Look, it's only natural to be curious. Who hasn't snuck a little peek at their partner's phone? But that's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a passcode on your phone or clear your history after all your late night sessions, but it doesn't matter. Your browsing history is still 100% exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use daily? Your friends, your boss, your parents? Well, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do is tap once and boom, everything I do online gets sent through an encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. And I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy. It just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So use my special link to get the best possible deal on the VPN that I trust to protect my life online. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's Get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan. Want to get rid of them. Who are those people?
A lot of it's regional. I guess it's you know what I kind of I knew if we were going to talk about this, I wanted to kind of sort of make this point because I want Americans to understand what Canada is. It's exactly like here. It's the same type of people that like Biden are the people that like Trudeau. Like the people in Canada that vote for Trudeau are the exact same people that they like Biden too. Right? There's nobody in Canada that likes Trudeau that also likes Trump. There's also nobody in Canada that likes Pierre Poilievre that likes Biden. It's exactly the same. It's the same division. Even on social media, it's the same. Like you go on social media, you go on TikTok, you got angry conservatives in Canada saying fuck Trudeau and we're turning into a communist country and all of this stuff, like completely the exact same thing as here. So it's just if I'm not here like trying to be a spokesperson for Canada or anything, but they would not want that.
Well, I think that's what scares us the most about Canada is that Canada is so similar to the United States, but we're seeing your rights erode. There's also weird bills that keep getting passed. The C-16 bill, mandatory pronouns, mandatory use of someone's pronouns. And then there was the fact that you guys don't really have freedom of speech, but you have hate laws. You have hate speech laws. And then you also have some weird shit going on with Canada trying to regulate the internet. And with the government trying to regulate podcasts and make podcasts subject to their...
They did try. I did a little research on this in case it came up. They tried, and they haven't put into effect that regulation of the internet as far as regulating disinformation. That has not been put into effect. And Trudeau actually said he would not put that into effect. It was sort of a subset of, it's sort of like, you've got your extreme left wing here, and then you have cooler heads, and they did not actually put that into effect.
Is it still on the table?
Trudeau has said that he would never put that into effect.
Well, I think he's saying that now because he knows he's fucked.
And so the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, okay, that's kind of like our Constitution, I guess. They say you have freedom of expression, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly. So we do have
the elements of your government that we can consider that.
Yeah, but it's like here. It's like here. And that's the same. It's just the same. It's the same thing. Like if you don't agree with it, then it's the same thing as it's the same thing. Because it's interesting. Like I just really want Americans who are not they've never been to Canada to understand that they're working for the Canadian Ministry of. I would consider it tourism and travel. You know what I'm thinking of? Like in Canada, you don't have to be born in Canada to run for Prime Minister. You could run for Prime Minister of Canada and come up and solve all this stuff. I mean, you have to live up there, but it's a nice place. You come on up to Canada, you would win too. That's the thing that would be amazing. You would win, and you could just
imagine I became Prime Minister of Canada.
Can you imagine? I was just thinking.
Do you think it's crazy Donald Trump being president of the United States? That would be next craziest thing.
That would be the next craziest thing.
More crazy. Almost more crazy. Because at least he was like hinting about running for president forever.
Yeah.
But I just on a whim
just decided to go run for the Prime Minister of Canada and win, because you would win, because you have so many fans up there. You really do, and that's why I want.
That's so scary.
That is
so unqualified to run a country.
Well, I mean, you've got a lot of valid concerns, and you feel strongly about things. I think you should run. I would support you. I think that would be amazing.
I want to roll up to the World Economic Forum high on mushrooms.
See, in Canada, by the way, mushrooms are basically legal in Canada now. Weed is here's something. Trudeau, again, he did legalize weed. That is one thing that he did do. So,
congratulations. He did one good thing. It's just he's a weasel. That's the problem. He's what I don't like in leaders. This fake bullshit, fucking nonsensical gaslighting. That shit drives me nuts. It's so creepy. And then using all the inclusive terms to make it seem like everybody else is a piece of shit and you're an amazing human being and you're on the right side of progressive movement. Like, it's all just a bullshit act to stay in power. Yep. And when you see politicians do it, they just fucking wet their finger, try to figure out which way the wind's blowing, and say those things, and then act in the interests of whatever got them into that position in the first place. Yeah. Whatever machine is behind them, whatever support they get. That's all they're doing. And those types of politicians, that's not the only kind you can have.
It's kind of like, you can have real leaders. They do exist. It's such a huge sort of thing to wrap your head around. It's capitalism, it's money, it controls everything. I kind of feel just leaving Los Angeles, leaving Hollywood, right, kind of has sort of reset a little bit of life. This more than anybody else, of course, but, because we even talked about this, whatever it was, 20 years ago on my podcast about how you can democratize media with the podcast. Get rid of all this money controlling everything, and so it's sort of a micro sort of, or it's a similar thing to just politics in general. Money comes in, controls everything. It can be so frustrating, especially now when you can see that you don't necessarily have to play that game anymore. So, yeah.
It's also the hive mind of Hollywood. There's a thing that happens in that town, in that area, where the people that think outside of the norm say it in like whispered, hushed tones. There's a certain ideology that's attached to that city, and it's not logical. It's a kooky, wacky, completely insulated left-wing view of the world, and they enforce it with an iron fist. And if you're not on that team, you don't get booked for things. You don't get picked for things. If you're someone who has conservative leanings and you're talking about there's projects you're never going to get. You're never going to be involved with. People they'll align you and without knowing you at all, overly prejudiced about you. And so no one does it. So everyone who goes over there who's just like desperately trying to make it, they're desperately trying to get in movies, they're desperately trying to get a recording deal, whatever it is they're desperately trying to do. The last thing they want to do is do something and talk about something that's going to politically get them at odds with the people that run the studios. So no one does. Everybody just follows the same sort of wacky ideology these people take from the universities. They go straight into working as a PA and straight into working for executives and producers, and all of those people are indoctrinated. They're all in this wild-ass cult of weirdness. And then you have people that move there to try to make it, and these people are just always going on auditions. They're always like, please choose me, please choose me. And no, they didn't choose me. And so you're trying to be friends with people who choose people. You're trying to get them into parties, trying to introduce them to other people, trying to be around other famous people. So this person's been chosen. I gotta be around the chosen person. We go to the chosen person's party. Maybe we can get chosen. And so you get this like overwhelming anxiety that fills the fucking city.
Yeah.
And then now you have TikTokers and influencers and all these people that are just trying to do anything to get famous. Yeah. And that the reality stars and all that started it all off. And the fucking Real Housewives and all that wacky shit. You get away from that. You're like, oh, there's real people out there. There's real people. That's a storm of anxiety. Just a hurricane of confusion, Zoloft, and fucking and everyone's losing their mind. Everyone's in therapy, and everyone's fucking nuts, and everyone's trans. It's out of touch.
Yeah.
It's just a crazed cult.
Yeah, it's like, you start out as a stand-up comedian, and you are trying to poke holes in the absurdity of the world, and you're saying things that are not being said on stage, and then as all of a sudden you get brought into, and I'm sort of saying every stand-up comedian, every outlier, every person that's doing something different, punk rock or skateboard or my goofy show was so out there when I was making it. And I was making it, I was rebelling against, in Canada, in a little public access show. I was kind of trying to rebel against what obviously seems like a formulaic mainstream way of thinking to create art, right? And then you move to Los Angeles because we'll show that on MTV. You end up moving to Los Angeles. Now you're talking about myself now. All of a sudden being asked to go on, the show, the TV show, Saturday Live. You're on these shows, and I was sort of a bit of a naive, moron, basically, like in purposefully so. I'd go on these shows, trying to go nuts, right? Trying to do something crazy, and trying to sort of almost disrupt the whole format of it, right? In those first couple of years, as a naive person who didn't understand how Hollywood worked, and I was just, I went on. I had a similar thing to our last appearance here on Jay Leno. I went on Jay Leno when I had a film coming out. I went Jay Leno, and I came up with this bit. Let me roll the bar. Remember they had the bar cart, the J bar. I'll roll it out on stage during the show, and then I'll do a shot of Jaeger with Jay. Jay doesn't. This is a crazy story. I've probably told you this before, but I do a shot of Jaeger with Jay, and Jay doesn't drink, so he said, "Okay, well, I'll throw it over my shoulder." Right? So we go there. I'm with my buddy, who's I was a buddy who like pushes you further into the darkness, right? Like you got a bad idea, and he pushes you further and makes it even worse. So so we're in the green room. I'm in the green room with my buddy, getting ready to go on the show, and he goes, "Do a shot now before you go on." I'm like, okay, so I do a shot now. Get ready to go on. The bit's all approved with the Tonight Show. It's a gag. I'm doing real Jagger, right? But it wasn't planned that I would do a shot before I go on. He was doing another shot. Two shots. Do another one. So now I walk out, I'm 3 shots in before the show even starts. Oh boy. Yeah. Well, pretty quickly. And then I got out there and I did a shot, and the audience goes crazy, cheers, right? So then I do another shot, and so I did way too many shots, and it kind of ended up very similarly to our last conversation here. And it was actually pretty hilarious. It was one of those things where, it did get out of control. The next day, there was the New York Post had my picture, and it said, "Dead drunk." It was just like one of those things. And Jay called me at home the next day. "You okay, man? You really kind of want to." But then, that was sort of the beginning of me realizing, you can't.
Why Tom Green went on Leno and deliberately got drunk.
Yeah. And in hindsight, I go, well, that was, kind of the outrageous kind of young version of me that I was doing on the show that made perfect sense to do that for a gag. But then, the naive kid in me didn't understand, a lot of people in Hollywood did not understand that, and then got mad in the movie studio. Well, like the movie studio, I was on promoting the movie, and they're like, "Oh, we don't want you to go on any more talk shows for the movie." And I was like, "Well, what?" It was a joke. It was a joke, and they're not interpreting it as a joke. They're interpreting it as me being kind of out of control. Which, yeah, exactly. But it was a manufactured out of control. I was out of control, but it was planned. It was planned confusion, right? So, but that kind of subtlety didn't really kind of pass the smell test. So then you start to go, "Oh, geez, I better tone it down a little bit. You better tone it down a little bit," because and you sort of end up falling into that feeling where all of a sudden you're, like you said, going to an audition or driving out to a meeting and trying to sell somebody.
Not.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you're hosting a late night talk show, and all of a sudden you're this sort of wearing a tie, this odd button down,
trying to make something that they like and fit into their mold, and try to get your own little creative shots off within that mold, but no longer are you actually being purely yourself, right? And so you end up living there for 20 years, and it becomes normal pretty quickly, right? And then you sort of slowly forget. Oh, this is just the way it works, I guess, now. And then eventually, one day you go, "I'm getting out of here." And I gotta say, when you moved here, it was a bit of a light bulb, I think, for me too. It was inspiring for me because I sort of realized, oh, look at that. Because you were always at the comic store, all the clubs. It was the scene in LA, and you're thinking, wow, Joe is just going to go do it on his own and just turn his back on this whole infrastructure here. So, yeah, you can do that. You don't have to be here. And it was really inspiring, and it inspired a lot of people. And I can tell you, again, it's now living in the woods, not far from where I grew up. We had a cottage when I was a kid, pretty close to where I grew up. They've got these birds there called whippoorwills. Right? Whippoorwill. They make this sound, a really unique sounding bird, right? Hank Williams sings about them. And I grew up as a kid here in those woods. Just at dusk, you hear them. And now, like when I go to bed, I hear those. And I'm like, oh, I feel like the sounds of my childhood. Hearing the rich, the smells of my childhood, even the things, the mosquitoes, the horseflies, even the largemouth bass in the lake, and the red-winged blackbirds, and all those sounds and smells and everything, and you feel like yourself again. And it's like, and there was for 20 years, I driving up Laurel Canyon, looking at palm trees, and 20 years, after 20 years living in the same house, I never felt like I was actually at home. I felt like I was off on some business trip trying to, and I remember saying, even after living there 15, 20 years, what the hell? Los Angeles is crazy. It's just a weird place. It's a weird place. And, you feel almost like you have to be there. Now everything's changing with the internet. I think COVID did that for a lot of people too, because all of a sudden everybody's locked in their house. And you're dealing with people on these Zoom calls, and the internet's changed. You don't have to be anywhere anymore. We realize we can be wherever we want. You took your entire organization away, and it's bigger than ever, and light bulbs start going off, and you're like, wow, you know what? That's really cool. I'm going to go home.
Well, when we were living in LA, you're always thinking of yourself as someone who wants to work with the system. You're always thinking of that. Always. I mean, I was on television shows, I did all that stuff, did a couple of movies. You're always working with the system. So no matter what you do, you're working. Even when you put out specials, you're putting out specials, you're meeting with these people, you're working with the system. And you start to think that that's what you do. That's the business that but it's not. What you do is what you do. That's what you do. What you do is what you do. And you can do what you do wherever you want to do it. Especially once you get good enough at it that you have an audience, and you're supposed to take a chance. You're not supposed to keep living your life by these bizarre tyrants and their rules and regulations about the way they behave and the way they fucking. It's so ridiculous. It's such a bizarre place to be, and when you realize that you don't need that anymore, and comedians today realize they don't need that anymore. All they need is a TikTok account or a YouTube account, an Instagram account, a Twitter account, and some good content. And if you get on podcasts, people will check you out. They'll try you out. And there's a gigantic organic network of comedians. We're all friends with each other, and we all get on each other's podcasts, and we all trust each other. If I tell you this guy's really funny, go see him. I'm telling you the truth. I would not ever lie. And I wouldn't have them on if I didn't think they were funny, if I didn't like them, if they weren't nice people. I'm not interested. So there's this beautiful organic thing. And that's the real network now. That's the real network. It's an organic network. There's no contracts. So every comic that I know that has contracts with other comics, they start doing things together, it always goes south. I mean, maybe it can not go south once or twice. I mean, maybe there's some great people that have figured out. I mean, Tom Segura, it seems like he's figured out how to do it with Your Mom's House, but that's almost it. Everybody else that I know that gets involved with deals, it's just help each other. Just help each other organically.
That was what I really loved about hanging at the mothership the last 2 nights, is the energy there is different. like for the comedy club, just in the green room, like that. You felt it. You can tell that you've created an energy there that is supportive, right? All the comics are just hanging out in the green room, smoking cigarettes, and everyone's talking, and just, it's super chill. And I did, sometimes find that, it wasn't always like that, when you're in a comedy club, other comedians are sometimes feel a little more competitive with each other. And there's a little bit.
That's so stupid. It's so stupid. Any competition that you have with other comedians is inspiration. That's all you should look at it. You should, if someone's doing really well and you love it, you're like, wow, I wish I was doing that well. Great. That's inspiration to work on. That's inspiration to go write more, do more sets, reevaluate your material, go over it better, do something, write more. Have some life experiences that you translate into your act. Work harder. You should just be inspired. And if that person's a good person, you should be happy for it. And that's what we can all do. This idea that we're all in competition with each other is just stupid. It's not good for anybody.
I was stoked to get to see your work in progress, your new hour that you're working on. That was incredible. Yeah, that was really fun. You got such a great place to watch the show there. I mean, first of all, Fat Man room, little Fat Man, Little Boy, awesome. I just love the way you set up the comics where you can go and sit on that balcony up there and just watch the show. It was just really amazing to watch you work on shit. It was fucking awesome. And I enjoyed our conversation because I've watched a lot of your interviews with comedians here, and I saw your interview with Louis, and you were talking about writing. I was interviewing Phil Burr, and you're talking about writing. There's this thing where a lot of comics don't write. We were talking about this a little bit the other day, but I love the process of hearing how the process works for you, because I kind of do a mixture of things too. I like to go sit on the computer and type stuff up. But I've always found it hard to it's a question I kind of have for you, because when you go right, you work it out on stage, and you've got your idea, you got your premise, you got your punchlines, you got your work it out on stage, and then I found it really inspiring, actually, because first of all, I love the way it works with stand-up. Like when you showed up at the green room, you're about to go on stage, you have to focus. You can tell you're focused, right? Then you go out, you kill it, you come back in, and you see that adrenaline rush, and then everyone's just, you're just relaxed, and it's just that release, right?
Yeah.
And then we were just talking about writing. You said you're going to go home and actually. I don't know if you want people to notice it too far into behind the curtain or whatever.
No, it's okay.
You're going to go home and write after. I just think that's so cool. When it's fresh, you go home and actually type up some stuff.
That's how I've been doing some of my best writing. There's like a 2-hour window that I have where I'm still jazzed from stage. Right. And you're still kind of thinking in that mindset. You gotta just kind of, and don't let yourself relax too much. Kind of stay in that mindset. Right. And then, as long as I'm not up too late where I get tired and I'm forcing it, so that if I can get home at a reasonable time and I've got a lot of energy, I get my best writing in. I get some of my best ideas. Because I'm already thinking like comedy.
Yeah. You just had it. You have the exact words in your head. Mm-hmm. I thought was a light bulb for me. That's inspiring because, I often find it's like, when you write something down, you have, or when you do the set, and you maybe write it down after, and you don't go get to writing, and you never remember what the window was later. Yeah. What the hell was I said again? Right. So I know it was way funnier than what I'm writing right now. So that's why recordings are so important. Yeah.
Just put your phone on the little voice recorder thing, just to get a reference.
Yeah. I was talking to Louis C.K. Had a conversation with him about this, and it was pretty interesting because I've kind of, I like to drink, but I kind of quit. I really have cut back drinking in the last. I quit drinking like 3 days ago. But stand up, I wasn't doing stand up when I was doing my TV show. done it when I was a kid, stopped it in my TV shop, started again like 13, 14 years ago. I was drinking a lot, like I like to drink like everybody likes to drink. And I'd go on the road and I started realizing, man, like even if I go drinking Friday night after the show, my Saturday night shows aren't as good as they could have been because I'm kind of like carrying a little bit of this alcohol around in me from the night before. I quickly realized, in the beginning it was like, I'll have a beer on stage, right? Then I go, oh, I better not have a beer on stage. I'll wait till after the show to have a drink. So then after the show Friday night, on the road, it's fun. You're Cleveland. Let's go. Let's party. We're Cleveland. So you have have a few too many drinks after the show Friday night. And of course, I was younger too, right? I was in my 30s, so you can handle it a little more too than when you're 52. So, but then every year that went by, it's like, oh, those Saturday night shows are getting a little harder to get through, and it's just one too many Saturdays just lying in my hotel room, just waiting for the show to start hungover, going, oh my God, and dreading and being on stage. So then I decided I was going to quit drinking when I'm doing stand-up. Like, so I'm not drinking this weekend, until maybe Sunday night. Maybe we'll drink Sunday night. Maybe even Saturday night. I could do a hungover show Sunday. But gotta have a little fun.
Listen, I got a solution for IV drips.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a game changer.
So keep drinking. You bring that right on stage with you?
No.
I'm just getting it up and down.
The next day.
Yeah.
The next day, you get a high dose vitamin IV.
Well, the thing that I've been enjoying about kind of scheduling it, where it's like I don't drink for a couple of days before a weekend like this, we're doing 5 shows. It's like I find, and this is what I was talking about with Louis about, where I had we're not close friends, but I had an opportunity to have a conversation with him about this once, and it was really cool because the way his mind thinks is so analytical about this type of specific, everything comedy, right? And I was telling him, I was saying, stop drinking before I go on stage because, I feel like I didn't have a drink for a couple of weeks, and when I was doing crowd work, I was just coming up with stuff that I would never, when you have a great set of crowd work and you get up and came up with this intricate story that I told, it was clear my mind was operating in a different level than it would have been had I just had a few beers the night before even, right? And then he said something that never really even occurred to me before, which is, when you're working on a set, if you have like a little bit of booze in your system, even from the night before, and you're up there working on a set, you don't remember the stuff that happened on stage as well either. So then when you go home, you don't really even recall, and that's the biggest big part of repetition, getting these sets over and over again, and you remember everything and build on it. If you're not retaining that information, so I'm really laying off the sauce, and I was excited to hear that we were going to do this show on the day of I'm doing 2 shows tonight at the Mothership, Fat Man, and I was kind of excited because I knew I wasn't going to drink on the show. And I feel like, I knew I was not going to do what I did last time, and so I kind of came.
I'm not trying to encourage you to drink. I'm trying to encourage you that if you do wind up drinking too much, you feel hungover, you don't have to just tolerate that.
I like that too.
Yeah, get an IV drip.
An IV drip, huh?
Yeah, if you're in town.
That just seems like such an extreme. It's like, you're drinking too much. You're drinking too much when you're like, you're in a hospital bed with an IV drip.
You're being smart about your party.
Not in a hospital bed.
You just sit down.
The reason I told you about the reason why I wanted to come down here soon and just kind of come check out and bang at the club, I was super stoked. I'm actually getting to headline the club this weekend. That was even more than I was expecting. I was just wanted to come down to see you and congratulate you on the club. And the reason it's taken me so long is I had a fucked up thing that happened after I moved to the farm. Basically, immediately after I moved to the farm and everything was going great, I had a major injury that I told you about. I won't get into too much detail about it, but I had a major injury in Costa Rica. I went down there for a vacation, and there was this, big bonfire on the beach, and everyone was having fun. I went to bed in the hotel. I wake up. I decide to go back to the bonfire a few hours later. It's like 2 a.m. at this point. The fire has gotten a lot smaller. I pick up the piece of driftwood off this beach, in this remote beach, right? I go up to throw the driftwood on the fire, and the reason the fire had gotten smaller is the people that had been at the fire had put out the fire by burying it in sand, and they buried this huge bonfire that was about the size of this room in sand, and so now there was just a little fire with sand covering hot coals about 4 feet leading up to it, and I'm walking up to the thing, barefoot, like in a bathing suit and a t-shirt with a piece of driftwood, and my foot goes into the sand, into these hot coals. Immediate realization, I fall back. So if I'd fallen forward, my face would be burned. I ended up immediately realizing what had happened. 3rd-degree burns on both feet. Top and bottom of my right foot, and strangely the top of my left foot, not the bottom, thankfully. And the nerves were completely burned off my feet, so after the initial shock of it, I wasn't in pain, which is the weirdest thing. And I looked down, and a couple people came to my sort of assistance and were putting water on it, not feeling anything. I'll get graphic because it's crazy, but the skin is just falling off my feet.
Oh my God.
I get helped back to my room. I'm not wanting this to be, it's the first day I got there. This really ruined my vacation. I'm not feeling pain because the nerves are gone. So I'm literally trying to clean it up with some nail clippers, chopping the little bits of burnt flesh off and take photos. I do, yeah, of this, yeah.
What do I look like that?
Not online.
No, on your phone.
I have not even.
I need to see.
I haven't
That sounds insane.
I haven't even talked about it online. I didn't. This is the first I talked about it online.
Yeah, I never knew that you were.
I didn't want to talk about it. I just didn't. It was crazy. I ended up spending 2 weeks in the hospital in Costa Rica, and then was medevaced on an air ambulance with Charlie.
Wow, Charlie was there for the whole ride?
Yeah, with Charlie, yeah. And
did the nurses take Charlie to a potty?
so I had some friends who came down, who were coming down anyways. They took Charlie.
Oh, Charlie.
They looked after Charlie for 2 weeks while So I got driven to the San Jose hospital. She was worried.
She's adorable, man. She's such a sweet dog. Yeah. I know the people that are seeing her right now like, oh, she's kind of freaked out, but normally she's not freaked out at all.
Oh yeah.
She's super sweet. She runs up to everybody, wagging her tail.
Yeah.
Super friendly.
So as I got to this hospital, there's a surgeon, Columbia, who worked there, great hospital, thankfully, came out and said, looked at my foot and said, we're taking you immediately into surgery. And they did skin grafts off my leg, and they took skin grafts like the size of a football off my right leg, and stapled 60 staples to staple the skin into my foot. And then I come up out of surgery, and the doctor says to me, which I think he was trying to make me feel better, but he said, well, the good news is you'll probably be able to live a normal life. So he says to me, it's the first thing he says to me. And I can't move. I had morphine going into my back. Couldn't feel anything below my waist. I thought I was paralyzed. They told me I would be able to feel anything below my waist. And then I spent 2 weeks in a hospital bed, and I was not able to get out of the hospital bed for 2 weeks. This is debatably too much information, but it's interesting. You get very constipated from all the medicine that's going into you, and you end up not being able to, go to the bathroom for about a week, but then you ultimately have to go, and you can't get out of bed because your foot has to remain elevated.
Oh boy!
So this is where you
drop a log in a bucket.
You got to drop a log in a diaper.
Oh, Jesus! Someone's got to clean your butt.
And then these Costa Rican nurses come in and clean your butt, and it was just a really interesting moment of clarity for me, where you realize you're humbled as a human being, and you realize, oh, this is I've lost all ability to look after myself, and you just kind of end up having to just kind of go with it. And it was, to be honest with you, I still think about that sometimes. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, not just kidding. But the They were very nice.
Yeah.
My nurses were very nice.
Very sweet of them to take
Yeah.
care of you like that. And you can't put any weight on your foot because the bottom of your foot is that skin graft as well, or just the top?
For the next exactly, and it was very delicate skin graft for the first.
So was the bottom skin grafted as well?
Yeah, all around, very, very.
The bottom of your foot, like the sole of your foot, skin graft. That's crazy because I would think, like, how do they skin graft back?
Right.
So does your footprint come back? So the same way the ridges, the normal ridges.
Yeah, but it's not perfect though. It's interesting. It was a World War II doctor who invented the way of taking these skin grafts. Actually, they did it for burn victims in the war, and they invented it. Some tool that actually can take a micro thin layer of skin. So micro, I don't really have a scar on my leg anymore. Oh, wow, it's amazing. It's almost like less than paper thin layers of skin. They take them off strips like this, and they staple it in your foot to hold it on there, and then that's left on there for about, I think it was just about 2 weeks actually, and then at the end of the 2 weeks in Costa Rica, I had to go under 3 general anesthetic surgeries in Costa Rica in the Central American Hospital by myself. By the way, my mom wanted to fly down. My dad wanted to fly down. I was like, no, you know what? I'm sitting here like. Half out of it, so I spent 2 weeks in there, and they go. There's a second surgery where they go in and they check it. You have to go under check it, and so I had to go under general just to take the bandages off because it's painful. And then the third general one was to go in and take the staples out, and then medevac back to Toronto to Sunnybrook Hospital Burn Center. I spent another 10 days. And then for the next, essentially 6 months, I would have to go to a doctor 3 times a week to have my bandages changed because it's like, losing. And 6 months. Yeah, it was about 3 times a week for the first 2 months, and then it was like twice a week, and then it was once a week. And they're also monitoring it for infection, right? Because if you get an infection, then they have to amputate your foot. So it's basically 6 months of me just worried about losing my foot. You said, am I gonna have like one testicle and one foot? Is this what's going on with me? So they didn't have to amputate my foot, fortunately. But it was really scary shit. Holy shit. And anyways, and then it was kind of like limping for the next year. I'm kind of still a little wobbly, but it's pretty good. I actually found some photos of this. Yeah, and pulled them up because I thought you might ask if I told you about this. Of course. Now the thing about this is, what's crazy is this is like 30 or 226. This is actually Bitcoin virtual machine. This is like actually when it had healed. So I mean that's after it healed. This is months. This is maybe 2 months after I was back in Canada at this point. I have some better ones. Here's
we were just talking about that too, because she was talking about gas, but I send everything over to each.
This is sort of healing up. This is my mom. Healing up at the hospital, but yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah, but it's could have been worse.
Yeah. You're alive. You're here. It could have been worse.
You get this. You get this sense of almost. Almost like a sense of gratitude.
Really cool new generative AI. So you saw our
change how that happens. It's happened to me twice in my life. I tested for cancer when I was on that TV. It's my stuff to show up and go to the hospital. And you go from there's just a moment where you're like in both occasions. This moment where I'm sort of traumatized by what's happening, angry about it, and then it sort of almost instantly flips. There must be some sort of human self-preservation kind of thing that's built into where minds where you're now grateful that it's not worse.
first shot.
Oh, it's healing. I still have my foot. This is a learning experience. I'm not going to do that again.
Do you think that's wired into people? I think the opposite. I think that's a learned skill. I think that's something that you recognize as an intelligent person. Like, you know what? I should be thankful for what I have all the time. And we all should. It's really hard to be. You get so accustomed to the way your life is that you can't imagine if you were like severely impaired, something horrible happened.
It's like after I had cancer, it sometimes it comes into my mind like a little bit of a light bulb or a wave. Like I'll think to myself, if I'm having a slightly bad day, and I don't know for whatever reason happens. Just sometimes when I'm not doing normal errands, I'm having a slightly bad day. Go to the gas station, pump the gas or something, and I think to myself, oh man, at least I'm not in the hospital right now dealing with some crazy, existential life and death thing, And so, maybe it is a learned thing because of what I've been through with that. Because the same thing happened after I hurt my foot. As soon as you're quickly you go from I can't believe this has happened. I'm angry. I just ruined my vacation. I might lose my foot. This is horrible too. Okay, how are we going to get better? How are we going to make sure that I do everything to change the bandages on time? And your whole life changes, right? I'm not thinking about all the things that I'm normally stressed about, whether it's work or relationships or whatever. Things that are just normal, standard things that you're pissed off about. And all of a sudden you're just I'm not even thinking about that anymore. I'm just thinking about making sure I don't get an infection on my foot. And you're sort of treating it like a military operation, trying to save your foot or trying to, make sure that you make the right choices in your cancer treatment. And then when you come out of it, this is true, it's possibly a learned thing. You come out of it and you realize, all that shit that I'm normally worried about doesn't matter compared to what I just went through. And then you can kind of maybe learn from that. And, as time passes, you slip back into the same routine. You start stressing out about the same things again. But then every once in a while, it pops into your head, foot's healed. I'm outside right now, and everything's good. I'm walking, I'm talking, I'm alive. So gratitude.
It's also people need to experience a certain amount of discomfort in order to appreciate not having that. It's just the way we're wired for whatever reason. I choose voluntary discomfort. I do shit like cold plunges and saunas and hard workouts, and I think it's a viable strategy. I think it really works. I think if you can force yourself to do difficult things, like a difficult workout, a difficult yoga class, cold plunges, saunas, that kind of shit, your regular life will be less stressful. You'll be able to deal with these or seemingly high stress situations. They will seem less stressful because you're doing voluntary stress all the time. And you prepare yourself for difficult things. When you don't prepare yourself for difficult things, you can get caught up in like just traffic being something that blows your mind. You can't handle it anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I see you doing those cold plunges. And I haven't done that yet, but people do that in lakes and stuff.
That's awesome.
I want to do that.
Get a sauna, put it right by your legs.
Yeah, I want to do that. I want to get a sauna.
It's cold as fuck in the winter.
Yeah, I was playing hockey on it a few weeks ago. Yeah, just out there shooting some pucks in the net, and so I could play and skate. And I did that the first year I didn't skate.
Get yourself one of those little wood-powered saunas.
Yeah.
Use it with firewood. You don't have to have any electricity rigged up out there.
Yeah.
Get a bunch of those.
Yeah, you can
throw some wood in there. Get that bitch out as fuck. Get a chainsaw. Cut a hole in the ice.
I'm
sure you don't drown.
I am going to do that because it's I'm not sure how. I haven't done a cold plunge. I can tell you that I do like the cold. Like we sort of touched on that earlier. Like when you just go outside into, like sometimes it's Canadians complain about the cold who live in the city, but when you live in the country, it's different. The city, winter sucks because like if it's salt on the roads, you're basically running from your house to your car. But in the country, when you go outside and nature, and you walk into the woods, there's no bugs, there's no mud, everything's frozen. You can go places you can't go in the summer. In the winter, you can walk across lakes. You can walk like across huge lakes to islands that are there with warm, bathing Canada Goose jacket on.
walking across lakes that I have tried.
Oh yeah, it's sort of like I kind of was thinking to myself. I was going to say, it's sort of like a cold plunge, except it's just you just go outside as a cold plunge. Sometimes, it's like you do get a dopamine rush right just from being outside. So you can like. I've actually noticed that in warmer climates, sometimes I'm a bit more lethargic, but when the winter comes, it's like, okay, go outside, it's like, you feel it, you feel that, it's just.
Well, Letterman used to always have a studio really cold.
Yeah.
You want people to be
Right.
sleepy.
Yeah.
A little cold, a little.
Keeps the body fresh.
Yeah. There's something about walking across a lake that's just like, break.
Oh, no, because
I know you can't.
Yeah.
I know. I went ice fishing last year.
Yeah.
I get it.
Now, people make mistakes all the time. They wait too long, it's a spring, and they drive the truck out on it, and it goes through the ice. But if you're properly advised by people that know what they're doing, like the people, that some of my friends out there do a lot of ice fishing, they tell you, okay. The other thing you can do is, like when I was playing hockey on the lake this year, you just stay close to the shore. So you go, okay, well, if I fall through, it's only 2 feet deep or 3 feet deep here, so you won't actually be sucked away under the ice. But walking across in the middle, you get a little bit more dangerous out in the middle there.
I'm sure you've seen the video of the Russian woman who jumps into the river.
Oh, yeah.
It's so horrible.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
They cut a hole in the ice, and she doesn't realize it's a raging river underneath it, and she just gets sucked under.
And I heard that just happened recently in the States, too. A woman's dog or something went in.
Oh, God. God damn it.
Yeah,
that's fucking terrifying. The idea of being trapped under the ice.
There's another one of a guy who's trying to cut 2 holes, and they try to swim from one to the other, and the ice is clear. You see him under there. You see him get disoriented, and then you see him trying to find his way back to the other hole, and then he does eventually find his way, but there's this sort of moment of panic where his friends are up on top, and they're banging on the ice, and they're trying to say, no, this way. You can see his body panic. You can see him sort of feeling.
When you panic, you lose oxygen. Yeah, your body, your heart rate goes up. It's not good. Not easy to keep.
There's the guy. There it is, right there.
I don't want to see this, man. I don't want to see this. Stop it, Jamie.
I remember the first time I saw the concept of falling through the ice in the winter was that. Remember the movie Never Cry Wolf? You ever seen that movie? That was a good movie. Look at this. Yeah, and this is real because they're trying to say this way, and then he goes back all the way back. He goes all the way, but
they're gonna put Dr. Pat on the sphere.
Oh, the music even makes it.
Yeah. What is he doing?
Yeah, they had a rope. He found the rope.
Is he gonna make it?
Yeah, he ends up making it. But yeah, there you go. So I think you want a cold plunge in the lake closer to shore.
Bro, fuck what that is. Whatever that is. Fuck what that is. Yeah. Jesus.
You're so close.
Christ. Yeah, he was like a foot away from the hole. And he couldn't tell. That's nuts, man.
You ever see that movie Never Cry Wolf from the 80s? It's about a guy that goes up in the Arctic to study wolves, and then he ends up, befriending them. And Brian Dennehy plays the evil trapper, and it was like,
my movies.
Yeah, it was a great movie. It was based on this Canadian novel, Farley Mowat novel called Never Cry Wolf.
Yeah, did the wolves really make friends with him in real life?
So he goes up
this novel. It's a novel.
It's a true story. He goes up about a scientist who goes up to study these wolves, and it's just sort of man versus nature kind of story. It ended up becoming a Disney movie, but he ends up running out of food. His food gets dropped off in the wrong place or something like that. So he ends up sort of seeing the wolves eating mice. So then he ends up, the big scene, probably inspired some of my work later in life. He starts eating mice off crackers and stuff like that. And it was a big gross out, so he eats the mice off the crackers. But then he ends up falling through the ice at one point, walking across a lake. And there's a scene like that. And it's one of those, back in the 80s pre-CGI movies where you're just sort of remembering you had to come up with actual scenes where something relatable and shocking happens and you can actually really grips you,
Yeah.
And Brian Dennehy shows up and well, he kills the wolves, and it's very sad, and that's the end of the movie. So you don't have to watch it.
Well, at one point in time, people did have to become friends with wolves because that's where dogs came from. So when wolves came around the campfires, there must have been some curious wolves, and there must have been some generous hunters who threw them a bone or threw them some meat, and that's how dogs got made. The bitch-ass wolves. They're like, oh, I'm happy to be your friend. I really want to hunt you.
Yeah, why not? They're cooking some nice,
And it made
woolly mammoth steaks here. I think that smells better than the
smells
beans we're eating.
incredible.
Yeah.
Especially a little wolf nose. Check it out.
Oh my God.
So we made friends with them. And that's where dogs. That's where Charlie comes from. Charlie comes from a wolf.
Yeah, I was. I've watched some of your episodes where you talk about wolves because I really find myself interested in it because I hear them at night. Like at night, like not every night, but you hear them howling and she goes crazy. So in the house at night you hear her because they'll eat her. And so she'll hear them from in the house at night. I don't hear them, but all of a sudden this happens 3 times a week. She starts running around the house, barking, and then we go on the porch and you hear them howling in the distance. And so this summer, and I know this happened to you, I had chickens. I got chickens. I got chickens in June as well. I had 6 chickens. And eggs. I'm getting eggs from my chickens. I'm eating a lot of eggs now. And they free range, right? So it's not fenced in, right? But the woods are sort of, there's a pond and their woods are on the other side of the pond, and it's kind of a pasture on one side. So, debatably the wolves and the coyotes don't come right up to near the barns where the chickens are, right? So I let them free range. So in the morning I get up and I let the chickens out, and then they spend the day walking around on the lawn and the grass and sort of more closer to the house area. And this was great all summer. It was great. I named them. It was Loretta, Patsy, Shania, Dolly, June, and Ann. They're my girls. Gave them all female country singer names. They were bonded with them in a way. Like they're kind of sweet. I should take. Sometimes I bring one in the house and they hang out with it, play piano with it. And it was like. It's getting weird, but you could tell it was interested in the music. Like there's an intelligence there that's, I don't know, chickens aren't known for being the most intelligent thing in the world, but you would see their wheels turning, listening to the music. I kind of become attached to these chickens, And then, so I get a bit more comfortable with having them free range. They free ranged all summer, and they're great because they're eating all the bugs and getting all the insects and stuff on the property around the house. And so I drive into town one day. Okay, so I'm gone for 2 hours. Okay, and I come back and I'm coming up the driveway and it's just feathers. One survivor, Loretta survived. She was sort of, funnily enough, there was one chicken that didn't hang out with other chickens all the time, and this one, Loretta, and she was probably just somewhere else, but this five just got killed by the coyotes, and I saw them on my security cameras. Came right up to the house, and so the thing is like, you realize, and I realize this even more after talking to the wolf expert. They were watching the house from the woods, and they saw me leave, and they knew that there was nobody there, and they chose their moment. The wolves, or it might have been coyotes that did the chickens. They waited for me. They knew my truck. They knew there was nobody there, and they said, one good thing to do if you leave, play talk radio. Maybe they'll hear that. So they were watching, and they came and they got 5 of them all at once, and it was chickens were gone, which is feathers everywhere. It almost looked like a bomb had hit the chicken. It was like this big circle of feathers, and there's 5 circles of feathers.
It's weird to come upon that.
And so then I have this one chicken left. This is actually kind of sad too. It's funny, I literally cried, and then because I was so upset, and then my neighbors, who were farmers, buddies of mine, came over and look at the chicken feathers everywhere, and I said, Is this normal for me to be crying about this? And I said, do farmers cry? They go, not over their dead chickens, you know. I'm like a city guy here crying over my dead chickens. So then I've got 2 more chickens to keep Loretta company. And this is kind of breaking news as of yesterday. These 2 new chickens came. They hung out with Loretta for the next, since, I don't know, August. And then, well, this is a downer, but yesterday I got a call and the 2 chickens killed Loretta, the one that was from the different flock. You know, they pecked her to death last night or 2 nights ago in the middle of the night. So, yeah, that's a downer. But anyway, so now you're like, okay, so that sucks. So I got these 2 fucking murderer chickens, and I'm planning to get more chickens in the spring, so I'm going to get rid of the 2 chickens.
Yeah, you have to start from scratch.
Because I can't keep these new chickens around.
They're fucking murderers.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and
they're like, hi, I'm your friend. Like, no, you're not.
Yeah.
You killed my other friend.
And they were friends for they were all together for the last.
You know what you're supposed to do.
No, yeah. It's not like I'm going to rehome them.
Yeah,
hey, would you like these 2 murderers?
You don't want to rehabilitate them either. Just look.
Yeah.
Put them on the grill.
Yeah, I was told you hang them upside down, just hold them upside down for a while, and they kind of black out, and then you can.
Don't want to get revenge for Loretta.
It's a strange. Well, you know what? Here's an interesting thing about revenge. I've been thinking about revenge. Well, I was thinking about revenge with the coyotes. Right?
Yeah.
So here's the thing that's a very sort of
how many
odd things. You know,
coins you hold.
I
limited to like.
love the coyotes. I love the wolves. Like I love them. Like I love hearing them at night, and I love seeing them. I photographed them. I've had many moments where I've been.
But man, it's
engaged in stand up with them. I've done that. And so I kind of was really mad for a minute, and I thought, well, you know what? I think I like the coyotes more than the chickens, to be honest with you. So I'm just going to kind of figure out a way to kind of control the situation. But also, you know, watching your show, I forget who it was, but it was an expert in this area and talking to people. Apparently, like, if you try to, again, this is all theory, but if you try to completely control the population of coyotes by
Stan Flores.
Yeah,
He wrote a book called Coyote.
that's right. He was the one talking about that, where the coyote actually.
The female coyote has more pups.
Yeah.
So that was what I was talking about earlier, where they're persecuted by the gray wolves, because gray wolves and coyotes don't mix. So when the gray wolves would kill the coyotes would expand their range, and then they would repopulate new areas where the gray wolves weren't. And the way they would find out how many coyotes are around, they call out to each other.
That's right. Okay. It was on the show that I heard that.
When someone is not responding, the female starts to panic and have more pups.
Yeah, amazing. Wow. That's why they spread all across.
They're in the whole country.
Yeah.
They're in every city in the United States of America.
In the cities now,
Yeah, they're everywhere. Every single state has coyotes.
Yeah.
It's pretty nuts. But I love them too. I think they're awesome. I definitely wanted to kill them after they killed my chickens.
Yeah.
But that's also, it's like, I'm not in the country either, bitch. I'm in a fucking suburb.
Yeah,
like, it's ridiculous.
Right, yeah, you don't want
little small wolves in the suburbs.
Yeah.
You know, but they're everywhere in LA. Coyotes are downtown. They're everywhere. They're all over the place in Los Angeles. They're just little wolves.
Yeah, I remember they used to come up to my place, that place in LA that was, we did the web show. The coyotes were a lot of coyotes around. I saw a bobcat on that street once.
Those are cool.
And those are cool to see. Yeah, I was pretty stupid actually when I was there, because I first saw the coyotes and I had this idea, I like the coyotes, and I would, when I go grocery shopping, I'd buy some chicken gizzards and I'd throw them on the hillside.
Oh, no.
And then they really started coming around, so I stopped doing that.
Yeah. Can't feed coyotes. I'm sure a lot of people in Hollywood do, though. I'm sure they feed deer. I'm sure they feed coyotes.
Yeah.
I know people in my neighborhood feed deer.
Yeah.
People love having deer around.
Yeah.
I know a guy's got not in my neighborhood, but he's got like 20 acres of land, and he's got at least 2 feeders. So like every day at 5 p.m. he can look out his window and see deer.
Yeah.
They're get fed.
Yeah, it's beautiful. You been hunting lately, or
Not lately.
Yeah.
No.
planning on going out again, or come to Canada? Come hunt in Canada.
I've been there before.
I wanted to.
I thought the government seriously works.
Yeah, come up and
really does.
run for prime minister. Let's change it. Come up, run for prime minister. You can do it. It'd be amazing.
How do you say his name?
Polyev.
Polyev.
But no, the people would love to have you up there. Not everybody, but a lot of people would love to have you up there.
It's like the blue hair up there.
No, but I mean, I think I want you to know that you are loved by so many up there, and it's
I love Canadians. They're awesome. I always said Canada has 20% less douchebags.
It's just very similar to what it's like here with the division. It's the same division,
Well, that's
same
why
issues, same bullshit.
Stop it. It's not just the same divisions and the same bullshit. That's true too, but it's also a ploy that's being used to separate ourselves while they enact more control, and that's what's scary. That's what's scary. It's like the underlying mechanism, like what's actually happening behind the scenes. Well, they're trying to clamp down and control the population. That's scary. They're trying to clamp down and control the information the population gets. That's fucking scary.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't ever come back.
Yeah.
Once they get that power, they don't give it back to the people.
Yeah.
Never happens. So you got to fight to stop that from happening. You can't let them decide what you can and can't do because they're just people.
I mean, there would be outrage in Canada if your show got banned, if Canada got blocked, because everybody watches your show. I mean, it's like here, everybody watches your show, everybody loves your show. There would be outrage. It would be political. It would be political suicide.
It could happen though. It could happen, especially if there's some new COVID type thing happens. And I have contrary experts on. I have people on that are like Robert Malone, the guy that they maligned and said was a conspiracy theorist, and that he was wasn't a qualified expert to talk about the subject, even though he's vaccine injured himself, even though he owns 9 patents on the creation of mRNA vaccine technology. I mean, he's a legitimate scientist that worked on that technology.
I think the Canadian public values freedom of expression and speech.
Right, but the Canadian government doesn't. That's the problem.
It's they haven't passed that law, and
but the thing is, if they try to, and there's calls to do it right now in America. There's also calls to do it from the World Health Organization to try to put a kibosh on any information that doesn't jive with what they're saying in the case of another situation, another pandemic, or another. Google released that thing where they were saying that they had some new regulations that would be put in place in cases of a special event or anything of extreme social or political, like some thing where they're going to be able to stop, air quotes, misinformation. That's fucking terrifying because oftentimes that information turns out to be correct.
I love your approach to it and your stand-up. Stand-up is hilarious. I won't say it obviously, but it's hilarious because it's very self-reflective too, and I just thought it was just amazing because you're kind of, I won't say it. I don't want to say it because obviously there's your show coming out, but I thought it was even people that may think they disagree with you on some subjects probably are going to really find it quite pointed, the way you address the issue in your stand-up set. I thought it was awesome. It was hilarious. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thanks.
Amazing.
Well, it's obviously something on everybody's mind. It's just, we're in a weird pivotal moment where technology and our awareness of corruption is all meeting in this battleground in the middle of the fucking field, like Braveheart. Like, Rah! That's what's scary. What's scary is these two things are colliding, and I don't know which one's going to win. Because we could turn into a dictatorship. We could turn into something that's closer to a dictatorship and then something that's closer still and continue to go down that line, especially if there's some need to clamp down society because something happened, whether it's a solar flare or whether it's a terrorist attack or whether it's just flat out war. That's all we need. All they need is some reason why they need to completely clamp down on your ability to express yourself, platform's ability to distribute information that's contrary to what they're saying, any of those things, anything that they can do to stop that, to put a clamp down on people, like disrupting the narrative they're trying to distribute.
It's wild that COVID was essentially one of the catalysts that got me to leave the city. And, it started with the van. I got the van, and I'm out in the remote desert, and I'm loving it out there. And I was, it was my bug out van. I mean, I probably could have survived in that van with a solar power battery system and my food. I'd freeze dried, meals ready to eat, camping food, boil water and pour it in the bag and lasagna. This is amazing. I could have probably spent, months out there without even having to go anywhere, and you start to go, hey, this is kind of cool. Like I'm self-sufficient out here. I'm not, I'm a 26 gallon.
Lonely?
Well, I would drive out to a cool place for 3 or 4 days, and then I'd go to another location, and then.
So you'd go and hang with people?
No, I wasn't. I was just doing this sort of
isolation.
I was doing this. I was really actually kind of getting into videography again. I got some. I shot this video on Sony A7S III, but I started getting back into cameras.
Right, but you weren't around any people?
Well, I was.
When you went to cool places, did you hang around people?
No, I was just alone. Yeah, and I was making these. It was just Charlie and I. We made this sort of,
How long did you go without being around any people?
Well, because then I would go.
Because when you came here last time, I had the distinct impression of a man who just got rescued from an island.
Yeah.
It was Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
You had the fucking volleyball.
Yeah.
You seem,
it was like that. Yeah.
You seem a little mad.
It was somewhat of a creative experiment as mixed with real paranoia as well. Because I do sort of. I think sometimes, like I said, I got testicular cancer. How the fuck did that happen to me? So I'm just like, okay, this is everything's bad. If this is happening, it's going to be bad. So it's going to be bad to me. So I'm just going to.
And then, so how long did you go without being in contact with any other people?
Well, so I still had my house in LA, so I hadn't sold my house yet. So I had this van. So I would drive out to the desert for a couple of weeks and basically go on a camping trip, and then I'd go back home. And then
you were around people when you were back home.
So it was still that. People would come over, we'd hang out outside. It was that kind of whole thing for the first few weeks or whatever months. However many months. I remember a couple of months.
Like cover your mouth and then run outside, hold your breath.
Yeah, kind of. Just hang outside for a couple of months, go to the dog park and see people there and stuff like that. It was that that initial stage where, because you weren't in LA then, no. So it was wild.
I was in LA.
Were you in LA being COVID?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I first. That's right. Because I came on your show in LA when it was COVID. Yeah, that's right. And the second time I came on your show was here. Yeah. Okay. Because remember how they were like,
you're avoiding the question.
Remember how there were military helicopters going on?
You're avoiding my question. How long did you go without being around people?
I mean, a couple of months or something like that.
How many months?
Couples 2, a few was 3 or more. Maybe it was 3. Yeah.
You sure it wasn't more?
Well, then I started doing the van thing, so there was nobody where I was going anyway, so I had an excuse.
Right.
So the
But still being with no people. How long were you with no people then?
Yeah, I mean, it was a few months for sure. But
all told, how many months do you think you spent of that year without being around people?
Well, first of all, one thing that's interesting about it is I happened to be single at the time.
Lawyer? The way you're answering these questions is like a goddamn lawyer.
Well, it is a bit embarrassing, I guess, to think that I was isolated, but I also found it kind of fun.
Right, but how long?
I guess like it was about 3 or 4 months or something like that.
But then the van around people then too.
No, but that was
isolation too.
Yeah, but that was more like I was enjoying going out to nature by myself.
But you were still by yourself with no people for how long?
I'd go for a couple of weeks and I'd go back to LA and I'd be in LA and
you would be around people.
I'd recharge a bit. I'd be around people a little bit and then I'd go back out again. And then as things died down, as they did, I started being around people like everybody else.
I couldn't imagine going months without being around people.
Well, the thing that was weird about it was I'm not married. I was single. I didn't have a girlfriend at the time. So
That responsibility, true freedom.
That's what made it weird. Was I could imagine if I had a girlfriend at the time, we'd say, okay, we're going to isolate together. Now you're just with your significant other. Here I was, okay, I'm going to isolate, and I don't have a significant other at the time. So it was like actually the first time where I've ever had this sort of self-imposed or whatever, maybe it was imposed on us, or I took it as an opportunity to be by myself and go and make videos in the desert and go to these really crazy remote places. And I would seek out places where there wasn't going to be other vans and other people. But when you were out in the desert, a lot of times you'd go to somewhere and there'd be other people out in their vans. You'd hang out and have beers with people out in the desert and hang out, and then you go think of a more remote place. I started discovering some amazing places like that, the rabbit hole you go down when you know, COVID aside, isolation aside, just going out to the American Southwest in a camper van that's self-sufficient is pretty wild, the stuff that's out there. I mean, I think I probably talked about Chaco Canyon the last time I was here, because I think I've just gone there in New Mexico, which is Pueblo Native American ruins of it's essentially like a stone ruins of a city that was built in the year 875, and it's like Machu Picchu level type city that they didn't even discover until the 1950s because it was buried, and now they've, and it's in this beautiful, it's on the Navajo Nation Reserve, on the Navajo land, and you feel this sort of, I felt sort of somewhat shocked, I guess, that there's all this stuff out there that you don't really hear talked about constantly. Like I hear about Machu Picchu, somebody brings that up once a week. Nobody's ever brought up.
Who are you talking to? Brings up Machu Picchu once a week.
I don't know, it comes up a lot. People talk. It's probably you, I think. You talk about pyramids.
I rarely talk about
Machu Picchu. You don't talk about the pyramids a lot, right? Pyramids, like Machu Picchu. Talking about ancient cultures that have built these incredible structures, right? And right here in New Mexico, just up the road from here, like 11-hour drive from here, right? Just outside of Albuquerque, Navajo Nation. It's a huge canyon, completely empty, no one there. And so it's this realization that there was this civilization there that was, and they've studied this place quite extensively. In fact, Mike Judge, from Beavis and Butthead, his father, Mike Judge, grew up in New Mexico. I found this out after the fact. So I started looking up information about Chaco Canyon to try to learn a bit more about it. And his father, James Judge is his name, was one of the predominant researchers of this particular archaeological site, right? Oh, wow. And so he wrote this book about it, and they dive, he spent his life diving into details. Yeah.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah, so I spent a day there.
And there was no one there with you?
I was there with Charlie, yeah. And
just you and Charlie?
Just me and Charlie, and I shot video. This is video on my YouTube channel too. I was doing all this for my YouTube channel. I was really getting into the filmmaking side of it. I had my drone. I was going out and filming stuff. And all these.
Isn't it crazy? You're just allowed to walk around there?
Yeah, it's wild. And see that the bottom left? See that sort of structure there? So that was a 5-story building at one point, and you could go walking through there. And there's wood that they've used as beams that's still like within the petrified wood or whatever, it's within the stone. And it's wood from the year 875 to 1100. It went like the people left there in 1100 because of a drought. Like they were gone before Columbus, right? See the wood there? That's from between 875 and 1175. But whenever that was particularly built. So, and this area, they've done all these studies of this area, so they know, like they found macaw feathers, speaking of my old pal Rex, they found macaw feathers there. Now, macaws are from the furthest north is Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, so they knew that people were coming from Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, up here to trade with them, and they found, evidence of all these different, things that sort of indicated that people were coming from as far north as Canada, as far south as South America, to come to this area, and that whole Chaco Canyon area, once you get in there, is like this. I don't know, not to get all voodoo about it, but when people talk about Sedona and there's the energy there, you feel this sort of, and it may be just because it's so beautiful and it's so quiet and it's this natural kind of amphitheater where it's silent and the wind is deadened and you're just all alone and you're walking through this structure. I share the fascination that you have for the pyramids. I want to go there someday. I think it would be if I could snap my fingers right now and just be somewhere, it would be the pyramids. I'd like to go to the pyramids someday. I've never been there. So here's me walking through it with my camera. And so you're walking through this, by yourself, and and you're just going like, wow, like there was all this stuff going on here. And apparently they've determined this was like a meeting place for people from all over North America that would kind of come here and share information. They actually believe that there was, sort of almost like a festival type atmosphere that would happen there where people would come and trade and share information and all this stuff.
Are there similar Native American construction sites like this?
Yeah, so then you go down this rabbit hole and you realize that they're all over the place. So then there's many of them. There's there's these ones called the cliff dwellings, which are that one there is actually this one here is actually later. That's post-Columbian. This was a Spanish. Probably, I think this one's built around 1500. This was
similar construction.
Yeah, exactly. It's amazing, right? When you look at it, like, they were building stuff in 800 before Europeans had come here, using the same kind of building techniques as that. And it's weird when you're there and you're touching it and it's like solid and you go, wow, that's actually. So they've got these cliff dwellings. There's lots of them where they've built into the cliffs of Colorado. Yeah, those are cliff dwellings. I went to one of those ones. There's one that's called the Gila. It's a Gila National Forest. It's New Mexico. It's right on the. Yeah, it's up in the border. It's up in New Mexico, I think. Yeah, and that's a wild story there because it's a national park, And
wow, look at caves.
So you go walk around there. And that one, there were a couple people walking around. They drive down. There's people walking.
Did they dig these caves, or these caves always exist?
They're natural caves that they've kind of sort of utilized as they built the walls up around the bottom of it. And,
they've done something to it, right?
And so this place is wild. And the stories you pick up when you go to these places, because then you go down the rabbit hole, you start reading about it, and you go, wow, I never knew about this. No American had ever been there until the mid-1800s because it was Apache territory. And if you went there, the Apache, would kill you before 18, whatever it was. I forget the date, but it was like in the 1700s, early 1800s. At this place, I haven't been to this place yet, but I want to go here. Yeah. And I talk about like when you start thinking about UFOs and stuff, you look at some of these petroglyphs and you go, what's that? There's a lot of petroglyphs out there too. What's that? That's kind of like a spaceship or something, But so that's honestly the real reason I was out there in the van by myself so long was because I got addicted to it. I mean, and that's actually kind of why I ended up moving. I was like, I love being out here alone by myself with my van and my camera so much. I want to live in the country again. And
how'd you find the spot in Canada?
I got kind of lucky. I just kind of, I just honestly just started looking on the internet, just like looking at real estate listings. And I started looking for a farm near my hometown, and I just kept looking and searching every day, and I was lucky that it just kind of fell on my lap right at the right place, right time. My house sold in LA immediately, and I drove back, and that place put in an offer, and I got it. It just all worked out. It all worked out. So.
And how long have you been out there now?
Be coming up at 3 years in July. So
it looks like you're having fun. The videos of you online are very interesting. I want to look at Tom Green.
I'm enjoying it.
I'm kind of living in the woods by himself.
It's like there's a lot to do that is stuff that falls outside of anything that would fall under the category of what I would consider to be work, right? But it is work, but it's different work. It's like I gotta feed the chickens, or we built a fence this year for the mule and the donkey. So it's this patent rail fence, that is made out of cedar. That is literally these 100-year-old cedar rail fences that are on the property that have fallen down in the woods and have gone by not used anymore. And we went back with a fence builder, and everybody out there is in the country, his family is traditional fence builders whose grandfather built these fences. We went and salvaged all this wood and then built new fences out of them.
Oh, that's cool.
And so you kind of, it's nice to find something to do that is you're outside, you're going to exercise, and
You feel like you're actually doing something.
you feel like you're doing something, and it's the first time I said this earlier. I'm never going to leave this place. Like, it's the first time I've ever lived somewhere where I know I'm never going to sell it and leave. So every step of my life, as like everyone, as you're growing up, you get your first apartment. You know, how long am I going to be here? How long am I going to be here? So now I'm just kind of like. Now I just in my head I have like, I'd like to maybe build a log cabin someday on the backwoods, you know. So that's sort of one thing I'm kind of thinking about how I want to build a log cabin, like the way that, you know, the house itself that I'm in was built in 1857, and it's a log house. So you can see the.
Do you have photos of the house?
There's on my YouTube channel. There's a
tour of the house.
I haven't really. There's not a full tour, but I think if you can see some of the logs on the YouTube channel, I did a couple little sort of sample podcasts where you can see the wood in the background.
That's fucking dope.
This was last week.
You have a log house from the 1800s with a wood burning stove behind you. That's amazing.
Yeah, so it's like, and it's interesting. So, you know, you start to realize, you know, I'm doomsday prepping in the van, you know, like, I could be self-sufficient in this van. Well, I also, you know, and again, it's fun, but it's also kind of very functional. Like, I have unlimited fuel, okay, because there's wood falling in the forest forever, and every summer you can go out and I've got a wood splitter, right? Like it's a gas-powered wood splitter, and you chainsaw off the logs, you drop them in, the wood splitter splits them, and it's sort of an efficient way of getting firewood, basically. So they'll never run out of wood out there. The house has actually got propane, sort of a furnace as well, so it runs on propane, and the propane truck comes every, you know, there's no natural gas or anything running into the house to heat it, so you have a propane truck comes every couple of months and fills up this propane tank in the winter. But, you know, if shit hits the fan and the propane truck doesn't show up, you know, I can still heat the house fully with wood. There's 2 wood stoves.
Do you have solar?
I have solar. There's a solar system that was there actually, but it doesn't actually connected to the house, but it's connected to the grid, and it's actually selling energy back to the power company.
But not to you?
Not to me. No, it's
What kind of scam is that?
Well, it's pays me. I get paid.
Pays you to not be self-sufficient, to not be connected.
Well, I know if shit hits the fan, I can unhook it, plug it into the lights. Yeah, good. Yeah.
Do you?
And I have lots of solar though outside of that system. I have actually, you know, the van has solar panels on the roof, and there's
That's for electronics.
It's for electronics, yeah. And you can't really use solar for. I've learned all this from the van. So I work with these guys who've been really cool. Battle-born batteries, they're called, and they are make these batteries, lithium batteries, right? They make them for boats. They make them for now off-grid houses, and so I have like a couple of bunkies, you know, like the one I built and one that we kind of set up. It's like a prefabricated building that we put back in the woods, and with a wood stove in it, and you know, this trailer that I have solar panels on that butterfly out that I can take anywhere on the property, which has these battle-born batteries in it. It's constantly charging. So I do have some solar, and the barn as well. So the barn I have, and these guys helped me set this up. It's really cool. It's I mean, I jokingly say the podcast that I'm going to do in the barn is going to be, I'm sure it isn't, but I'm saying it's the first solar-powered barncast. Okay. Maybe. I don't know if there's one, but it's like, because the barn has no power running to it. It's off-grid. But we have, it's 200 yards from the house. But we've, up in the loft, got this lithium battery array, solar panels that charge the batteries. And then up in there, I can run all my cameras, lights, everything. And
don't the batteries degrade on those things, like solar panels?
So lithium batteries have a really good life to them.
Look, it eventually degrade.
It might be 10 years or something like that. I'm not sure, but it's the lithium batteries is kind of newer tech. That was the thing that kind of, when COVID happened, I want to get a van and go to the desert. So then I figured out who was making these vans, And then I found out about the battery systems, and I was like, oh, like you just have a regular, plug in the van. You plug in your camera, charge your camera batteries. You can run your laptop. You can charge your phone indefinitely. And spending so many years of my life running around and making goofy videos. When we were doing the Tom Green show and stuff, you go on the road and then you have to go back to the hotel at night to charge your camera batteries, right? The idea that you go to the middle of the desert and just film indefinitely and charge your camera batteries because the sun is recharging these batteries. It was dope. Built a recording studio in the van. Was making music and beats out there and just kind of getting into it. But so it's
how long did it take before you felt comfortable around people again?
I was ready to get around people again. Pretty much. I mean, it's funny. After I came on the show last time, and we talked about this, like, there's a general perception in the world all of a sudden that I was living in my van. Okay, which I wasn't actually living.
I might have been responsible for that perception.
No, it's hilarious. Like, people like, oh, I heard you're living in a van now. People would say to me, I'm like, no, I'm not living in a van. I'm going camping and making videos in the desert.
No, but you were living in a van.
Yeah, I was.
You just had the ability to live in a very nice house.
Exactly. I wasn't actually.
You're a loser.
No, it was funny though. It was, but it was. I mean, sometimes you think you are, and you go, "Oh, am I a loser?" But like, people would sort of say it to me like they were sad. Oh, I heard you're living in a van now.
You'd be like most people don't live in a van on purpose.
Yeah, exactly. So it was kind of like the Chris Farley sketch. I am living in a van down by the river, and it was funny how, I mean, again, the power of social media and the size of your audience, it permeated out there pretty big that like pretty much everybody I meet thinks I'm living in a van down by the river now. So,
well, that's like how we describe Hans Kim. Hans Kim used to be living in the van. Like, look at him now. No one goes from, Tom Green to living in the van unless things have gone horribly wrong, except you. You did it on purpose.
And it was really driven by the fact that this power system allows me to go make videos in weird places and stay there. Like these places, Chaco Canyon, it's not easy to get there. I mean, it's easy enough. I mean, it's 2.5 hours out of, maybe it's more than that out of Albuquerque. I forget the distance, but it's quite the drive that you're driving through. It's not on a direct route to anything. And then once you get to the perimeter of it, really bad dirt road that you got to go down that's not maintained properly. So I suspect that in some ways it almost feels suspicious that, like, do they want to keep people out of here for some reason? Why is it not talked about more? I mean, I sort of discussed this a little bit on that video. Like, it seems strange that it's not more celebrated by, our society, that there's stuff out there like that. It's incredible and amazing and beautiful.
It doesn't have a good publicist. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Because there's certain things that have, like Machu Picchu. It's a great publicist.
Yeah, I think it forces people to confront the idea that, what happened to the Native Americans in this country too, and in North America and Canada, like,
well, not
we weren't that nice to them, were we? So it makes us have to think about what happened.
But you were just saying that place was abandoned in the 1100s.
Yeah, exactly.
So that has nothing to do with it.
Sure, but just in general, just talking about pre-European, not now, right? But, I think there was probably a period of time when, they were settling Europeans, not just America, Canada too, right? Settling North America, where they didn't really want to acknowledge that there was civilization here before. It was more like they were,
eminent domain. Yeah, they were trying to claim it. Yeah, for sure. I think there's definitely that. There's a guilt attached to the way people feel about Native Americans, and also the understanding of what a reservation is. You pushed them into this area that sucks and forced them to live there, and all of their traditional land is gone. It's all been absorbed by these people that just got there a couple hundred years ago. It's just nuts. It's so hard to imagine how different this place we're sitting in right now was just 200 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, they find these all over the place. A friend of mine has a ranch out there.
Oh, wow.
That's a real Comanche arrowhead. That's a big one too. That's probably something they used to shoot a large animal with.
Wow, that's
probably elk. They had elk out here. They used to have elk were in like most states. They always a lot of deer out here, a lot of different animals. But that's a big ass arrow.
Yeah. See, and it's like,
There's some small ones too that they find. Just find little tiny ones that might be for like small game, birds, things like that. But that's a big fucker.
see, I personally, the second I touched this, I felt sort of a sense of kind of, shivers.
Wild, right?
Yeah, I feel like, and maybe it's my mind just thinking about the history of it, but there's, people talk about energy, and is it, when you hear people say when they go to Sedona, the energy there's amazing, and I'm like, what are you talking about, the energy, right? But then when you go to these places, is it because you're just alone and you're relaxed and you're thinking about it so much? But it's like you touch this and you go, I think somebody actually carved this. Mm-hmm. Somebody made this, and then they survived with this, right? Like however many 1,000 years ago or whatever. Whoa, that's incredible.
They napped that thing, made it sharp, and they did all these crazy techniques that they had learned how to make these fucking things, and then they hunted with it. And these people lived here forever until these Europeans just came in like a wave of locusts.
Yeah. So that's the battery system allows you, that the van and the self-sufficiency of it. Because normally if you drove there, let's say you drive 6 hours to get somewhere, right? Right. And then the sun's going down, and there's no hotels nearby, and there's nothing. So you're gonna camp in a tent or something. So then it's like not comfortable, and you don't have.
You're on your van.
Yeah. So now you can drive there and stay for a while, and then it's like
you just have to make sure you have gas and water.
Yeah, it's a different experience because now you're waking up to the sunrise over that and making coffee by yourself.
Thank God you didn't run into like the Manson family or something like that.
I had a few moments of
wacky people.
I had a few moments of, I don't know if they were wacky people, but your mind starts telling you that you got to be careful. Like there was a moment, there was a moment out in the desert where I, was all alone out there in a truck, just on the Mexican border actually, and trucks coming from Mexico towards me. And there's signs out in the desert when you get to this was actually in the Arizona-Mexico border. This place called the Cabeza Prieta Wilderness Area, which is a decommissioned section of the former Barry F. Goldwater Air Force Base test range where they would test bombs in World War II, right? And it's like really beautiful, like the cactuses. Yeah. Absolutely, I bet you that's a good one too. I'm sure it was smoking some Swisher Sweets or something like that. It's not a Century Sam or Philly's Blunt. What are they?
It's a company called Foundation Cigars. They actually made us our own cigar. Jerry logo on it.
Nice.
They're really good though. I was skeptical. I was like, this company, but it's actually my man Nick from Foundation really knows cigars, and the whole deal goes down to Nicaragua
Lighter as well.
Yes, sir. Now it works. Push down on that black thing. Yeah, there you go.
But the point is that last night, strangely enough, with all this digital tech,
So what was the most sketchy of encounters while you're out there doing that van life?
Well,
you got it. We actually referenced the grandfather, Tina's grandparents.
What was the sketchiest?
there was never anything where I actually was in danger, but there was the feeling of being in danger. So, well, actually, you might have been in danger. It was definitely a feeling of being in danger.
So the van's coming up to you.
Yeah, it was like a truck. Yeah,
You're in the van.
and there was like, I could write it off in my head if I try to be, positive. They were hunters, but they didn't necessarily look like hunters to me. They were not in hunting gear, but they all had guns. But they were rifles. They weren't like assault rifles. They were hunting rifles, and so they could have been hunting. There's four guys, and they were
Openly brandishing their rifles.
no, they were sitting. All four of them. This is what was weird. Four of them. They're probably hunters. Probably been hunting. They were sitting like this, and they were sitting like this, and their rifles were standing. They were holding the rifles like that. So I kind of assumed that they were going around looking for a deer or something like that. But it was, when you're all alone out there, and you see a truck coming towards you, and there's no one around. No one's going to hear anything. You get a little nervous, so I did get in the van, and I locked the door, and I'm in the van, I'm looking out of the van, and they pulled up by the van, and they're looking at my van, and the guns in the van, and I'm like, okay,
Are they speaking Spanish?
Well, they were whatever, 50 feet, 100 feet away.
Did you hear any words at all?
No. I was locked in the van, hiding. I was hiding in the van. He just turned 50 years old.
So they never got close to you?
No. Then they drove away. But there's this sort of, 5 minutes of watching the truck get closer. And so you go to the Cavisa Prieta Wilderness area, and it's along the Arizona-Mexico border, and what the border's like. So there's a lot of human trafficking and drug smuggling going on there, and as well as immigration going on there, and people coming across the border illegally and all this stuff. And so there was actually a sign when you drive in there that says danger, human smuggling, drug smuggling, do not travel alone. Okay, so I still go because I'm with Charlie, right? So I'm cool. But so I but the sign, that picture of the sign is kind of interesting, but it's also
is that sign on your Instagram?
Probably is. Yeah, for sure it is. Yeah, if you scroll back to whatever that was 3 years ago. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And so danger, human smuggling, drug smuggling. Do not travel alone, right? So I, of course, stupidly go out there and I'm camping out there for a week. But then you haven't seen anybody for 5 days, and you're out there making videos and making, ambient music, drinking beer. I have a fridge in there, a nice fridge in the van too. So I got beer, I got some whiskey. I'm just having a good time out there, making music by myself and streaming on not always, but sometimes you'd have internet, so you stream. That was sort of a connection with the world, streaming live from the middle of fucking nowhere. The world's so crazy now, and making beats in the middle of nowhere. But so that was this moment where you're going like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be here by myself, and that was actually what kind of. I actually tell the story when I do stand-up, so I'm trying not to make it a bit here, because sometimes I don't want to do my bit, but I do kind of incorporate it into my stand-up sometimes, because I tell stories about this stuff. But I ended up, it was what sort of spawned. I went back to LA and I bought a gun the next day. I hadn't owned a gun since I was 21 years old. I had 22 when I was 24 years old. I had 22. Hadn't owned a gun the whole time I was in LA. I was going out in the desert by myself, feeling vulnerable by myself out there. Yeah. So I went back to LA. I went to,
especially see 4 dudes with rifles.
Yeah. And so then I went back. Yeah, there it is.
Caution, illegal entry, drug smuggling activities are common within the refuge. Be aware of your surroundings. Do not travel alone or approach suspicious people or activities. Holy shit.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This is probably Department of the Interior. It's probably Bureau of Land Management. Land is a lot of the land out there too.
That's scary.
And you realize how big it is. It's one thing, you hear about, in this close to the cities where this happened going. But when you go to these remote areas, right, and you're just, that's it. That was it. That was the week I was there. That was right when that happened.
There's just nothing out there.
Yeah, so I went back to Burbank, went down to Guns Plus, picked up a 357 Magnum and a Benelli Montefeltro silver shotgun, and got my hunting license and went quail hunting.
Why would you get a 357 Magnum? 6 shots.
I got 7 shots. Yeah, because I thought that would be better to have one more. No, honestly, I honestly didn't really actually
think about it.
No, I did. No, I did think about it. I didn't honestly think that I would ever have to use it. To be honest with you, I just like that gun. I just think it's a beautiful looking gun.
Well, better to have that gun than no gun.
Yeah. And I also thought, honestly, though, I actually have another answer to you, because I was going to lots of places with bears, and so I figured it would be good protection for bears too, because I was going up into the places in New Mexico where there's bears, and I would go hiking by myself, and you don't want to lug a shotgun around with you all the time. So I'd sometimes bring that, in Arizona and stuff. And
that's smart.
But also, it's honestly just kind of, I don't know, it's just a beautiful gun.
It is. It's classic.
Yeah, I like that. I love that gun.
Something about a revolver too.
Yeah.
Watch that wheel spin, old timey style.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was sort of a sense of being out there on the range. I like classic looking guns. Now I have lever action. I've been collecting
Henry rifle.
I have a new Henry 22. I've got a couple vintage. I just picked up. I like getting sort of vintage. I've just had 5 or 6 rifles, and I just sort of found myself quite interested in it. Like got an old Savage 99, 1970s 308. It's like the wood. The old guns with the wood on it. And it feels like real, and it's all the newer stuff is more. Plastic and stuff.
A lot of carbon fiber.
Yeah. So I like it as wood. Real,
We gotta get you hunting up there.
I would love to go.
Food.
I would love to go at some point with somebody that knows what they're doing. I have some friends that really want to take me out next year. So.
Oh, go with them.
Yeah.
Local guys.
Yeah, local guys. Yeah.
Yeah. I bet you have a shit ton of deer up there.
There's a lot of deer at my place. Yeah. You can see them on my trail cam video with the.
Well, one deer you eat it for 3 months.
Yeah. Fill the freezer with it.
One deer. Yeah. You're eating it for months. Shoot an elk 6 months.
I see your elk on Instagram and I go, man, that looks good.
So much meat. Yeah. So good too. So good for you. I give away to a lot of my friends.
Yeah, it looks good.
It's such a good thing to have.
There's not a lot of elk near me. There are elk, but like they're rare. Like you don't see them in Ontario that much.
You remember in the
moose. Yeah. I've seen a moose once near my place, but deer all the time. They're everywhere.
Well, listen, Tom Green, I'm super excited that you're at the Comedy Club, the Comedy Mothership this weekend.
Honor to be there, man.
It's always good to hang out with you and talk to you, and I can't thank you enough because being on your show in 2007 really was a big part of the inspiration to do this. And I would say you were a pioneer, man. You were out. You had figured it out before anybody. You had a full internet talk show running from your house, and when you had me as a guest on, it changed the course of my life. Because it really did. Because it really was like, I remember like light bulbs just going off in my head. Like, why don't I do this? I didn't have the money to do this, So I started on the laptop. It was like the idea came out of you.
Well, I just think it's the coolest thing that you shout that out and say that to me, and because I appreciate it, because it's like it was when you came to do the show. I was stoked that you were coming to do the show. That was I'm doing my little web show, and you came up and did the show. It was
we had done a couple things already, right? Like we did that celebrity pool show. Remember that? Yeah,
that was just kind of one of those.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah,
and we did a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I know we seen it around, but there it is.
Yeah.
Bro, it was like 2007.
Yeah.
We were drinking beer. This guy's got it nailed.
Yeah.
We're on the internet. This is incredible. I was so happy. I was like, this is how to do it. Look how bad the video was back then.
Yeah.
The kid was drinking with us online.
What's fun about that is like, so that's Skype. We're taking calls on Skype. And so I had some real good guys working for me. I had my Jamie there, who was like really.
You never had a Jamie, bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. He was we were trying to build stuff, so. You
guys had a whole server room. I remember walking to your server room going, this is crazy. I feel like I'm at like some big corporation where all these lights are going off, and I'm like, Tom, this is wild.
So there's a microwave antenna on the roof of the house. So that was the way we were able to stream, because back then you had to get like bonded T1 lines or something like that, which were expensive, right? I had a little bit of monetization, not much, but
you were working with a company out of Denver.
Yeah. They were kind of the first people that I saw streaming. So I was like, how does that work? So I called them, and then so we had a very small budget, but enough to get.
What happened to those guys?
They just kind of, I'm not sure actually. I don't know. I'm not sure, but they were interesting guys, and so I basically started with them, and then I went off on my own. And
well, listen, I'm glad you're going to do another one, because you're a very compelling and interesting person. And you always have a really good perspective, and you've led a fucking wild-ass life. And I appreciate you. Thanks for being here, brother.
Thank you.
And I think the shows are all sold out this weekend, so tough shit, motherfuckers. But sometimes, even if the club does sell out, we have a sign, like a neon sign, there's tickets available now. What happens is sometimes people can't make it, babysitter cancels, who knows. Every now and then, even on sold-out shows, there's tickets available, so if you go to the box office, maybe get lucky. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Tom Green. You the fucking man. Instagram, what is it? Is it just Tom Green?
Yeah.
Tom Green Live?
Yeah, go check out my YouTube channel, YouTube.com. We put a lot of stuff up on there now, which is kind of cool. And then Tom Green on Instagram, Tom Green Live on Twitter, and or X, and all the spots, TikTok. And I'm shooting a special, for Amazon Prime, stand-up special. And
where are you doing that at?
Well, I'm gonna do I'm going to shoot it in Ottawa, but I'm also doing a tour in April. So I'm going to be in Cleveland, I'm going to be Lexington, Kentucky, Louisville, Detroit, all over Michigan, Helium and Philly, and a lot of the spots. So you can go check out my tour. I'm going to film the whole tour too, and I'm going to kind of cut it together and do a bunch of stand-up.
Beautiful, Tosh.
So yeah,
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited to see you this weekend. Okay. That's it. Goodbye. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. When you want peace of mind, I think the first thing you've got to get is a Simply Safe home security system. It's comprehensive protection for your whole home with cutting-edge technology and 24/7 professional monitoring that'll help keep you and your family safe. The installation process is real simple. You can easily do it yourself or leave it to a professional team. And the best part, in my opinion, is there is no long-term contracts ever. So you'll always get the protection that you need at half the cost of traditional home security. Experts and customers love these systems. It was even named Best Home Security System of 2024 by the U.S. News and World Report. So if you want to protect your home today, I recommend Simply Safe. Right now, listeners of this podcast can get a special 20% off any new Simply Safe system when they sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Just visit simplysafe.com/Rogan. Don't wait, that's simplysafe.com/Rogan.
When I was learning to shoot, aim as tight and as far as you possibly can go. Right? We get full shot.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Showing by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hello.
Yeah, good to see you again.
It's great to see you.
What was it like the last time you did the show?
Well, they tried to kick it off Spotify.
Yeah, it was a very small, noisy group of people, by the way. It wasn't the head people.
Right.
They tried to make it seem like there was this big movement to get it kicked off Spotify. But when you examine what you were saying, and, many more people are saying what you were saying. This was like, what year was this when you were on?
2020.
2020.
Yeah.
It had sort of just started boiling.
Yeah.
And now 4 years later, there's a lot of people pushing back.
That's right. And I thought you were going to never have me on your show again.
Why?
Because, it was they had 10 meetings with the employees demanding that it be removed. I thought Joe's going to be so mad at me.
No, they're wrong. Every time someone wants to stop discussions, they're wrong. They're wrong. Especially when you want to try to stop discussions about a very serious and permanent thing that people are advocating to do to children that is also very profitable. And it's a dark, weird sort of a scenario that we're in here right now that's unprecedented, that no one's ever experienced before. And they're using terms like life-saving, gender-affirming care instead of castration and removing breasts and hormones. It's a very, very strange time. So I'm glad we had that podcast. and I would have 100 more of them.
Great.
I think it's very important to talk about this, and I think there's too many people that are scared of talking about it, and that's why this stuff is getting so much traction. And it's scary. It's scary. It's scary that people aren't willing to admit that children are very easily influenced.
That's right. I think that's the scariest thing of all, that people are afraid to just say the truth.
Yeah.
And that's not a good world, because we can fix most problems if we can talk about them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's my position on anyone trying to stop you from talking about things.
Yeah.
You know, they're wrong. It's not the way to do it.
It's definitely not the American way, and it's not the way we've ever solved problems in this country. And it's a bad thing when you can't be honest about things.
And the reason why they want to try to do it is because they know that there's so many people that agree with it, and that these people have been silenced before, so they'd like to bully them into silence. They like to scare them into silence. They like to get them canceled. And before Elon purchased Twitter, you used to be able to do that much more effectively.
What, the silencing?
Yeah, the silencing
that's right.
was so easy. If
that's
you
right.
said, look, Megan Murphy was kicked off of Twitter for years.
That's right.
Just for saying a man is never a woman.
That's right. And there's no question, I think, that Elon taking over Twitter broke open the monopoly on a lot of conversations. Yeah. I do think that had that effect. And it's really important. I mean, look, if the gender activist position was a good one, they wouldn't have to shut everyone up, right?
Yeah.
They wouldn't have to object. I mean, they took my book off Target. They threw a fit, and Target removed the book. And they did it because even though they have hundreds of trans celebratory books, hundreds of books celebrating gender transition for teenagers, even one that was critical of it, that was too much for them, because they knew it would break their monopoly on the narrative.
Well, the really scary thing is when you see these detransitioners get attacked. That's terrifying. That's terrifying, because that's just it's so cruel. The complete lack of compassion for someone that's done, as the title of your book, irreversible damage to their life forever. They'll never have children again. They'll never have breasts again. And the fact that this is just a part of this bizarre cult that a giant swath of our population is consumed by right now.
That's right, and they didn't let detransitioners be part of the story.
Yeah.
That there was a growing number of these women who were regretting their transition, and they had something. They were brave enough to speak up, and that took real courage, because they're talking about their own experience, their own damage to their own bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, they were the most courageous of all, and they were treated horribly by the activists.
Yeah, it's so dark. Like, you don't want to think that people can make mistakes. Even if you think that people should be allowed to transition when they're young, you don't think that some people are going to do it and regret it? That's insane.
Right.
You think that everybody who goes through surgery to remove parts of their body because they feel like they're in the wrong gender, you think all those people are going to be happy? That's insanity.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a religion in the sense of the fundamentalism of belief against all evidence to the contrary. I mean, these people believed this one faith. It was a creed, and there was no disabusing them of this, even when there was growing evidence of thousands of young women regretting it.
Well, finally now the New York Times is on board, though, which is really interesting.
It is.
And I saw someone commenting on Twitter, and I think they're probably correct. And they said, this is because the trial lawyers are involved now. And I think they're correct. I think this is why the New York Times has kind of shifted sides, because I think they realize the lawsuits are coming. And once a few of them are successful, and they will be, it's going to get crazy.
Well, I think that is a part of it. But I don't think the lawsuits are going to solve it as easily as they did, say, the repressed memory scandal of prior eras, and the multiple personality disorder, all these people who thought they had repressed memory of various kinds of harm. and we're imagining, childhood molestation that didn't happen, and put, that.
Are you talking about like the satanic stuff? From
from the 80s, that whole satanic. I think that got reversed through lawsuits in part because they weren't following clear clear protocols of their profession. The problem with the gender, going after the gender regime through the courts, and I'm in favor of it, don't get me wrong, but the problem is that the gender therapists, the therapists, the doctors were all following protocol when they transition a kid to, and cut up their bodies in various ways, incapacitated them in various ways. They were actually following affirmative care, which is the official protocol. So which is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's so crazy that there's so many things that we don't allow children to do because we know that children can't really make lifelong decisions at the age of 11 and 12 and 13, but yet we'll let them in this case.
That's right.
So nuts.
Yeah, when I look back on it, there are a few, there were a few sort of lessons of it, but one of the things that really stood out was that almost in every case, there were medical professionals who should have known better, and very often therapists who should have known better, encouraging a young girl who was a little anxious or had some anxiety, had some depression, encouraging her down this road as the solution.
Yeah. But it's also not recognizing what we know about what happens to people when they give them testosterone. So testosterone alleviates anxiety. Testosterone creates a feeling of euphoria. It does a lot, especially when you give it to someone in doses that their body would never normally have.
That's right. That's right. And so the girls would go on it and they would feel great and they would become evangelists for testosterone. They would tell all their friends, you got to do this. I feel great. All my anxiety is gone. Of course, now they may have a permanent 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah. Change their voice. When they detransition, that never goes away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very dark. It's very dark, and I would have never imagined this. I would have never imagined that. Before COVID, I had a completely different opinion of the medical establishment. My opinion of the medical establishment is that they were there to help people. That's it. I never questioned it. I questioned the motives of some of the pharmaceutical drug companies that were trying to sell drugs. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests and my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. Black Rifle Coffee is the only coffee that I drink. It's the only coffee we serve in the studio. It's the only coffee I have at my house. If I have to drink other coffee, I will do it. But I drink Black Rifle Coffee. I am excited to say that Black Rifle Coffee is finally partnering with the UFC. If you haven't tried this coffee yet, you should head to their website and use the code Joe to get 30% off your purchase. I'm a huge fan of this coffee and the people behind it. Some of them are my very good friends. Evan Hafer is a very good friend of mine. They're veteran-founded and veteran-run, and every purchase you make through Black Rifle Coffee helps in their mission to support veteran and first responder causes. I'm talking everything from getting them funding and equipment to helping veterans fight cancer. They do a lot to give back to those who serve our nation, and it's so awesome to see them partnering with the UFC in a year that's so stacked with insane fight cards. But it's not just their mission that makes them so great. Black Rifle Coffee also has some fucking fantastic coffee. They source exotic roasts from all over the world. Evan's a real coffee nerd. he was brewing coffee in the back of his Humvee while he was deployed. All of the papers on their website, and while you're there, make sure you take a look at their gear and apparel. They have top-notch mugs, graphic tees, workout gear, outdoor apparel, and more, all made with patriotic designs that you aren't going to find anywhere else. So go to blackriflecoffee.com and use the code Joe right now for 30% off your purchase. That's blackriflecoffee.com with the code Joe. Tap the banner to learn more. But I felt like the medical establishment always figured that out eventually, and then they banned those drugs, the ones that were harmful. But that's not real. That's not really what happens. It's a money game. The whole thing's a money and influence game, and it's run by very powerful people. And no one wants to think that those same factors are at play when it comes to gender transition. But, I've shown people the map of gender transition clinics in 2007 versus gender transition clinics in 2023, and it's fucking insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, hundreds and hundreds of new gender clinics all across the country. The industry expanded so rapidly with very little oversight, and it was just how fast could we get these drugs to these kids?
Yeah.
I agree with you. There wasn't enough oversight, but there also weren't enough good people speaking up. A lot of the best doctors who are like, I didn't enter the medical profession to do this. They went silent, or they referred to other. They said, why don't you, let me refer you to a specialist. Well, actually, the gender surgeons often, weren't even, adequate to the task, because it's very, very complicated surgery, involving, transferring peripheral nerves and whatnot. So it's not easy surgery, depending on which surgery you're talking about. Very often, they weren't even the most qualified surgeons doing the surgery. So you had a lot of, surgeries that didn't go quite right.
Well, none of them go quite right. I mean, that's what's dark about it. I mean, you're creating a new thing. Whether you're creating a penis or whether you're turning a penis into a vagina. This is not like heart surgery. This is not something they've been doing forever. That they have this long history of doing it successfully, and they know exactly how to do it correctly. The whole thing is very twisted.
Yeah, the rates of all kinds of things going wrong. I mean, if you talk about the creation of the neophallus, the ones you take vagina to make something like a penis, the number, getting it to, urine to go in a stream as opposed to a spray, or making it so that the person can have an erection, then a strong enough erection to actually penetrate. These are all require separate surgeries very often. Very often it doesn't go quite right. Then there's all kinds of complications with the surgeries. I mean, I've talked to people who've been really butchered. So.
So again, what was it like for you? Did you expect, when you wrote that book, did you expect the kind of blowback that you experienced? Like, what did you expect when you wrote the book? Obviously, you felt the need to express this, and you felt the need to share this information because you recognize that there's like this contagion, this social contagion that seems to be happening. It's a big part of what's going on. And a lot of these kids are very easily influenced. A lot of them are on the spectrum, and they're being led down this road. So you write this book. What did you expect was going to be the reaction to it?
Well, most books get very little attention at all. So most books, right, I certainly didn't expect the, massive reaction that I got. I mean, the public campaign to ban me from every possible outlet was so hypercharged. And to some extent, it was successful. I mean, they kept the book on Amazon. It was deleted from Target. You can't find it in a public library in America, no matter how many people tried to donate it to their libraries. So to some extent, it was successful. But the campaign to stifle the book. But because I made it onto places like your podcast, because I made it into Amazon, people got it. Parents got it. And for the first time, I think parents had another source of information besides the activist narrative narrative of, oh, you're either going to have a live dog, a live son or a dead daughter, or this lie that your child's going to kill themselves if you don't do exactly what I say and let them transition now. This lie was the prevailing narrative. And I think, I was able to break through, and I think that's what made people so angry.
That lie falls apart under scrutiny when you look at the suicide rates of people that are trans.
Right. There are mental health issues. The rates of suicide among those with gender discomfort with the biological sex, the rates of suicide are no higher than for the general population.
That's crazy. Your new book, Bad Therapy, Why Kids Aren't Growing Up.
Yes.
What's wrong with therapy? What are they doing wrong?
They're giving it to kids who aren't sick, who aren't actually struggling with mental illness or disorder. They're giving it to everybody. So what they're doing is they're making existing problems worse, and they're introducing new problems, because therapy has side effects. Just like any intervention that has the power to help, it also has the power to harm.
In what way?
Well, there's a whole body of research on some of the side effects of therapy, and they include things like alienation from spouse, alienation from parents, worsening of depression, worsening of anxiety, feeling of incapacity, feeling like you can't do things without consulting your therapist. All those are well-known iatrogenic effects. Feeling, once you have a mental diagnosis, the labeling, feeling limited by that label. Oh, I have anxiety, I can't. So all those things are well known, what they call iatrogenic effects, meaning whenever a medical procedure actually introduces harm, that's an iatrogenic effect. And we know that, of course, drugs and surgeries always come with, even the life-saving ones can come with some harm. And what people might not know is that therapy comes with these risks as well.
So is this your opinion on therapy in general? Do you think there's a place for therapy?
Absolutely. But I guess the big picture theme here is that therapy with kids and teens is totally different for therapy with an adult, right? An adult sits down. First of all, an adult makes the decision on their own. I really want to work on this. I'm going to go to a therapist. And you get the patient buy-in, and they're ready to do the hard work of therapy. But a child or teenager is usually strong-armed into therapy, so they don't want to be there in the first place. But more importantly, they can't say as easily to a therapist, listen, I don't really think, I think it gave you the wrong impression. I don't think I would call my mom emotionally abusive. Or it's much harder for them to say, listen, I know I was bullied in middle school, but I don't think I have PTSD. It's harder for a kid to say that because they don't have the life experience behind them to know that, and they don't know if they're getting better as easily. An adult can say, I've been seeing this therapist for 3 years, my depression's as bad as it ever was, it's just not working, and move on, maybe find a different therapist. It's much harder for a teenager to know that.
Yeah, I have never been in therapy, although a lot of people told me I should. They all are in therapy, and it doesn't seem to be helping. But the people that I know that are in therapy, the ones that are in therapy regularly, are the most fucked up. And I don't see improvement. Maybe it's just a biased sampling of the people that I know that are doing it, but it's the people that, and it's not all of them, but the ones that I find problematic are very self-indulgent. And there's something about going to a therapist and talking about yourself constantly and your problems constantly. It sort of reinforces this self-indulgent.
And that's what can lead depression to get worse, sadness to get worse. As you sit and focus on your pain, if you're not careful, especially with teens and kids, it can make the pain, the worry, the feeling of being harmed worse. And I think that's what we're seeing.
But what about the good therapists? Aren't there good therapists that can give you tools to sort of change your patterns of thinking and behavior and move in a positive way?
So if you're struggling with a condition of some sort, a phobia, anorexia, OCD, any number of problems that you want to deal with, therapy can be great. Cognitive behavioral therapy especially can be great. But if you're a teen or kid who shows up bummed out or, just generally kind of anxious, to a therapist, you have a good shot of having that problem made worse.
But why is that? What is it about going to therapy with that problem is going to make it worse?
Because you're going to sit and talk about your worries regularly. They're not going to say, you know, that exercise is amazing for depression. Study after study. In fact, there have been recent studies showing it's better than antidepressants for a lot of,
1.25%.
I mean, it's amazing, right? Like,
oh, excuse me, 1.25, like 1 times better.
Right. Dancing is apparently amazing for, low mood. Now, I'm not talking about severe major depressive disorder. Okay. When you have severe chronic depression, you may need to treat it with medication or therapy. But for, low mood, sort of mild to moderate depression, exercise turns out to be better, and it doesn't have those side effects.
Yeah.
But let me give you an example of a teenager I talked to. So I talked to this girl, Becca, that's what I call her in the book. But she was a high school senior, and she had been in therapy since age 6, okay, when her parents divorced. She didn't have any diagnosed mental disorder of any kind, but she had regularly been in therapy because her parents divorced, and they said, you got to go to therapy. So I asked her as a high school senior, so what are you working on with your therapist now? And she said to me, my therapist is getting me ready to make friends in college. She's helping me.
Oh boy.
So we're rehearsing, we're going through my past experiences, and we're talking about how to get me ready to make friends in college.
It gives me anxiety just thinking about it. Someone coaching me to go make friends is like, what?
Right. Do you see, this generation feels that it can't do because they've gotten so much oversight and so much needless mental health intervention that they're questioning themselves all the time. They're in their heads all the time.
And what motivated you to write this book? Do you have personal experiences with people that are going through this?
Well, 2 things. Like, one is I'm raising 3 kids in this generation. So I wanted to know, why was the generation that got the most mental health intervention, the most therapy, the most psych meds, the most interventions in schools, the most therapeutic parenting, why were they in the most distress? And why were they so afraid to grow up? And we shouldn't see that. They should be the picture of wellness. Nobody worried about anybody's mental health more than we worried about their mental health. And yet they're the picture of despair. So I really wanted to know, what was going on with them. And also, of course, I had written Irreversible Damage, and I knew from that, experience that very often when a young woman would tell a story about when her life went desperately off track, it was with a therapist. And here's the thing, it wasn't necessarily a gender therapist. Most often, it was just your vanilla psychodynamic therapist who was there to talk to an anxious or a little bummed out teen, a mildly depressed teen, about their bad feelings. And lo and behold, during the course of, regular psychodynamic therapy, they would say, and what are your feelings on gender? And with the therapist, they would go down that route.
Wow. There's a lot of other factors too, right, that's contributing to kids' anxiety today, and a big one has to be social media.
Absolutely. Social media is a huge part of the story. There's no question. I wrote about it in the first book, and Jonathan Haidt, Jean Twenge have been talking about it for 8 years now, and they've brought rigor and important research to show that has, extracting kids from their social world is bad.
Yeah.
And getting them, making them, getting the dopamine hit, and the anxious, worry about who's going to write me back and when, and then getting the dopamine hit when they get that response, and that whole cycle. There's no question that plays on our natural sort of, propensities for addiction, and makes kids more anxious. But I think it's part of what we're seeing. I don't think it's the whole story. And the reason I don't think it's the whole story is a few things. First of all, childhood mental health and adolescent mental health has been in precipitous decline in this country since the 1950s. So
how do they measure that?
So from, let's say, by every measure, by the way, but let's say take between 1955 and 1988, the rates of adolescent suicide quadrupled. So that's just one measure, but there are many. I mean, we've seen it for non-suicidal self-harm, suicidal self-harm. All of these rates have gone up for adolescents, but they've been in decline for mental health in this, of teens has been in decline for years. There's also some other statistics. there are some other reasons. I don't think phones explain the whole story. One of them is that in 2016, the CDC came out with a report, and they said that 1 in 6 kids between the ages of 2 and 8, these aren't kids with smartphones, between the ages of 2 and 8, 1 in 6 kids had a mental health or behavioral diagnosis. That's a lot of kids. That's a lot of kids with a mental health diagnosis, right?
Do you think that it factors parents with mental health issues? And there's, I think, more adults are anxious. More adults are suffering from anxiety and depression, at least diagnosed anxiety and depression, now than ever before.
I think adults are absolutely passing on their anxiety to their kids. And that actually we're seeing that in, Jean Twenge came out with this book, Generations. And one of the things she said in it is that boys, even though teenage girls have the worst mental health in general, boys from liberal families had worse mental health than girls from conservative families in terms of anxiety and depression. So why should that be? We know the girls are on social media more, right? Boys, that's not their thing, right? They're into video games or whatever. But I think part of the reason is what you said. There are certain families that are passing on anxiety about things like climate change. But I also think it shows that it's in the environment we're giving them. We're not giving kids a healthy life, right? We think that we can give them an unhealthy life and just pour in the mental health resources and remediate. But it doesn't work like that. And then the last reason I don't think that phones totally explain everything, or social media, is because they're in societies where they use just as much social media. It's not great for the kids' mental health, no doubt, but they have much better rates of anxiety and depression than we do. Countries like Japan and Israel, where kids have more independence, they have more freedom, they're able to take more risks on their own, and they walk home from school. They do all kinds of jobs outside of the house, like run errands for the family, and they get a feeling of, first of all, short-term joy and long-term satisfaction from being able to take risks, see what they can handle, but also a feeling of efficacy in the world.
So that's an interesting statistic that you were saying that. So conservative families have less depressed kids. Is that what you're saying?
Apparently, boys from liberal families have higher anxiety rates than girls from conservative families.
But if you just looked at the norm, more girls generally have anxiety.
Right.
But in conservative families, girls are less anxious than boys from liberal families.
That's right. And we can speculate as to why. There are lots of proposed reasons for that, but one of the many things that we might, first of all, we know it's in the environment at that point. It's not an organic, whatever these kids are going through, it's not organic, right? So we know it's something we're pouring into their life. And I think one of the things might be that, aside from the fact that parents in conservative families may be more comfortable asserting their authority with kids, and that's an old finding. We've known for generations now that authoritative parenting meaning not cold parenting, not cruel, not unloving, but rules. Those kids have better mental health. They're happier and they're more successful in all kinds of ways. So it may be something to do with comfort with rules, but also they're less likely to turn their kids' lives over to a mental health expert.
So what is the speculation as to why rules alleviate anxiety? Is it because there's more structure to the world, so things seem less open-ended and less chaotic?
That's right. I think it's something to do with that. Kids need guardrails. They know they're not ready to be in charge. Parents today are so quick to put kids in charge. What do you want? Where would you like to go to school? What would you like to eat for dinner? Putting kids in charge. But we've known since the 1960s. Diana Baumrind did this research years ago, and it's some of the sturdiest research we have because they've replicated it hundreds of times, and they've shown that loving parents who are also rule-bound, they call them authoritative, not authoritarian, which is the cold, unloving rule-bound, but the loving and rule-bound parents tend to raise the happiest kids because kids knows there are guardrails. And here's the thing, the people who are making the rules aren't some expert mom hired. They're the people who love me most. They're my parents. They're the ones in charge. I think that's really comforting to kids.
That's interesting because that's not what people think of when they think of authoritative parents.
Right.
They think of parents that are restricting their children, and the children are going to rebel.
That's right. I mean, there's a lot of really good research on this, but it actually doesn't create more rebellious kids. By virtually every metric, they do much better in all kinds of circumstances and all kinds of situations. And the permissive, what they used to have was permissive parents and authoritarian parents. Those were the other two extremes. Permissive parents let kids do whatever they wanted, and authoritarian parents, said obey at all costs, and they were fairly cold. And their kids didn't end up great in terms of mental health. But today we don't even have permissive parents in my view. I think we have something even worse. We have permissive parents who are therapeutic, meaning they're always asking kids what they want, but they're never asserting their authority, but they're doing something else. They're hovering and surveilling their kids. And so it's permissive without the independence.
Yeah, that's a weird one, right? Like the snap maps and stuff.
Yeah.
Like following your kids
Right.
around Snapchat.
They're surveilling them. These kids have no independence. They have no space from mom is not or dad and is not doing them any good.
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. The question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? Like if I had an extra hour in my day every day, I think I would practice archery, or maybe I would shoot pool. I'd write jokes. I'd do something. I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. Be nice. Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. Why do you think it is that things have moved in this general direction? Like, why do you think it is that more parents are seeking psychotherapy for their children and that it's having this negative effect?
So I think, I'm at the tail end of Gen X. 1978 was the year I was born. And I think with we were the high watermark of divorce. And I think a lot of, teenagers who grew up when I did, they felt like, my parents were divorced. They weren't there for me. I wish I had someone I could talk to. And so they sort of naively, and they had good experiences in therapy, and they sort of naively, watched Good Will Hunting, and they thought, therapy is good for everyone. And they sort of naively turned their kids over to a mental health expert right away. At the first, I talked to moms who signed their kids up for therapy because a cat died, because their grandma died, because basically anything that would happen in their life, even routine events. And look, having your grandparents die is very sad, but that's not, unexpected trauma. That's part of life, right?
Yeah.
And signing up your kid with a therapist might help if they're having a real problem, but it could also introduce other problems. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, there's a there's a reluctance to let children experience discomfort.
Right. Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
that's really the only way you learn. You have to, we learn, I mean, obviously bad feelings can be devastating, but bad feelings also can let you understand the landscape of the world better and understand what to do and what not to do and what the consequences are of certain actions. You know, I had some friends when I was growing up that became addicted to drugs, and it sealed the deal for me. Like with cocaine was a big one. Like I've never tried cocaine, and one of the main reasons is because of my friends that I had when I was in high school. I saw the negative. It was horrible. It was horrible to experience. It's horrible as a friend to watch all that go down. But those bad feelings teach you something. They teach you something very important about what the consequences of certain behavior are.
That's exactly right. There's this amazing long-term study on kids who lived through the Depression. And they found that the kids who ended up, and they followed these kids from they were born in 1920, 1921, and they followed them long-term. And you know who did the best in the Great Depression? It wasn't the poorest kids whose parents, killed themselves or abandoned them. And it wasn't the rich kids who didn't feel the Depression at all. It was the kids of the deprived middle class, the ones who had to take in extra jobs, wear hand-me-downs, do extra work. Those people ended up so scrappy and so strong. And here's the thing, they also ended up happy, really happy, because they were resilient. They had lived through something, they had learned it, and they learned this amazing gratitude when things went right.
Yeah, that's the thing, the overcoming adversity and becoming resilient. There's no pill for that. You can't just talk through that. You have to actually experience it.
That's right. And we spend so much time worrying about trying to make our kids happy, and we don't spend enough time trying to make them strong. And you know what? We've made them neither. Because making happiness your goal is actually a recipe for being unhappy. And if you don't make a kid strong, he can't be happy. And, I think about my grandmother, and, because everybody has, if anybody thinks about their grandparents, they went through some hard stuff, right? I tell the story in the book. My own grandmother lived through the Depression. Her mother died in childbirth, giving birth to her. She was bounced around. She had to be taken out of her father's home. I don't know if there was abuse. It's not clear, but somebody decided she should be taken out of her father's home. And he was raising 4 kids by himself. And when her oldest sister married at 17, she went to live with her. Then she ended up at 16. She got spinal bulbar polio. She ended up in an iron lung for a year. And she went on to college. She married. She raised 3 kids. She went to night school. She became one of the first judges in Maryland, female judges in Maryland. And she was the happiest person I knew. And that's the kicker. Like, it wasn't just that she achieved so much. She was someone who took in foster kids her whole life. She was a happy person who felt grateful all the time. And today, a school counselor would take one look at her and say, "You've been through a lot of trauma. We should talk about it."
But there's got to be some middle ground, isn't there? Is there some middle ground where children can have someone they can confide in and have conversations with that can express these things to them? That although you're going through something awful, that resilience is actually going to serve you in the long run. And even though this feels terrible now, on the other side of it, you will have new tools that will help you manage life.
If that was what school counselors said to kids, that would be amazing. But the problem is the mental health profession doesn't track. There's no requirement that they track negative side effects. They're not measuring in general. Now, I have some exceptions that I mentioned in the book, but in general, they're not measuring. Is your anxiety getting better? Like cognitive behavioral therapists will often measure, and they'll often say to a parent, "I'm going to see him for this many sessions, and we're going to measure and make sure the phobia is improving." But very often, they'll just talk about the pain. And talking about the pain regularly, endlessly, is often not as good for a kid as joining the basketball team.
So we're talking about essentially the title of the book, which is bad therapy.
Yeah.
There has to be some good therapy,
sure.
Right?
Good therapy is therapy for a kid who needs it, not preventative. I think so.
So, like, what do you think the requirements would be for someone to get good therapy? Like, what would have to be wrong in the child's life?
I think it would be something where you can't. The parent has tried to stabilize the kid. That they have a problem. It's interfering with functioning, and they can't stabilize the kid. They've tried other methods, and if they still can't stabilize the kid, I think therapy could be absolutely, really helpful. And I think you should then research the therapist like you would any surgeon.
So do you think it's something like antidepressants where it's just overprescribed?
Yes.
Where everything looks like a nail if you have a hammer?
Right. It's way, way, way overprescribed. By the way, we have so many mentally unwell people in our streets who are completely underserved and undertreated. And I think the reason is treating them is really hard.
We also have a lot of mentally ill therapists. I was reading this crazy story about this therapist who convinced her client, her patient, to murder her ex. Yeah, she got this guy to fall in love with her, and then she got him to go and murder her ex.
I mean, I believe it. There's no question.
Therapists are humans.
Therapists are humans, and a lot of times when you talk to people who went through a PhD in psychology, they'll tell you that some of their colleagues were a little scary because they entered the profession because they had mental health struggles of their own.
Right.
And it's important that a therapist not, inject their own problems into the therapy. And for that, you need a really good qualified person. And I don't think that's the majority of what kids are getting.
No. So how do you know what these kids are experiencing when they're having this therapy? Like, what are we basing this on? Do we get reports from the children of what they talked about with the therapists and know that has had a negative effect?
Oh, okay. So first of all, there is no oversight, which is a huge problem, right? There's no one, the profession doesn't require it. They're not measuring harms. They're not tracking harms. The medical professions, of course, do require it, right? They're federally required. If you have an adverse reaction to a drug, it gets reported. But with therapy, there is no tracking. But there's something else too. We know that as a treatment enters a population pool and it becomes more accessible and more prevalent, the rates of disease or malady or disorder should go down, right? We've seen this with breast cancer. 1989 was the high water mark of breast cancer, death from breast cancer. As screening improved, as it got more prevalent and more accessible to people, rates of death from breast cancer have plummeted. So why are the people who are getting the most treatment and the most access to mental health treatment, they're having the worst anxiety and depression? Why? It's skyrocketing. It should be going down. If the treatment were effective, it would be going down.
But there are those other factors that we talked about, like social media, living in the age of the internet. This is a bizarre time to be a child. I think the children today are experiencing unprecedented pressure in a weird way that no one knows how to navigate because no one grew up with it besides them.
Right. So if you're talking about things like social media, I do think that makes childhood worse and harder. There's no question. But there are other things that are making childhood uniquely, hard in some sense. Now, of course, we have generations that have lived through pandemics, depression, Great Depression, economic deprivation, and all kinds of things. But two things. One, with any population, you would want to see some dent in the depression. We're not seeing that. Other thing is, where were the mental health experts with social media, right? They could have called for a ban. They didn't.
I don't think they knew right away, right? It had never existed before.
No, but there's been really good evidence for the last 8 years. I don't think there's a parent alive who doesn't already know that social media is bad for kids, right? We've known the phones. We see what they do. We see how angry kids get when you try to take them away. We know that there's like this. There's been good research out for 8 years now. Why have the mental health organizations who have been in 2020 warning the Congress about climate change, systemic racism, police tactics? They were quick to announce, their views on all those things. They had nothing to say about the lockdowns. They had nothing to say about social media. They never called for a ban on social media. They never issued the same warning that doctors gave about cigarettes. Why?
Because social media does have some positive aspects to it, unlike cigarettes. Right? There's
Cigarettes have positive aspects. They're neural stimulants. They're social.
right, but it gives you cancer.
Long term.
Yeah.
Look, I'm saying I'm not an advocate for cigarettes.
I see what you're
Okay.
saying. I see what you're saying.
But
yeah.
but bottom line, they lead to cancer, and the medical establishment, the Surgeon General felt like we had to warn the public they lead to cancer. And just like that, if you're a responsible organization, you have to warn people, hey, you know what? The social media is really bad for kids. We're seeing their anxiety get worse. They're on their phones all day long, even in school. We've known for 8 years now that the research has been out. Sorry, we're warning parents. We don't want to see smartphones in schools, and we think no teenager should be on social media. They could say that.
Do you think anybody would listen to that? That seems like the problem with that is it's like trying to put the water back in the dam. I just don't believe that would be effective. Maybe they could have said something about it at the very beginning. If we knew the consequences of social media, let's go back to like 2005 or something like that, before it was really a thing. They started seeing it happen. If they could put the kibosh on it then. But now that it's so ubiquitous, I can't imagine a world where anybody would effectively say, if there's a state that's trying, was it Montana that's trying to ban TikTok?
Okay. I don't know. I believe it.
There's like some state that's trying to ban TikTok for kids. For what though? Is it because of their access to questionable material?
Multi-state federal lawsuit. Doesn't on the screen. Doesn't states pursuing Instagram parent meta over addictive.
Okay, dozens of states sue Instagram parent Meta over addictive features and youth mental health harms. So this is, I think they're talking about algorithms. They're talking about how algorithms target children, demand users' constant attention. Meta has profited from children's pain by intentionally designing its platforms with manipulative features that make children addicted to their platforms while lowering their self-esteem. Yeah, that's that lady from New York. Social media companies, including Meta, have contributed to a national youth mental health crisis, and they must be held accountable. Interesting.
Florida's got a separate lawsuit misleading users about potential health risks.
How did they mislead them? So it says Meta's design choices and practices take advantage and contribute to young users' susceptibility to addiction, the complaint reads. They exploit psychological vulnerabilities of young users through the false promise that meaningful social connection lies in the next story, image, or video, and that ignoring the next piece of social content could lead to social isolation. That seems like a stretch. But I don't think they say that. No one says that ignoring the next piece of social content can lead to social isolation. What they do say is that children feel left out if they're not on social media, because there's a lot of these little chat groups and they share videos and information. That's how they find about songs and bands that they like and movies that they like and television shows that they like. So it is a part of society today, in sort of an inexorable part of society.
Well, why? I mean, I think there are a couple of reasons why. One of them is we made no effort to even stop them during the school day, right? That would have been really easy.
Yeah.
You can be on your phone, just not during the school day. That's so obvious that it's almost pathetic that we don't have that already in place, right? Because why do you need to be checking your text? You're in school with your friends, right? So there were things that we could do and could have done, but we didn't do them. And I think one of the reasons was that I think that mental health experts, I know there are therapists who allow therapy over text message, right? They have.
That seems crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, but they have made no effort to stop this, to warn the public about this. And frankly, I think in many cases they've undermined it, right? There are therapists who went on Zoom and never went back. right?
Yeah,
They'll
well,
still
Zoom is a little different, right? Because you actually are interacting with a person even though it's through a screen. You're communicating with them, right?
You are, but you get none of the benefits of in person. So, you know, they have measured, and the benefits of being in person, seeing someone face to face, the psychic benefits are real. Even when you're with someone you don't want to be with. The kids who went home for the lockdowns and were in a big household full of relatives they didn't want to be stuck with and they wanted to be in college,
Right.
they did better in terms of mental health than the kids who were isolated and stayed in school.
Right, but you're sort of arguing against therapy, but yet saying therapy in person is better than therapy on Zoom. Is that
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing. I mean, I'm not arguing against. First of all, adults can see therapists for any reason, and that's totally not only up to them. I think they have to stand to get. They are in a much better position to possibly benefit from it. I'm concerned about therapy for kids, especially kids who don't really need it, who are a little bummed out. But in any case, we know that Zoom therapy or text therapy for the most anxious generation, for the most socially phobic generation, supposedly, that's not helpful.
So the thing that gets me about therapy that I've always talked to people that I know that are doing it all the time says, I don't know how much you should be thinking about yourself. I don't know. I mean, is there a certain amount of time you should allocate to thinking about yourself and your own feelings and problems? And how much of that is self-indulgent and how much of that feeds that anxiety itself?
I mean, it does. Thinking about yourself is the same as unhappiness in a certain sense, right? It is indistinguishable from anxiety and depression. And if you just think about how our football coaches motivate a team at halftime. What do? They focus the team on the task ahead. That's the way to get them motivated. That's the way to help them complete it. Okay? What they don't say is, Johnson, are you still upset about your parents' divorce?
Yeah, that's not
right.
That's not gonna
Tell me about your feelings.
Yeah, that's not
Why don't they do it? It's not just because they're repressed. It's because they know that if you want to get anything done in this world, you need to, repress your feelings for a time and focus on the task.
But is it even repressing your feelings, or is it just not indulging those feelings and letting those feelings be the primary focus?
I think it's the same thing. I don't mean permanently.
Right.
I don't mean there isn't a place for it. But when you're in the school, focusing on school, focusing on seeing your friends and going to recess or whatever it else is, the basketball, whatever the activity is really good for you, as opposed to sitting around and thinking about doing social emotional learning and thinking about the pain you're feeling right now, the emotional pain. That's not going to help you get through your geometry tests.
Yeah.
Talk about that, and then also designing for texture and rolling in your house, free and all today. But right now we are taking calls, and I want to go back to the board. A lot of calls on the board. Let's see what. I'm just going to throw a dart at it and say,
share screen again.
Kathy,
Why do you want us to do it here? Like, no, it's not that. I could hear you. Why?
Well, first of all, the first thing, have you talked to a gutter person?
Not yet.
Okay, that's your first step, and I'll tell you why. You do not have to have square rafter tails to hang gutters off your roof.
What do you guys did you do? Yeah, they pretty much destroyed the gutters that they tore off my roof. I have to look for the next job.
I get it. Now, you may have to talk to more than one, but I can tell you 100% without question, because we've done it. And it's a situation where the gutter is
is not being dependently nailed resting against a fascia board, but the gutter is being what we call top strapped up onto the top of the extended rafters on the boards right there, and the right gutter with the right brackets can hang and last a long time without having to have squared off rafter tails. And if that was the case, there'd be so many homes that it would be impossible to gather. So the key is, once you start making calls and talking to the right gutter people and getting quotes accordingly.
Gotcha. Because the last guy nailed the gutters into the roof, which is wet, and you get a new roof, and you have problems with dry rot, et cetera.
Yeah, gutters are problematic if they aren't installed just right, because they become a point where there could be leaks, or at least not so much a leak as it is a seepage. And as I always say here on the program, getting wood wet is not a problem. Wood staying wet in the dark is a problem. That's where dry rot really begins to take effect. And so getting the gutters installed just right underneath the drip edge of the roof, so that there's a nice fall off and seal, and there's no back moisture. There's a whole art to it, and but it can be done, and it's not rocket science, and it can be done even with curved rafter tails. It's not the preferred method, but it doesn't mean it can't be done. It can't be done well. You just have to find the right gutter person to do it the right way, and that, my friend, is what you should do. So I want you to be encouraged and not discouraged that somehow you have to either cut all the rafter tails square on your roof or give up on the gutters altogether, because it can be done. We have time? Yeah, okay. Thanks for your call, Catherine. Thank you very much. Let's talk to Ed. Ed, welcome home.
Hey, Dean. Thanks. Back on the top of the town, I've got a 20 by 30 garage, completely unfinished on the inside. In one corner of it, I want to build a 12 by 15 studio for podcasts, live streams, and some music recording. So basically, I'm building a box inside a box, right?
Yeah.
Is the quiet rock, rock wool, quiet rock sandwich economical for that? That's the key. Or is there a better combination of drywall and the mass-loaded vinyl?
Well, you might want to add the mass-loaded vinyl. Really, the question. Okay, let me answer this. If you actually build in a studio, okay, I'll tell you what standard studio construction is in terms of soundproofing the inside of the studio. What we do is we actually start with double 2x4 walls, okay, with a very, very small gap in between. If you have room for that, talk about economical. Most economical ways going about doing a double 2x4 wall with a small 1-inch gap in between the plates, so that the walls don't touch each other, and then both walls get insulated with sound density insulation. And you can do the inside and the outside, the very inside surface and the very outside surface. So you're not using more drywall than normal. You're not using twice the drywall. Only drywall in the outside wall, the inside of the inside wall. And then you would use the quiet rock in that situation. That would give you a massively pretty dang quiet situation inside. Now, if for any reason you need way more than that, then you turn to the mass-loaded vinyl, which you would actually put on the inside of one of those 2x4 walls and not even sandwich it with drywall at that point. Or you could use resilient channels on the inside wall, those metal channels that cross the stud and have these little rubber isolators on them, and then you hang the drywall off of that. All of this to keep the vibrations from bridging across from one material to the next. But I'll tell you, all professional grade studios start with double walls with an air gap in between the two. That's how we do everything here at the radio stations, how every sound and recording studio everywhere is built. Now, a podcast studio doesn't, that being said, okay, let me just be very, very honest with you. Soundproofing a room is sometimes not as important as It's sound balancing and tuning the inside of a room. And let me give you a very real world example. When we broadcast from our home, which we do quite often today, we are, right? Tina and I we are not at KFI in Burbank. We are broadcasting remotely. You guys never know when we're doing that unless I actually say it or, tip my hand and say, oh, look at the bees or the birds outside. Or the roosters go off. Yeah, or the rooster goes off, right? The star of the show, the rooster. So here's the thing. I am sitting in an 8x8 tough shed. Okay, a tough shed that was, the tough shed built for me and put here. We did the sound insulation, the rock wool sound insulation, and a good layer of drywall on this space. And that's it. This is not a soundproof studio, okay? In other words, really loud noise, but it's sitting out in my backyard, and so it's a pretty quiet space. But this is not soundproof. The most important part from the podcast recording perspective is the fact that on the inside of these walls, there is sound attenuation pads. There are what people sometimes refer to as egg crates. These aren't egg crates, but they're really expensive to buy on Amazon by the bucket load. 1 foot by 1 foot square black foam pads that have like pyramid kind of shaped texture on them. And what that does is it keeps the sound of my voice in this very small space from bouncing off the wall that's opposite me and coming back at me, and then you guys end up hearing that. And so as a result, with a good quality microphone that you hear me speaking into right now, my resonant voice, and the fact that inside this room, it's not soundproof, but it's sound deadening. You know what? This little tough shed sounds no different than if I was sitting in the $2 million KFI main studio in Burbank, is in terms of the broadcast. And so soundproofing when it comes to a studio, my point being, it's not everything. If you have a sound problem outside those studio walls, certainly you want to knock it down. But when people think about, I'm going to build a recording studio in a podcast area and so on, soundproofing, all that does is keep outside sound from coming in at you. Most important for the quality of the broadcast is how you tune the walls inside the space. So give that some serious consideration, because we don't want reverb happening, and we don't want this resonant reflection happening back and forth across these small spaces. Otherwise, it's going to sound like you're in a box, and nobody wants to listen to that. Ed, thanks for the question, my friend, and good luck on what you're doing in the garage. It's time for us to hear the news with Sandy Wells.
The latest diversity in Hollywood report from UCLA shows a decline in the number of women in key roles.
Women and people of color were among the largest group of people to go see a movie last year. The 11th annual report also shows the number of women behind the camera and in front of the camera has been going down, despite the success of female-driven films like Barbie.
We focus on the directors and the writers, and behind the camera and in front of the camera, we focus on the lead actor.
Dr. Ana Cristina Ramon says overall diversity is getting better in Hollywood. She says the industry is still trying to find its groove following the pandemic. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
College students have been expelled from Beverly Vista Middle School for creating fake nude photos of classmates.
The 8th graders were kicked out of the school for allegedly using artificial intelligence to add the faces of 16 students to photos of nude bodies and then spreading those photos across campus. Criminal defense attorney David Borsari says the California Education Code considers this behavior unlawful.
The California Education Code is clear that all pupils have the right to participate fully in the education process, free from discrimination and harassment.
The photos were reported to the school last month, and officials said consequences would be severe. The district voted to expel the students Wednesday and said accountability was essential. Chris Atton, KFI News.
It is Oscar Sunday. The Academy Awards will be handed out tonight from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Ryan East, Clayton Davis says it's pretty clear what film will win Best Picture.
Listen, I think we're going to pretend like this is a big race, but I don't think it is. Oppenheimer, probably the biggest luck that we've had since Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, 20 years ago. It's going to be the third highest grossing film of all time to win Best Picture.
The award show will air on ABC this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Protesters have planned to take to the streets of Hollywood to push for an end to the fighting in Gaza. Mass protests scheduled at the intersection of Sunset Boulevard and Highland Avenue. Just a short time from now, the TSA says Americans who are flying to their spring break destinations need to be prepared for some long lines.
This year, we could be seeing a record number of spring breakers. The TSA is expecting a 6% increase in air travel compared to the same time last year. So we could see some pretty crowded airports from now through early April.
ABC's Rita Roy says many flights are already sold out. Well, let's check what's going on in the 10 right after this.
Home decorating, it's a new thing. I'm going for mid-century's rustic chic with a terracotta cabinet wall and abstract rug. Looking nice. Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
You'll never know until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older.
Terrific games. South Carolina, the epitome of escaping.
Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility.
That win yesterday against Tennessee. Yeah, that was an interesting film.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help people live healthy with HIV. And
The kid test.
which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. Sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Lead on the 10.
This is the
Also, pretty calm out there. The veteran, she also had
That's the good news. Sweeper train through Riverside, 91 eastbound at the 215. That's definitely a heavy one. Through Acton, crash on the 14 north at Sierra Highway, trouble through Lancaster on the 14. That's the southbound side at Avenue L. Heavy delays there for right lane block.
she will come back.
Southbound went from KFI, mostly cloudy skies today with high temperatures in the mid-60s to around 70 in Metro LA.
Here with Notre Dame, there's been all sorts of speculation.
50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley. It'll be cloudy tonight and low clouds and fog to start off the day. Monday, tomorrow morning, then sunny. High temperatures.
Oh, got hammered. And Hannah will get to the free throw line.
Lower to mid-60s for the LA's and mid-60s for the IE and 50s for the Antelope Valley tomorrow. It's 53 now with Steel Beans, 54 in Brea. Wheeling Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wells.
Most borrowers love home equity lines of credit for putting a couple $100,000 in the bank, but still preserving the ultra-low fixed rate of their first mortgage, which makes sense. But most banks
The year award receiver.
raise their rates as high as 24% by varying what they call the lifetime cap in their loan documents. Not at the loan exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or
Third
visit
in Division I, Caitlin Clark and G.P. Watkins scored their better pace.
you instead of the bank. We make the start rate of our equity line equal the lifetime cap, so your rate can only go down, never up. The loan exchange guarantees the security in our loan documents. The first 5 years of the loan is interest only, which makes payments cheaper while you wait for the first rates to come back down to consolidate back.
Irish that goes up and over the backboard.
855-752-9944 or log on to theloanexchange.com today.
I mean, the percentages right now that Westmore's
NMLS 1637539. This is Jacob Emerald. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Join us tomorrow night for our
playing had worked every time they made her go left, except for that straight line drive.
South by Southwest. We'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year and celebrate Celebrate the most innovative talent and creators in the industry. Watch tomorrow night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel.
Presented by the Hartford Small Business Insurance. Learn more or start a quote at thehartford.com/smallbusiness. With insurance designed for your
I do that. Short one out.
Follow us on Lead Things at KFI AM 640.
Tylee Watson, because of the injury, and that goes on. Brooks. To James with the
KFI AM 640 and live everywhere.
Here comes Brooks.
Sharp, the House Whisperer. Thanks for joining us on the program. We're going to be going back to the phones in just a little bit. So, if you want to be on
6-1 score. Frantic and frenetic.
Chance 833-2-ASK-D. Anything you want to talk about regarding
Right now, at the ACC Championship, Grand Street.
phones in just a minute. Oscars tonight. Oscars, Oppenheimer, the Oppenheimer show, I hope, tonight. It's a great film. And you know what? Tina and I have a little bit of skin in the game. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of skin in the game.
Missed everything. But Baldwin got
If you haven't already heard me say this, because one of the houses that we have been blessed and honored to be a part of.
However, shot clock violation because the shot didn't hit the rim.
Serving the historic Camp House. Some of you actually joined me at the Camp House for a live studio.
So step up screen to clear it out, but Amy Collins cuts to.
We're still working on the Camp House, but the Camp House is in Oppenheimer. It is the Pasadena residence of the Oppenheimers early on in the film. Also, the location of the controversial sex scene in Oppenheimer. But putting that aside,
So Watson out with a knee injury.
the background of that bedroom and the living room where they have the party. It's just this. Oppenheimer's a fantastic film. It just it deserves every
Marshall
of awards that it receives, and it'll be nice.
gets some attention now.
Tonight to know that we have a house. We have houses in other films, but that we have a house in a legendary.
And Marcus, veteran athletic trainer, takes a look at her.
Add that to Tina's list of accomplishments in her life. All right, anyway, let's talk about sound in your backyard. You don't have the kind of control over it that you do clearly inside the built space of your house.
That's just incidental. This won't take long.
Insulation and so on. Now, I already gave you one clue as to.
I'm sure the pain isn't incidental for Marshall, but the contact certainly was.
For three purposes, and that is heavy canopy trees.
It should not take long for D. Cantner and Joe Basilio. We're there at the monitor.
For aesthetic and environmental purposes, for the sake of inviting wildlife back into your yard.
Also, we'll make sure the clock is where it should be.
First buffer of wind and sound. Okay. Now, even the thinnest of hedges is not going to shut
Gives
down
both coaches that
noisy traffic or anything completely. It's going to lessen it.
extra timeout.
Right? That's what we do. Right? It's not going to shut it down completely. So what we find in a backyard, if you find yourself in a a neighborhood that has more noise in it than you would like, is we switch over to this idea of masking. Now, what is sound masking? The easiest way for me to draw a metaphor with sound masking is that sound masking is camouflage. Camo for sound. Okay? Think about that if you
For Marshall,
sitting out in
she gets her
the
chin
brush or the trees and
intended
forest
to.
and you're wearing camo. Okay? Like this camouflage pattern. Maybe you're in the military and your face is all camoed up and you're blending in. You're blending in. Now, technically, someone comes walking along and technically speaking, their eyes see you. All right? But then don't perceive. Okay? Technically, you're visible, but not to the awareness of the human mind. That's what camouflage
is absolute science, and the other part, well, the sound of rushing water shares almost all the same frequencies as the sound of automotive traffic. Okay, so it's not white noise that.
NC State has only scored 5 points in this quarter.
Right, and so there's a masking, a camouflage. Now the key is this, though. The key is to the human mind what you identify that sound with. If there's no moving water and no lovely fountain to look at in your backyard, and you hear
5 seconds or so difference between the two clocks. Neil Ivey wants to talk it over. We'll take a timeout as well. See you.
But what if I take the exact same set of frequencies, add a little bit of diversity to it through the and visually you see that there's a fountain in your backyard. And guess what?
We look forward to checking in on site. The game day crew is here. Yeah, that's Andre Carter. We got El Duncan in the house and people all over the country checking in on this very exciting championship Sunday in women's college basketball. LSU, South Carolina after us, and after that, USC and Stanford. So just sit there and watch great basketball all afternoon. J.P. Watkins, the other great freshman, dropped 52 on Stanford the first time they played. Can't wait to watch that one. Back to the doggo, 5 on the shot clock. Hannah, Bransford, they need a shot. They get it from Hannah. Right before the shot clock goes off. And then they say they take the ball in the back. With 4.5 on the clock, and they don't get an opportunity for our last possession. So out of the timeout, Notre Dame hits. She gets lost in the shuffle. NC State loses communication. Hidalgo wide open for a triple. Excellent play call by Neil Ivey to end the half. So Hidalgo into double figures with 10 points gives Notre Dame the 28-22 lead as we head over to Angel Gray with Sonia Citron.
Sonia, both teams have had to scratch and claw for points in this first half. It comes from Hannah Hidalgo, hits a buzzer beating three. So how can you build more of a rhythm in the second half?
Yeah, I think you just have to slow things down, really use screens, and just attack to the basket and kick out. Just slow it down a little bit. I think we're rushing and yeah.
On the defensive end, you've only given up 7 points in that second quarter. What do you like about that, Ed?
Yeah, I love that. I mean, I think that shows that we're being really aggressive on defense and we're focusing on the right things, which you love to see. Thanks. Yeah, thank you.
NC State just 2 of 10 from the floor in that second quarter. Something to celebrate for the Irish fans. For now, that's it for the first half. Time now to go to our game day crew. It's Andrea Carter and Elle Duncan, and they are in the house in Greensboro.
These are all big facts. Welcome to your halftime report. From courtside here at Greensboro Coliseum, I am the aforementioned Elle Duncan. She's Andrea Carter. You heard Sonia Citron kind of hit on what Pam and Deb were talking about. A lot of frenetic energy in this one, but also exactly what we said, strength versus strength. Let's take a look at those first half highlights, and we started right there with Sonia Citron. She's so smooth. She's so incredibly smooth. Right here, she makes the three-pointer off the assist from Hannah Hidalgo.
Yeah, I mean, and Hannah Hidalgo, this is where Hannah Hidalgo gets the ball to the inside. It's a kick back out. There's patience. You drive, draw the defense in. You never want to help up a strong side corner, especially with Sonia Citron in the corner. It is a death sentence. She's going to make you pay every single time. And how great has Isaiah James been? Getting into the paint, that is a tough shot where she gets her own rebound, not giving up on the play. That's what it takes to win a championship.
Yeah, Isaiah James with 8 points there, but just not kicks here. Hannah Hidalgo, 10 points in this one. That matches her entire total from the last time they played. But we mentioned the strength versus strength, Notre Dame's ability to score, and of course NC State's ability to stop them. What's standing out to you the most after the first half?
Well, I love that the game crew got Sonia Citron to do the interview because she just plays with so much poise. NC State, we talked about their strength is defense. We'll get to that highlight in just a second. But for Sonia Citron, she carried them as far as efficiency goes in that first quarter, and really until late in the second quarter when Hannah Hidalgo started chopping off. The efficiency of Sonia Citron is what really impresses me the most. Her leadership, the way she doesn't get sped up. She's so patient. She's so poised. She is a true leader of this team. I've always loved her game. Efficient and it's smooth. And when you talk about efficiency, 4 of 8 from the field, tough pull-up jump shots, her mid-range game, she can score inside and out. She's one of my favorite players to watch. She anchored them offensively. And she's the hustle plays, 3 steals. I talked about the 10-point 3 steals there, including a really important one. Notre Dame, by the way, 20-0 when leading at the half. Upset alert potentially in the Big Ten championship between Iowa and Nebraska. We get you highlights from Minneapolis. It was a quiet first half for Caitlin Clark and Iowa, but you know you can't hold her down for long. We pick it up in the third quarter after an 11-point deficit at the half. It's Caitlin Clark time. Yeah, it's unbelievable. They were down 11. Caitlin Clark scores 12 points to get them back in the game. I mean, you can't deny Jazz Shelley and the way that she can score. She puts up big-time threes. This is a tough, competitive game. Exactly what we expected. Didn't expect Iowa to get down this deficit, in my opinion, but the way they've been able to fight back on the shoulders of Caitlin Clark, we've got a good one in the Big Ten. Yeah, we do. Nebraska up 4 right now with about 5 minutes left to play in this one. And we mentioned it as well. You're seeing some of the ancillary players, the role players step up in this one as well for Iowa. I think, for Iowa, that's what it's going to take. You have to have players that help Caitlin Clark. Hannah Skokie with 19 points. The biggest issue is Iowa has not been able to stop Nebraska from the other. Nebraska has hit 12 threes. I thought it was 13. They've hit 12. Iowa's only hit 8 threes. So that defense and defending 3-point line, Iowa's at a disadvantage there so far in this game. Yeah, it's certainly going to be a tight one down the stretch. Also a triple-double alert for Caitlin Clark. And because, of course, she's on triple-double alert. You want to win. She wants to win. Most morning thing. We'll certainly see if they can pull it down on the stretch. All right, we're getting ready for second half action here, and also a couple of more big games on the state SEC championship on the way, and then the Pac-12 championship will cut it. But again, there she is, Sonia Citron, doing a little bit of everything for the Fighting Irish. Sonia Smooth Citron, get it right. That's her middle name. It's a lot more than a regular what she is. Like that. Sonia Smooth.
Doors lead us to new opportunities. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors by proactively reviewing your entire portfolio with an eye on taxes and risk. Doors were meant to be opened.
Ready to switch? Break up with wipes. Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water. My cells cleanse like a magnet without harsh rubbing. Tested to remove waterproof mascara better than the leading wipes. 9 out of 10 wipe users would recommend Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water by Garnier Naturally.
The Home Depot, committed to filling the trade gap. Let's bring it in for all of the Black families, because together it's our superpower. Every time we buy, like, or share something,
Don't forget to like and share.
it changes what it's made and who has access to it. That's why we're always on the lookout for the next something new, next something amazing, next something we've never imagined. Because now is the time to discover the Black-owned products, creating a new world of choices at Walmart.
We have Jordan, we have Patrick. We got Patrick.
This time belongs to those who want it most, where youth is tested and greats are challenged. The playoff push is coming. The time is now.
Mamba Sneaks inserted
Well,
Not on because your basic needs should be your best thing. One purchase equals one donate. Visit bonus.com and get 20% off your first order. Jewelry you love. Find us in store and online. At Granger, we know the ones who get it done wear a lot of hats. That's why we're always here for you with professional grade products and the knowledge to help answer tough product questions. Call Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. South Carolina, the only remaining undefeated team. Y'all, you never thought that you would have been the number one team in the country. Once you start forming your habits, they pick up on it fairly quickly. If they're playing their A game, they are unbeatable. Beautiful move for the finish. Back-to-back undefeated regular season. South Carolina gets it done. We'll see South Carolina and LSU in action in the SEC championship game next, and of course USC versus Stanford. But South Carolina was almost beatable yesterday until some late game heroics from Camilla Cardoso. We caught up with Dawn Staley earlier on College Game Day to walk us through why she called that play for her big girl.
I just felt like Camilla would be the logical choice because I knew she would be most open. And the way that we came out of the timeout, she was like deep in the paint. I did tell Camilla, I said, Camilla, I said, Raven, pass it to Camilla at the top. And I said, Camilla, hit high. And I'm looking up, I'm like, it's 1.1. There's no time for all of that. They're guarding top. And I was like, Camilla, shoot it. Shoot that mother watch your mouth.
Watch your mouth. So I'm going to give you some flowers because before all those heroics, when we're doing some projections, potentially this matchup, you thought Camilla Cardoso, apart from her shooting skills beyond the arc, was going to feature prominently in this rematch with LSU. When we watched Camilla in the first matchup, it didn't feel like she was being dominant or being aggressive in the first half, but she got to it in the second half. Camilla has to start the game with that I'm going to dominate mindset. Get up and down the floor, sprint the floor. LSU, they lost last year, probably. She took a great fall just yesterday. Our thought show was last year completely. But if you're South Carolina, you want to challenge their depth. You want to challenge their ability to get up and down the floor. And Camilla's ability to steal hard and be physical can take a toll on the LSU side. And if LSU's going to get the revenge that they seek, who's going to have to feature prominently? Well, it's going to be Angel Reese and Anissa Mara. Those two are such a dynamic duo, and the way they attack the glass, and again, their physicality, the energy, and the motor that they play with hits teams so hard. But for me, I was having my eye on Haley Van Lith and Quadre Johnson. Those two have to be efficient. Haley Van Lith was on a great streak that Tennessee game on until the game against Ole Miss. Her efficiency was down. She's got to get back to having that efficient, clean game to put up points for the side. It's a rematch everybody wants. It never won South Carolina, never to LSU. But of course, the completion of this game still on the way as we get you set for second half action here from Greensboro. Notre Dame and NC State looking for their fourth title in 5 years. Isaiah James with 8. Pam and Deb on the other side. I bought 3 of the same jackets to get the 4th free.
Your subscriber get a deal on these memory supplements? I forgot to cancel.
Well, recognizing a bad deal is a part of the journey. Yes, Eagle, would you like to share your breakthrough? I got AT&T's best deal on the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus and got to choose my plan. Yes, we don't make you sign up for the top tier plan to get our best deal.
I still haven't gone. I subscribe to get
Get the newest Galaxy on us. If any of our best plans, guaranteed.
Thank you, Agent State Farm.
Like a good neighbor. State Farm is there.
Hey, Arnold, I'm hearing neighbor. It's neighbor.
That's what I said. Neighbor.
Let's go get it.
Like a good neighbor. State Farm is there.
Try.
Neighbor.
Still no.
Neighbor.
Neighbor. If you listen to Chopper. Like a good neighbor. State Farm is there.
What is it about this game we love so much that it can never be perfected?
It's the community.
can practice anywhere. It's because it's a game for everyone.
Whatever the reason, it all begins with a PGA of America golf professional like me.
PGA of America. We love this game.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets, all white meat chicken in your choice of win famous flavors like honey barbecue or new Parmesan garlic. Hurry in. We enjoy flavors at DQ. DQ. Happy taste.
In all my travels, I've never seen such dry skin. Dear friend, let my cream hydrate you. CeraVe, developed with Michael Cera. Do I? I just thought it would be cool. Okay, yeah.
In your brain, your game does the talking. In the ACC, ours speaks volumes. 26 appearances in the Final Four, including 9 different schools, 5 teams in the last 5 NCAA Final Four, 40 teams in the NCAA tournament in the last 5 years, most of any conference. A nation best 8 ACC teams competed in the 2023 NCAA tournament. It's not bragging, if it's true. Greatness is what we do. The ACC, accomplished greatness.
DealDash.com, online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
I wear this shirt on game days, tailgates, homecoming.
I think the design, it gives you kind of a retro feel to it.
But for the cool vintage shirt, shows off our school pride. So anytime someone asks about the shirt, I always tell them it's cool apparel.
I'm Libby Dunn, All-American gymnast and Biore athlete. When you're in the gym every single day like me, you need leggings that can keep up. That's why Biore's daily leggings are my favorite fit. With a drawstring high waist and buttery soft fabric that moves with ease, you'll want to wear these every single day. From the toughest workout to running errands or just laundry. There's no mistake in the name. I wear these on the daily.
You are watching ESPN's Champ Week presented by Principal. As we welcome you back to the Ally ACC Women's Basketball Tournament, the Big Three for Notre Dame. Scorer was listed on 26 of 28 Notre Dame points. Hidalgo and Citron at 10 points apiece. And most important statistic, Notre Dame is up 28-22 at the half. In the championship game, Pam Morgan with Deb Antonelli and Andy Gray is with us as well. I got another read here. Time for today's expert move set is brought to you by Principal. I'm going to show you something, Pam. This is what you're going to see right here. Watch how NC State defends or scores right here. They've got cleared out the whole side to go two-man naked side. Ball screen offense, really good right here. This is execution is what they're going to need more of in the second half. James with a pull-up jump shot on a switch. Now, Notre Dame.
Sufi Bard says security has been stepped up across Israel since no ceasefire agreement has been reached.
The holy Muslim month of Ramadan is just hours away.
Portion left. So the screen comes, she rejects the screen. There's a switch. Mimi Collins is on Hidalgo. Now watch what happens. Mimi doesn't stay with her. Hidalgo slips out to the three-point line and drills the triple right at the end of the half. And then NC State, you see the clock, 4 seconds goes off. They didn't even try to get the ball back in balance. Ray had a chance to speak with Wes Moore. Yeah, Wes Moore was not thrilled that his team only scored 7 points in that second quarter. He said the Notre Dame zone is really giving some problems at this point. He asked for them to attack. He said, we're standing around. We're not making any aggressive moves. We're going to short shot clock at 10 seconds.
What up, Nazar? How are you?
If you don't get the first one, at least create some second chance opportunities. Asking for more of that attack mode in the second half. Yeah, and they got to get the ball below the free throw line. When they stand on top of the zone and dribble, that's what Notre Dame wants them to do. Notre Dame dictated all of NC State shots in the second quarter. NC State's got to dictate the shots they want here in the second half. Because in the first half, just 1 of 6 from the floor. Westbelt also down Commonwealth player 1 for 6 on the floor with 2 points for the Irish. None here. So I'm expecting a heavy package of Maddie Westbeld here in the second half. Not surprised to see her get the first attempt. Good news for both teams. Madison Hayes, who appeared to twist her knee a little bit, number 21 White, is back out there. As is Matt Marshall for the Irish. She's got her chin bandaged down her knee. The Sonata Rivers has to find a way to impact this game with her speed and her quickness, and she hasn't done that yet. Citron gets it back to Marshall, left open for the jumper, rolls off the rim. James lifts it up to Rivers, NC State looking to tie this game. I love that package that BLI is going to. Ball screen action in the middle third of the floor. That's where they can do some damage. NC State's really challenged to play that. This match is for Wolf on Amy Collins asking for the ball. James took it, got her own miss, missed again. Collins and under the basket. Also, gets it back to Westbeld. Good enough so to get back in transition by Amy Collins after she was forced out of the baseline. Also, the shot off the glass. It looked like it was well defended, but Hannah has a way of scoring anyway. 3 plays for Notre Dame to start the second half. All 3 in the middle third of that ball screen action. Collins driving on the Wolf. Ball went over the back for Citron. That's 2 fouls on River Baldwin. Watch the screen right here. River Baldwin, Sonata Rivers rejects the screen. And then Hidalgo high off the glass over 6'5". Hidalgo had her worst shooting day of the season in a regular season loss against NC State. A little bit better today. Westbeld, three. There's the player. First three of the game. Gets lead back up to 7. Speed for the Irish. 4 seed taking on the number 2 seed in NC State. Hayes left open. Shooters in the corner, operating in the middle third. This is excellent offensive execution by Notre Dame. Rivers picks it up. This is speed Sinai is known for. Collins couldn't handle it. Look how fast they handle it. Never fouled. Watch this middle third ball screen action right here. The dribble handoff right here into the player screen and then the pop. Watch what happens. Here comes the screen. There's the player. Nice job at Hidalgo. Setting that up for Westbeld. And then the skip over the top. Hayes in the deep corner. Now you see a little bit more acceleration, a little bit better body language out of NC State on the offensive end. Yeah, miserable. Second quarter was 2 of 10 from the floor. There were 7 points overall in that second quarter. Westbeld gets in, and another foul. Matt Marshall was called for the second on the previous play. Now Westbeld has 2. River Baldwin to the free throw line. Next Sunday, yes, a week from today, ESPN has the exclusive live announcement of the 68-team NCAA Women's Championship field. Break down every team, every matchup in each region. Coverage starts at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ESPN and the app. That's St. Patrick's Day night. Well, St. Patrick's Day is a national holiday, but the selection show is a national holiday also. 2 reasons to celebrate on the 17th. Hidalgo down the little seam. Right now, Notre Dame gets whatever they want. NC State's going to have to up their defensive effort. Dagger comes over. Up top and got a piece of Baldwin, so Hannah's now got two. So Ronaldo comes and sticks on that screen. She's got options. First, or she has the throwback because Maddie Webster is open for three. This time she gets to the nail and she knocks it down. I thought she'd make it around 10 there. Collins, trigger. Good try. Came in and knocked it out of bounds. Look how much better NC State's moving the ball. They're not playing off the bounce as much this half. They're moving the ball off the pass, and that's the way you beat the zone. Already the 4 points in the first 4 minutes of this third quarter that they had on the entire second. Over the handle and finish. Great pass to the target, away from the defense. Great steal by River Baldwin. 1 point ball game. 2 point ball game, pardon me. Westbeld, another three. Rims it. Rebound by Hayes. Big backdoor cut. Hayes does such a good job moving the ball. She's got 8 points in this quarter. What a great job by Westmore in the locker room with his team to change the whole rhythm of the game, their body language, and everything else about the way they're accelerating through their offensive sets. Westbeld. Driving left, shot, and a foul. Save for Gail on the Westbeld package. It's all Westbeld right now. You got to dump out the playbook on one of the best hybrid fours in the country. Off the bounce to the left. Great finish by Maddie.
Micro cleansing water. My cells cleanse like a magnet without harsh rubbing. Tested to remove waterproof mascara better than the leading wipes. 9 out of 10 white users would recommend. Garnier Micellar cleansing water by Garnier naturally.
When you share a hotel room with your kid, you also share a bedtime with your kid. But if you get an Airbnb, you get to pick your own bedtime.
Not all Christian McCaffreys are the same. Some are all-pro running backs. Some aren't.
I'm Christian McCaffrey, and I make tacos.
Just like not all internet providers are the same. Don't settle for slow, yikes, or unreliable.
That's going to leave a mark.
Or weak. Get real deal speed, reliability, and power with Xfinity.
Hey, you okay? I'm going to pass out if that's all right.
Get the real deal. Get Xfinity.
Hold on. It's only noise.
Can Anthony Edwards live up to the hype?
It's only rivalry. A little hard work. Only a chick. It's only a jump.
As a stylist, I know it can be hard to find time for a haircut. With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when it's time for your cut. A great haircut plus more time for what you love. That's Great Clips.
Which will gain confidence to create. The strength to go against against the grain.
Before you know it, she'll have worked her way up to joiners and jigsaws. Because when you give a girl a power tool, she becomes an even more powerful woman.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Principal. Let's build a retirement and benefits plan that works for your team. Teamwork evident in this game. You saw Matt Marshall with a cut on her chin. She has been patched up back in. We've got ourselves quite a championship game. Notre Dame up by 2, and we expected that the Big Three would do a lot. How about this? Scoring her for assisting on 89% of the points in this, the third game of the ACC tournament, including on 35 of 37 points today. They will be dangerous in the NCAA tournament. They host first and second round, both these teams. And they're both tough from home. And NC State has assisted on 4 of their 5 baskets here in the third quarter, so they have adjusted to the zone, and they have done a much better job. Neil Ivy staying in the zone in this possession. Let's see how long she stays in it. Well, NC State's got a rhythm going. The ball went inside. A lot of contact, no foul. Let's go over to Angel Brand.
You were talking about the Big Three for Notre Dame. Well, how about this? This is the highest scoring trio for the program in the last 25 seasons. If you think about the amount of names, the amount of talent that has come through this program since then, and to think that a rookie, a freshman, is Defensive Player of the Year as well as Rookie of the Year, leading the charge, it's going to be so much fun watching them going forward.
And they are the second highest trio in the nation. The best is Iowa. The Cable Park. Heavy on the Cable Park. Speaking of which, championship today. We've got the SEC and the Pac-12 following us here on ESPN. Today it is going to be West Bell with the miss for Baldwin, who has 3 personal fouls. That was the 4th rebound. Baldwin's body language, the board is showing up, shoulder numbers, post up. Off the screen by William Baldwin. Isaiah James in the mid-range. That's his first points of the second half. He's got 10 overall. Citron, that was telegraphed. Rivers got in front of it. Sonia knocked it away. We got a foul. You know what, fam? It is just a matter of time before Sanaya Rivers exerts her speed and her athleticism. In the first half, she didn't. In the second half here, this is an example of how she can use her athleticism and her ability to change the game defensively. The trail official had the foul. First foul on Citron. The Wolf back into the game for the Irish. Short-handed today with 7 players in uniform. Rolling. We have our 8 lead games in the game. That's what you want on a championship Sunday. Citron tries to quiet the crowd. Nope. I don't think Notre Dame's had a rebound in this quarter. James for 3. Off the back rim. There's one. Citron. Perfect pass. He's there with the block. Here comes the pass. Rivers. High advantage over the NC State up 3. Timeout taken. The first half, NC State looked like they were stuck in mud. Not here in the second. Sanaya Rivers on the block, and how about this? The pull-up over a smaller defender. Now she's cooking.
Being an athlete means having a healthy desire to do as much as you can with your body, for as long as you can. Gatorade has lower sugar, electrolyte-backed hydration options to keep you rehydrated and replenished. Gatorade, for every athlete, forever.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Ooh, yes, problem.
You need Verizon. Trade them out and you get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. And there's more portraits of me as your
How about
Trade in any iPhone in any condition. You get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
You've always got your mind on the green. Not you. Your business bank account with QuickBooks Money now earns 5% APY. That's how you business different. Intuit QuickBooks.
jewelry you love. Find it in store and online.
Let's take a look at today's moves of the game presented by TurboTax. Tonight, Rivers, it was a matter of time. Sailing around, dribbling the basketball in the first half, not the second half. Explosive with her speed and length, using her athleticism to impact the game in multiple ways. Steal, block, and then the pull-up J. Now she's stuffing the stat sheet on the right side of the box score. First half, NC State hit just 28% of their shots from the floor, including 2 of 10 in the second quarter. Different story here in the third. They are outscoring Notre Dame by 9. Wolf working on Brooks, got it knocked away. Citron was able to save the possession, but now she's in trouble and gives it up. James does not have numbers.
Which is the wrong thing to do. They got so abrasive for so long.
Here's James at the line. ESPN NBA Sunday Night Doubleheader starts with the Knicks Sixers at 7 Eastern, and follow that with the Timberwolves taking on the Lakers in LA. Coverage starts at 7 Eastern for the NBA Countdown. Definitely like calling that Lakers Wolves game. 8-0. NC State run. James, great defense on the Doggos, having a tough time getting it. We're inside a minute to go in the third. Marshall, no basket. A foul call before Westbelt to get the shot off. We haven't seen a whole lot of high-low out of Notre Dame.
Those mineral deposits, given, depending on how severe.
But boy, that was a set that they love to run.
hours and then come back with a stiff brush, not
Good job moving the ball, getting the switches that they wanted, and then taking.
you'll be shocked how much of it comes off if you don't.
Isaiah James down to the block. Matty Westfall.
I guarantee you, right? There's nothing.
Second foul on James. 20 seconds. Back on the shot clock. It's Otto.
They will
For three. That's it. Now she's falling down. They call the flop this time. Decanter gave the signal to the bench. What's the lead? To two. Passes in the river to keep the yellow Cleveland. Ball is off now for Citron. Picks up the dribble, needs help, goes a foul.
Thanks, Old. Good for your question. I hope that helps. White vinegar and vinegar, baking soda.
Drawn by Isaiah James, who has drawn the most charges for the Pack this season. Hey, Danny Westbrook just runs over her right here. She's trying to get to the basket.
And they actually neutralize what each other does. It's a lot of action. Looks like really like, whoa, it's really working out. The reality is they're canceling each other out. So don't put it together. Some things you use baking soda, other things, in this case, you want to play acid to work on something. That's it. All right. Let us know.
Get 0.9% APR on this Buick Envision. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get $3,500 purchase allowance, plus no monthly payments for 90 days.
Everyone's hyped that Wendy's made the official hamburger of March Madness a buck. For Tyler and Toby, on another level.
Get hyped with fresh, never frozen beef on Wendy's Cake single for a buck, only in the app.
You know, Coach K, the time that looks good on you.
Who needs championships when you can look at birds?
Coach, I'm looking at a hospital bill for $1,200. Yeah. Did you say yeah?
He's talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
But with Aflac, you can get money to help close that gap. Aflac, huh?
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
That was a very physical sport. I get a lot of marks throughout the season. It's a sign of hard work. You gotta push yourself to the limit. Having marks in your body is not a sign of failure. It's a step towards improvement. Movement leaves marks. You're not because friends shouldn't.
Degree Ultra Quick, non-stop protection against white marks.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. I'm craving something we're missing. The ceramide from CeraVe. CeraVe with 3 essential ceramides helps restore my natural barrier so I can lock in moisture and we can feel it long after. CeraVe moisturizers.
NC State, 7 ACC tournament titles. They have 3 in a row, ending in 22. The legendary K. Yao had a bunch of them. As you take a look at them over the years, they're trying to get the title back after Virginia Tech won it last year. Here's Wes Moore with him.
Coach, at halftime, you said that you wanted your team to go into attack mode. We're Baldwin right now with 10 of her 12 points in that third quarter. How else have they answered the challenge?
Yeah, we're attacking the rim a little bit more. Definitely trying to get post touches or penetrate and get paint touches. So trying to, like I said, be attacking instead of just swinging the ball against the zone the whole time. We want to reverse the ball, move the zone, but we want to attack those gaps and close out.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
A successful third quarter for the Pack. 10 points alone for River Baldwin. Their net is 16. Charlie Cream has them hosting as well in the first and second round. They also had a win over UConn earlier this year, and they beat Colorado. Both these teams beat UConn in the regular season, and that still helps your net. Absolutely. NC State with a story. Picked to finish 8th in this league. And here they are, 10 minutes away, locked up in this fight with Notre Dame for the ACC championship. And more, Debbie Antonelli, really great joining you from Greensboro. And Hidalgo zips it inside the West Belt, but she's got 3 NC State players still able to get the shot up there. What great footwork by West Belt. You go to who you trust at this point, Pam, and you trust West Belt and Citron and Hidalgo to make plays. Certainly the big 3. That's the 5th tie of this game. Started by Bransford. He was the only bench player we have seen for the Irish. Zoe Brooks, the only one for the pack. There's Zoe. Winding down. Westbell comes away with it. I know the Indians short-handed, but West Moore was only taking off his bench today. That's Brooks. Bransford. Lost it to Rivers. 2-on-1 with Hawkins. Sanaya takes it right at Westbell, who is playing with 3 fouls. That's right. Smart play, not to give it up. Once she saw Westbell in transition. There's that speed and quickness of Sanaya Rivers. Also a smart play by Westbell to just let her go ahead and not risk getting a 4th foul. Back on top. Hidalgo left open for 3. Rebound by Brooks. They're just challenging her by going under that screen, and then a turnover by Brooks. Hidalgo always looking for a steal. Citron off. Baldwin forward. Well, I love the way Hidalgo zips that pass into the pocket, though. Citron had a great look. Wide open. Where's Sonia? 6 rebounds now for Baldwin. Who gets the ball, guarded by Marshall. Westbell comes over to help. Baldwin is able to finish. NC State only had 8 points in the paint in the first half. That's 12 here in the second. That's doubled by Baldwin. 4-point advantage for State. Bransford looking for somebody. Westbell gets it to Hidalgo. Misses. And the game is going cold. It's interesting that KK Bransford is operating the offense on the top of the floor now. And Neil Atkins getting Hidalgo off the ball. Drive it. Straight line drive. Biggest lead of the game for State on a 6-0 run. Westbound puts the lead in half. She's not just a stretch four, she's a hybrid, man, because she can make decisions that facilitate. She can shoot the 3, she can post up. She is so fun to watch. Off the rim. Hidalgo looking over towards D.L. Good defense by James. Makes the whip slow it down to Scotty Brooks. The exuberant freshman does get it back to the ball. 3, short, box out, rebound to Marshall. James comes in and fouls Hidalgo. That's 3 on James. Sanaya Rivers with a quick pick. And then the 6. Zoe Brooks, another straight line drive high off the glass. But then the answer in the deep corner. Westbell sticks it to make it a 1-possession game. Westbell with 11 points in the second half. And they got 2 in the first half. picks it up. Really good defense by Matty Hayes that time. Closing the space on Westbell, not letting her pivot once she got in the paint.
That's the best I can tell you. The rest of it is just
Rivers. Held by Marshall. Clock, single digits. Five minutes left. Hidalgo trying to shoot over ball for a big man. Foul on Citron going for the ball. Just the second on Sonia. We have a timeout. Notre Dame down by 3. A lot at stake here in the ACC championship game.
Here's the thing. No one can reach the pinnacle of success on their own. So I surround myself with expertise where it matters most. The Home Depot, committed to filling the trade gap.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets, all white meat chicken, and your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or new Parmesan garlic. Hurry in, we enjoy flavors at DQ. DQ,
Which brother? The older brother. You're only older by a minute.
Our son just needs car insurance.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The State Farm agent can help you choose the right coverage.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Doors lead us to new opportunities. Your dedicated fidelity advisor can help you open those doors by proactively reviewing your entire portfolio with an eye on taxes and risk. Doors were meant to be opened.
Ready to switch? Quick up with wipes. Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water. Micelles cleanse like a magnet without harsh rubbing. Tested to remove waterproof mascara better than the leading wipes. 9 out of 10 wipe users would recommend Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water by Garnier Naturally.
It's so orange.
Volemos, Angel City.
That's all how you do it, dog.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Ally. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally. Which is the last time these teams won a championship, 2019 for Notre Dame. 2 years ago for NC State, their string of 3 in a row. Quite a run for NC State and Westmore. And this game has been outstanding. Look at the difference for NC State in the second half, shooting 50%. And as you've done such a good job of Pam, there's 5 ties, 8 lead changes. You've said that all along. It's been a highly competitive game. Unlike in the regular season when NC State beat Notre Dame handily in South Bend. Ball went double quickly by Citron. Citron hit hard on the court, so it's 4 on 5 right now. Joe Vasily blows his whistle with Citron. Comes up the court. Citron was involved in the double team on Sanaya Rivers, which is an adjustment come off the timeout. She makes the pass, and she just catches it with a follow through. And the Wolf comes in for Matt Marshall, and that hurts across the bridge of the nose. So the Wolf and Notre Dame got their small lineup, they only have two lineups in that game. Player off the bench. Blackford. Great Blackford as a dropper. Would you play her as a shooter? Westbrook missed. Hayes came up with another rebound. So now you know they're going to double River ball versus the Joe Taylor. They're ready to come out. They've been out rebounded by 10. Matt Nye as it bounced all the way to the goal. Fields hit 6 triples yesterday in the game. Westbrook wide open. Hit it! And Westbrook with 14 second half points. Look at Olivia Miles over on the bench. We are tied up. 3.5 to go. Rivers. Big advantage over DeWalt. Height and quickness. Foul calls. Every time NC State gets a little rhythm, Westbell breaks it. She hits that triple before, and look at the reaction by Coach Ivy. Yes! And the Wolf just picked up her first foul. 2 team fouls against Notre Dame, 1 for State. Brooks on the dribble on the baseline, and she did. Just a nice turnover for the Pats. Notre Dame on a 6-0 run. A chance to get the lead back. 3 minutes to go. Hidalgo around the Westbell screen. Aaron Bransford to shoot. State she drives. Baldwin blocks it. And it's recovered by Hayes. Gotta make a good decision here. Rivers elevates over to Wolf. Here's Hidalgo. To Wolf.
I'm sorry to say, most are not working on a fundamental checklist. They breeze in, they've got their views, they've got their way of doing things. Ultimately, you're in charge of this. You are the captain of your design team. And that's why I want to make sure that you have the agents.
In transition, waits for help. It's Hidalgo. With the left. Hidalgo puts Notre Dame back on top. State has not scored for almost 5 minutes. They've gotten so stagnant here against the zone. They had a little earlier. Underneath, Hayes got it. Terrific. Get behind that zone. Terrific pass by Rivers. We're tied again. Not clocking a single digit for Hidalgo. She hits. Hannah Hidalgo with 21. Side James for the lead. Rebound. A couple of Irish players around it. 6 run. Able to get it over the Hidalgo to settle. We're inside a minute to go. Got to lock up right here. Again, James overplaying Hidalgo, forcing her left. Bransford. Out to Hannah. Guarded by James. Drives left. This time doesn't get it. James on the move. Got numbers. Rivers. Away. Nice advanced pass right here. Good finish to the left with contact. And then behind the defense, Hayes.
That makes sense. That's why I'm just going to leave it at that because it is, we can talk multiple programs.
A timeout taken by Miguel Ivey. We talked about the big three for Notre Dame. It's the big two in the second half. Only Maddie Westfeld and Hannah Hidalgo have scored for Notre Dame in this half. They are up 2. There is the reset as we take a look at today's Star Stories, brought to you by Home Depot. Maddie Westfeld only had 2 points at the half. Ruth Baldwin, same. Look what they've done in the second half. But again, just 2 Notre Dame players have scored in this second half. Short bench because of the injury yesterday to Kylie Watson. So what do you think is going to happen here, Coach Antonelli?
Well, let me tell you right now, Coach Ward, here's what's going to happen. NC State's probably going to stay in their man, okay? And Notre Dame, maybe some soft pressure. But NC State has fouls to give. They have 1 team foul. They have 3 timeouts. Notre Dame has 2 team fouls. They have 1 timeout. So I might see some soft token pressure, but you got to keep Hidalgo in front. You can't let her get open in the open court, and you got to get a stop and rebound. I would definitely keep Madison Hayes on with Maddie Westfeld. That's been the matchup because she is better suited to guard her with size and strength. But I also will not let Hidalgo get a shot off here. So look for Citron outside the 3. That's the 2-second difference between the 2 clocks. There's a foul. As you mentioned, they have lots of fouls to give. Notre Dame has not lost since falling to NC State on the 15th of February. 7 straight wins. And here they are in a gem of the title game. James has 4 fouls now. Inbound, Westfeld, go for the steal, try to get a trap, and commit a foul if you can't get it, but make a play on the ball. Rivers picked up the foul just her first. So we're up to 3 team fouls, still 1 more to give. Gotta be careful they don't slip to the bucket on you. Nice, we're looking for somebody. Citron. Able to get it as Rivers fell to the court.
NC State foul number 22, Rivers.
Just picked up the second foul. Take a look at what happened over there.
Number 15, also returns for Notre Dame.
Just gets caught. Incidental contact. Unfortunately, for NC State, when they were taking the foul, they're not going for the ball with the steal. Like, you want to back into the steal. So Rivers has just picked up 3 fouls, maybe the 3 fastest fouls in history, and it's going to put Citron on the line. What do you think of that? She's the best free throw shooter in the league. Yeah, I don't understand the foul anyway. But anyway, so you want to you're down 2, they could run the clock out. But Citron, not the person you want. She leads the entire league in free throw percentage. She gets 1 out of 2, so it's still a 1-possession game. And NC State has the basketball. Certainly, they have capable 3-point shooters. You have to go for the 3. No, you don't go for the 3 when you're driving the car and put it back in. I just think Notre Dame stays in the zone. They've been in the zone most of the game. They started in the beginning of the game with a little bit of man. I would think they'd stay in the zone. Notre Dame has 2 fouls to get. They do. So they might give them. If you're going to give the fouls, okay, you want to make sure it's on the dribble down, not on the dribble up. Okay, because they can get into the rhythm of their shot. A lot of coaches have a different philosophy. here about whether you foul. But if you choose to give a foul here, you're going to give it on the dribble down. The second foul would be the one that you would consider if you wanted to put NC State to the line, not to allow the three-point shot. But if you do that, you're not doing that until inside, I'd say 7 or 8 seconds. NC State doesn't need a three that can. A direct pass to the block right here would be a play that I'm sure Westmore might have this one. With the timeout, able to advance it. Ryers, there's the foul, pardon me, on Brooks. Rivers got it in. Bransford for sure second. And Coach, I just going no more. See, I would give that foul shot and go make a steal. You know, go for the ball. Once again, back to Brooks. Go quick though, because you want to throw it down. James for the lead. Rebound, Citron clears it, but they get it over to Bradford. State needs to foul as Brooks runs into Hidalgo. It's a good look after 3. Through the elevator door screen. James has a good look. And then Citron comes down with a huge rebound. Hidalgo at the line. Have a chance to put this game away. Missed a couple of big free throws here down the stretch. Citron and now Hidalgo. Okay, the 4-point lead. Free throw a little while ago was the first point scored in the second half, other than Hidalgo and Westbell for Notre Dame. And here they are up 4. SEC championship follows us. It's LSU and South Carolina. We got to finish on our half here at the ACC. What a great atmosphere! What an incredible game! What a competitive tournament we've had all week. But right now, NC State still has a chance. I mean, you got to get a direct pass to the block, score quickly, and then foul. You know, Notre Dame has one timeout left. They can advance the ball, and one foul to get. Let's see the way that Westmore decides to play it. If you go for the 3 right here, you got to get an offensive rebound and kick it back out to the 3-point line. If you miss. Brooks. To Hayes, who sends up the 3 while short, walks out by Citron and Notre Dame. Got it. Running from behind to win the ACC championship for the first time since 2019. They were short-handed and were able to take out NC State, holding it back to only 8 points in the 4th quarter. Their 8th straight victory and avenging the regular season loss at home back in February to the Pack. What a game. What a win for Niele Ivey. Hannah Hidalgo played great in the second half, and so did Maddie Westbell. There was Sonia Citron in the first half for the Irish. This is a well-put-together basketball team that's going to have a deep run in March. And I would say the same thing about NC State. They got a chance as well. Both of them playing great basketball right now, with Maddie Westbell giving Kylie Watson a big hug, who dissolves into tears. Kylie with a knee injury yesterday. We hope the best for her. She gets an MRI tomorrow when she gets home. But what a gutty performance for the Irish. They got down here in the 4th quarter. This crowd, what do you say, at least 80% at least. But yeah, right, they've been awesome. Yeah, probably 90%, Pam. I mean, what a game. What a finish. What a competitive second half. between two really good basketball teams. Congratulations to Niele Ivey on her first ACC tournament championship. She won the regular season last year. What a great basketball team she has put together and fulfilling the legacy of Coach Bucket McGraw. It was a 12-2 run to end the game for Notre Dame. State in the state of its last 9 shots. And it is a great day for the Irish. Niele Ivey, she's won this tournament as an assistant coach. Now she gets number 1 as the head coach. What a job for her resilient Irish team. And they have really rocketed up right in the bracket. Just winning these last 8 games, 4 straight games against ranked teams, and they've beaten them all. This freshman, Hannah Hidalgo, something special. Angels. Let's go over to Angel. She's got the
Coach, you won as a player, you won as an assistant coach. As a head coach now, being able to take home the ACC tournament title, what does that feel like?
There's nothing but God. There's nothing but God. All glory goes to him. I'm lost for words. It's something I dreamt of. And the fact that it's manifested, I'm so proud of this group. I'm so appreciative of the support, the love, the men. I'm so happy.
You told me before the game that in that loss, the last loss of the regular season against NC State, that this team has grown, the grit, the synergy with your big 3 and beyond. What has this felt like being short-handed?
I mean, it just shows the resilience of our teams. They have so much grit, so much pride, so much passion. They play for me, and I'm so grateful to be able to mentor them and coach them. They get played a lot of hard, and everybody stepped up. So proud of Nat stepping up. KK stepping up, and just phenomenal young women.
Is Hannah Hidalgo really a freshman?
He really did shit. She's a dog. I love her.
Back-to-back buckets for her to take the lead. The poise that she showed, the heart that she showed in her first ACC tournament.
She plays with no fear. She's relentless, fearless, competitive, passionate. Everything that you would want in a person and in a guard. Quick off her shoulder. I just love her. She does such a great job. And she matured so much. She's player of the year in my opinion.
Thanks so much for your time. We'll grab Hannah just quickly right here. Hannah, when you hear those words from your coach, you said she's my coach of the year. How she challenged you from the first time you walked on campus to this point. What does it mean?
Yeah, it means everything to me. I love Coach Ivy. She's the best coach to me. She's such a great coach. She means so much to me. I play my heart up just for her.
Your heart is what was the title when you're thinking about wanting the ball in your hands down the stretch. What was going through your mind, the mindset at that moment?
Yeah, well, this ball screen was working. So we just had our big fellas at the ball screen and just go ISO. And if they all dish out and if not, go over to basket.
Everyone talks about your big 3. Maddie Wexfeld was unbelievable in that second half, 14 points for her. When you can see her get going, what type of energy were you trying to drive off of?
Yeah, well, we need everybody on this team to go. And when Maddie's hot like that, to just keep getting her the ball. And I think it's nobody on this court that can stop her. And Tony, too. When Tony's in her around, we just give her the ball and she goes.
ACC Rookie of the Year, ACC Defensive Player of the Year, and now an ACC Tournament title. Not a bad resume.
Thank God for everything. I thank you for all the wins, all the success.
Thank you so much for your time.
Hannah Hidalgo, what a freshman year she has. And now she's got an ACC championship. Man, the maturity is right. That's the key word for this young player, because at the beginning of the year, she did a lot of stuff to isolate herself on the court, meaning she had a ball in her hand, she was looking to score. As the season went on, she figured out, she matured, her intellect got better. Her skill set was always there, but the understanding of the Notre Dame system and the Notre Dame culture is part of the reason why she's had so much success in this system. And another terrific game for Sonia Citron, some big rebounds in the second half, especially here she is with Angel.
Sonia, that's what we love to see, the smile on your face, so it's going throughout the game, but when you understand what went into this season and getting to this point, what stands out the most?
I think just the grit that our team has. I mean, we have fought all season. We have battled injuries. But no matter what, we just stick together and just look what we accomplished.
When you're thinking about Niele Ivey getting her first ACC tournament title, how does that make you feel, knowing that you're a part of that?
Amazing. I mean, Coach Ivey deserves the world. She worked so hard, so I'm just happy that we were able to give this to her.
And when you look looking at the Big Three, everyone talks about the Big Three. You establish yourself in the first half as well. As a collective, what does it feel like understanding everything that you guys have laid out on the floor to have these moments?
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing. I think, again, it speaks to our team and just the love we have for each other, and we were just playing for each other out there, so it feels great.
And it looks fun. Congratulations, champ.
So much. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. And with this win, I think it's safe to say, Debbie, that we're going to see Notre Dame hosting in the first and second round.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all, and NC State as well. And, you know, the game swung when Maddie Westbeld hit those triples. Those were the two backbreakers, I think, for the Wolfpack. And then the couple of turnovers late and poor execution by NC State at the end. But it was a well-played game, especially the adjustments Westmore made at halftime. And then the adjustments that Neil Ivy made in the middle third of the floor with their ball screen offense. Notre Dame only had 6 players play today. They had 7 available. Only 5 players scored. All but 6 of their 55 points came from the big three of Hidalgo, Citron, and Westbeld. It's impressive. This league has been great all year. You know, we've covered it all season long. 9 teams should get in. 9 teams have great guard play. And when you have great guard play, you have a chance to advance. I can't wait to watch what's next for Hannah Hidalgo and where her game will go next. Especially next year when Olivia Miles gets back.
Watch out for that one. And if you want to see the trophy presentation, that is coming up on the ACC Network. The Nothing But Net crew also will take you through the rest of the afternoon. I think Muppet's going to be in a good mood sitting over there on that set. So the SEC Network, or the SEC Network, the SEC Championship game is coming up after us with LSU and South Carolina. Debbie Antonelli, Angel Gray, we had such a great time this week. We had a fantastic crew, and I'm glad we got a great championship game after a great ACC season. Our crew deserved it as much as we did. Congratulations to the Fighting Irish. So Notre Dame wins the ACC championship.
Champ Week, presented by Principal. South Carolina was 1.1 seconds away from getting on the bus back to Columbia. Instead, they boarded a bus back to the arena to play on Championship Sunday. The Gamecocks, the #1 team in the nation. They're 31-0 on the season, but they have to face the defending national champions in Angel Reese. A boot on her ankle, but if you've watched Angel, you know she's going to give it all for her team. Camila Cardoso, the biggest shot of her life, she's regrouped and ready to go. Cardoso for 3. Oh my goodness! Beautiful basketball. The Bayou Barbie trying to tough it out for LSU.
And we're some dogs. We're going to go out there and fight. It's no better time than now.
Drama. South Carolina undefeated still.
2 of the most recognizable teams in the country.
We'll get the matchup the nation has been craving. This is the SEC Women's Basketball Tournament Championship. You are watching the SEC on ESPN. A sold-out arena here in Greenville, South Carolina, to watch the top 2 teams in the SEC go head-to-head for the second time. There was a 6-point win for South Carolina the first time back in January, but none of that matters right now. Saturday was a lot of fun. South Carolina with a buzzer beater to beat Tennessee. LSU took care of Ole Miss, and these two will meet here for a title. Let's go. We are ready to crown a champion in Greenville. Corey Lyle, alongside the Hall of Famer Carolyn Peck. Brooke Weisbrod is also. So many emotions yesterday for LSU, watching their teammate, last year Kola, be carted off the court and then coming back and winning that game.
For South Carolina, a buzzer beater when it looked like they had lost. As a head coach, how do you regroup in one night to play for a title?
Well, the successful coaches do what these two women did, and Don Staley and Kim Mulkey. They have to stay steady. They've got to stay calm. They've got to collect the emotion of their team and show that they can still stay in the moment and go after a win. And that's what these two women did. That's why they're in the finals today.
Let's start with South Carolina, the number one team in the nation. They are undefeated thanks to that buzzer beater yesterday. This is a team that has been dominant and well tested all season.
Well, Doug Staley, what she has done since coming into South Carolina is she has set the standard, and she has brought in talent that has the ability to meet the standard. It is a consistency on the winning side of the basketball. It is the unselfishness of their team and how they play and the defense that they bring. That is what has made South Carolina and Don Staley so successful.
Nobody has been able to take down South Carolina. They are 6-0 against ranked teams this year, and they have won 7 of the last 9 SEC tournament titles, looking for title number 8 today. They'll be facing an LSU team, Brooke, who has battled injury. What is the injury status for the Tigers today?
It has literally been a cat fight for the LSU Tigers to reach this SEC championship. Blackshear Fuller was released from the hospital at 1:30 this morning after suffering a concussion last night in the fourth quarter. Fuller today up, walking around. She's been able to get something to eat, and she's back at the team hotel again with a manager. Michaela Williams, we heard about her foot eligible to play today. How long she may go, we don't know just yet. But of course, we all know about the SEC Player of the Year. Angel Reese will continue to dig deep. Baltimore up and play through that pain after rolling her ankle.
Yeah, well, that injury for Angel Reese, the SEC Player of the Year, that happened on Friday in the quarterfinals against Auburn. This was in the fourth quarter. Watch her right ankle. She tweaks it there. She went off of the court and did not return to this game. We saw her on the bike. She didn't go through the shoot-around yesterday, but she did play in that game and had her 22nd double-double of the season. She said afterwards, after the game last night, her ankle was the size of a tennis ball, but you know that Bayou Barbie is going to go out there and give it her all.
Well, because she told us she's from not Baltimore, but Baltimore. I got a direct message on social media that said, you're just built different when you come from Baltimore, and Angel, when you come from Baltimore, and Angel Reese definitely is. She had a toughness. Her focus shifted away from protecting that ankle to protecting last year Poa. She brought the team together. She was the emotional leader and demonstrated the dominant center that she is for LSU and got the Tigers to the title game.
SEC Player of the Year, she averages a double-double, 11 straight games with a double-double. In the first meeting with South Carolina, she fouled out with 4 minutes to go. Remember, going into the fourth quarter, LSU had a lead on the Gamecocks.
And without having Angel Reese on the floor, what was LSU missing? The defense in the paint, that mentality, toughness mentality, and then the ability to get offensive rebounds. It's going to be important for Angel Reese to stay in the game today.
Lee Brown, an SEC tournament champion today. The rematch everybody wanted in the nation at LSU and South Carolina. Angel Reese down low to Anissa Morrow and the high-low working early. South Carolina's starting 5. In order to get off to a good start like they did yesterday, Don Staley has been challenging Raven Johnson.
Raven Johnson has got to be aggressive offensively.
Billy Pitts loses it, and this will be LSU ball. Now, Brooke told you last year, Poa out with a concussion yesterday, so we see Janae Pitts in the starting lineup, a true freshman out of Illinois, starting here in this SEC championship game.
I've already seen leadership from Angel Reese helping the freshman, Janae Kidd, giving her instructions. That's how you can keep a freshman calm, but continuing to communicate with her and build confidence.
It's Kent, number 20 in the purple jersey, driving in on last year Poa, and that's a travel. Don
John Staley, I mean, what an incredible moment for the program yesterday. The emotions of being down with 1.1 seconds left. She told us everybody has been focused today. They went through a film session this morning. They're ready to play for a title. It's hard to come down off a big moment like yesterday. I mean, that was huge. And it wasn't just anybody hitting a three, but Camila Cardoso, your 6'7" center, knocking that shot down. Everybody was so excited to see her experience success. Her first career three. She's now 1 for 2 in her career behind the arc. Cardoso running the floor and a pass for her best friend, Raven Johnson. This will flip it over to Kent. Pull-up tips it in the hands of Bree Hall. Excuse me, Papa. The defense was where South Carolina got off to a good start against Tennessee yesterday. It took Tennessee a whole quarter to settle in. Bree Hall elevating in the paint. 3 straight LSU turnovers. The defensive pressure that you expect from South Carolina. Van Lith, the kick back up to Angel Reese. There it is. Hold that follow through. You may question whether or not she's got a face-up game, but she does. You know, watch the physicality of Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso, and Angel Reese is already having some verbiage, a little communication between the big girls down low. This might be a little spicy in the paint today, Pat. Oh, yeah. Let's steal by Anissa Morrow. 1-2 set into the bucket. But the LSU felt like that game slipped away at Baton Rouge, and they want to establish that they are the aggressor. They were physical with Cardoso in the first half, and it affected her hugely. Scramble on the floor for the loose ball. It's going to be LSU basketball. You watch the battle that is going on inside. These two are going to go at it all day long. I think Angel said, I bring it, Camilla said, I love it. Jay Johnson weaving. Just Smith, she's had a fantastic tournament for LSU. Averaging 23 points a game in the first two and shooting 55%. Jay Johnson is his final 4-4. The ball rattles out. Haley Van Lith on the move. And there's Michaela Williams in the game. Van Lith for 3. The pass from the floor from Michaela Williams. Toughness is what LSU feeds off of. Aggressive plays. A little spicy action between players. That makes LSU turn it up to another level. The 7-0 run for the Tigers. Tahina Pow. The number 1 3-point shooter in the nation. We are in for a good one this afternoon. Not even 5 minutes into this game. Love it. Okay, Johnson trying to go back to Angel Reese. The assist from Michaela Williams to Haley Van Lith for 3. Hey, but hang on, Tahina Pow is ready to answer at the other end, get the 3 of her own. Anissa Morrow working around Ashton Watkins, but Watkins got a piece of it. Raven up ahead to Pow. Cardoso behind the defense missed. Angel Reese with Pow. Van Lith transition 3. All right, Angel. The offensive rebound ability. The best at it in the country, Angel Reese on the glass. Over 5 offensive rebounds per game for Angel. Johnson. Pick and roll with Anissa Morrow. And the no look. She hit it with the no look. Drop pass. Okay, Fly J. So Watkins. It's a layup. Opportunities in the paint for South Carolina. You're going to see LSU. They're going to take advantage of slowing the game down. It's already a battle in the paint with these two. We expect nothing less. When we come back, a look back at the biggest shot of the season. Camila Cardoso lighting it up from three.
This is your invitation to experience the exhilaration of the Lexus Performance Line and some of the best offers of the year on select models. At the invitation.
What up, Money Printer OX? How are you? Money Printer OX, how are you?
Thank you, Agent State Farm.
Money Printer OX, I'm talking to you.
Hey, Arnold, I'm hearing me, Bob. It's me.
Yo, dog. Money Printer OX, what up, baby?
Let's go get some.
Yo, dude, chillin'. That's cool. Send it to $0. $0. Straight to $0. What's going on, man? Like clean?
Like a good neighbor. State Farm is there.
Ready to switch?
How you living?
Wipes. Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water. My cells cleanse like a magnet without harsh rubbing. Tested to remove waterproof mascara better than the leading wipes. 9 out of 10 wipe users would recommend Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water by Garnier Naturally.
Give us your powder tool.
Which will gain confidence to create.
The strength to go against the grain.
Before you know it, she'll have worked her way up to joiners and gypsies.
Because when you give a girl a power tool, she becomes
an even more powerful woman. Being an athlete means having a healthy desire to do as much as you can with your body, for as long as you can. Gatorade has lower sugar, electrolyte-backed hydration options to keep you rehydrated and replenished. Gatorade, for every athlete, forever.
ESPN Tournament Challenge is back. And the best part, anyone can bracket. You could be a genius. Or one of these weird bird things. You could be a bona fide cat connoisseur. You could even be hiding in the bathroom. No matter who, what, when, where, how, anyone can bracket. Download to play the #1 bracket game.
As long as you've been away from your family, we wanted to make this day special. Bring her mom and her sister. How y'all?
South Carolina will have to inbound again. They don't have a timeout. Cardoso for three. Great shot! A miracle for the Gamecocks!
Let me wrap this on. I just stepped back and shot it.
No bigger shot for Camila Cardoso, and South Carolina avoids the offset. What a week it's been for Camila Cardoso. It's time for today's Need to Know, brought to you by the USPS Round Advantage. Camila Cardoso is from Brazil. She left home at the age of 15 to come to the States to play basketball. Until Saturday, when South Carolina brought her family up for Brazil, they had not seen her play in the States since she left home. a long time. And now, what a week they've had. Her mom and her sister were in the stands yesterday. They are here today. They saw her hit that game-winning shot. What a trip this must be for them. Oh, my God. Just going through the emotion of Camilla seeing her mom and her sister, and then to be able to perform the way she has since they've come here, has had just a lot of memory. Now there's a Phil Wiley at the top of the key. She's arrived. You better believe it. Phil Wiley comes in the game. She is ready just to make something happen. Visit with Don Staley. She gets it going, and she does something great. Feeds off the crowd. She wants to top it. Each time, putting on a better performance. We've already seen several South Carolina players rotate in through this game. That could be a huge advantage for them depth-wise. South Carolina has a ton of depth. LSU, not at all. Yeah, Don Staley will play 9 players, and each player really can get to double-digit minutes. So if South Carolina can make this fast-paced, we can see how that could affect LSU. South Carolina gets 33 points a game off their bench. LSU only has 4 total bench points in 2 games here at the SEC tournament. Wow. First foul against Ashlyn Watkins. And there's a foul on Angel Peace, her first. Will Wiley is that far for South Carolina. Every time she comes in the game, like the momentum of the game kicks it up a notch. Cardoso with Reese back down low. There's Phil Wiley having trouble hanging on to it. 10 seconds on the shot clock for South Carolina. And jump ball, possession arrow stays with the Gamecocks, but Flajay Johnson able to tie it up. Not only a jump ball, but a stare down. Yeah. See, LSU is trying to establish that they may be few in numbers, but they're not backing down from anybody. Flajay specifically, after the first South Carolina game, she talked about what it meant, how much she wanted this win. As an offensive foul on Ashlyn Watkins, her second.
CP, that intensity is exactly what was in the huddle. Head coach Kim Mulkey came over and said, listen, I don't want to have to play Michaela Williams more minutes if I don't have to. Everybody else, you have to step up. From then on, Flajay stood up, said, I got you. Haley did looked at her, said, I got you. Angel Reese was talking, and Lisa Moore was talking. That culture was vital. The culture that has been established at LSU, they play for each other.
They're putting in some fake information in an effort to make them look fun stuff.
And her sister standing up, loving it. Michaela Williams back game for LSU. She's at the top of your screen, number 12 in purple. Okay, she's got to shoot. Reese didn't realize the shot clock was winding down. And a stop for the Gamecocks. With a team with a game that means so much to both players, when it's physical, sometimes it can get you distracted. You've got to stay focused in the moment of every possession. Tessa Johnson in for South Carolina. Coming to her own side of the 2. That's up Michaela Williams. It's been more physical than that in the paint. It's kind of tight on the perimeter inside this battle. Tessa Johnson has had a phenomenal SEC tournament. She's been an immediate impact. Cardoso button to the get. Look at her sprint the floor. Points, rebounds for Camilla. seeds in the SEC tournament. Oh, my laser full watch. You gotta watch where she is. Highlight. Columbia's finest. The local kid who's staying home to play for the Gamecocks. It's become a trend.
Keep the home talent at home.
Getting lit with the offensive board. Shot clock did not reset.
Instead of having Camila Cardoso have to battle just posting up, move her around. South Carolina brings her up in the ball screen action and then lets her slip to the basket. That makes 6-7 tougher to guard. Camila's sister looks so nervous.
It's a championship game. So Camila will take a seat. LSU is going to take advantage of that. Angel Reese, she's at the table right now, but Aaliyah Del Rosario is in.
South Carolina can go 2 for 1.
Sanaya Fagan. Got the space, but left it short. Meanwhile, LSU wants its last 7. Tipped away by Pow Pow. Racing against Michaela Williams on the lay-in. LSU can take the last shot of the quarter. Monte Johnson turned it over. Tessa. And Tessa turns to the free throw line, fouled by Haley Van Lith.
Johnson has been such a vital part of the reserve production for Carolina over the last 6 games. She has averaged 9 points a game, and she has brought it defensive end as well.
I was going to say, it's not just points. They had her guarding with Kia Jackson yesterday.
And Tessa's a go, and so ability had that toughness. That brings the player I can talk about. Rebuild. I said from the beginning that Johnson could fill those shoes. Rebuild South Carolina.
The defensive stopper, a nose player. 1.3 on the clock. Stolen by Fagan for 3. No banking in the buzzer on that one. South Carolina ends the quarter on an 11-2 run. When we come back, we'll be joined by LSU head coach Kim Mulkey.
Here's the thing. No one can reach the pinnacle of success on their own. So I surround myself with expertise where it matters most.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. I'm craving something we're missing. The ceramides and CeraVe. CeraVe with 3 essential ceramides helps destroy the natural barrier so I can welcome moisture and you can feel it long after. CeraVe moisturizers.
You know, Coach K, the time in this good for these championships when you can look at birds.
Coach, I'm looking at a goat. Hospital bill for $1,200. Yeah, did you say that?
He's talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
But with Aflac, you can get money to help close that gap. Aflac, huh?
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Aflac.com.
When is a basketball more than a basketball? When it opens the door to 4 years of higher education, opens your eyes to new places and experiences, grants access to world-class trainers, academic tutors, and mental health professionals, and equips you with the skills to be unstoppable in any arena. For college athletes, a basketball just means more.
Kelly needs new floors. So she went to the flooring experts at LL Flooring, and it was as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4. Next one, Kelly. LL Flooring, every step covered.
I'm Libby Dunn, All-American gymnast and Peoria athlete. When you travel and train as much as I do, you find happiness where you are. On the mat or on the sand, movement and comfort are essential. That's why I live in Performance Joggers by Peoria. Made from dream knit fabric that's made of 89% recycled materials, effortlessly soft and made to move as much as I do. My happiness starts here, in the softest joggers on the planet.
Fans exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Principal. Let's build a retirement and benefits plan that works for team. Moments ago, Kim Mulkey caught up with Brooke.
Coach Mulkey, this game is very physical from our end. What are you seeing out there? Come on, I don't think it's been physical this time. What do you want me to? How do y'all feel your team is defending Camila Cardozo right now? I think we did fine. Same thing happened at our place. We had a feed, we gave up threes at the end of a quarter. We just gave up three, 2 times, gave up 2 free throws, gave up a buck. That's how good teams beat you. They take advantage of opportunities. We come out, we take the lead, and then we have turnovers. At the end of the quarter, we go up 3-point lead. That's the thing. And then back.
Thanks, Coach. Time now for today's expert, brought to you by Principal. This year's last year poll goes down. She has taken off on stretcher for LSU. Kim Mulkey, a passionate speech in the poll, challenging her team to respond and able to beat Olds to make it championship. Like what? But after this bucket right here, Vontae Johnson says, that's for Poa. That's how much last year Poa means to this team is the motivation for the teams today. Last year, Poa, a concussion. She was discharged from the hospital earlier this morning. She is watching this game from the team hotel with the manager. We wish her well. Vontae Johnson certainly second up 5 points after last. They went down with an injury yesterday.
Vontae had fantastic tournament. 23 points and averaging in both games.
Kim Mulkey, get out to you about the quarter between these two.
She just no breakdowns. Look, when these two meet, it's who makes the least of mistakes. But when you look at the point range, those are even. That's going to be a battle. Now, who's going to defend and take away perimeter shots? South Carolina has already 2. LSU
pulling kicks from the free throw line. Meanwhile, LSU straight turnovers. It's to a go run for South Carolina. Anissa Moore, triple.
That's how you even things up. If you're giving up points from the perimeter, you want to bring some points of your own. All right, Chloe, back to back.
A player that it's early life at South Carolina maybe questioned that decision, but instead of pouting, she went to work in the offseason and became a starter.
You see it, 2 of the toughest players inside battling between Anissa Morrow and Chloe Pitts. These two are going to battle. Anissa Morrow's got this in her bag, can knock down the 3. But Chloe Kitsch is not afraid to mix it up inside. The savviness, the ability to finish. Put points on the board for the game.
1.6 points per game here for Kitsch. She's up to 9.3 and playing a lot more minutes. Raven Johnson using the window.
And hit Haley Van Lith with a too small. We've got games within games going on when these two teams meet.
Hit the true freshman.
Okay.
monkey has been asking that kid to do something. Get yourself back in the game. And she's getting her opportunity today. You know what? I loved how Angel Reese pumped her up last night in the post-game interview. She gave credit to Janae Kent. In the post-game press conference, she called out her team for contributions yesterday. The leader. And it's not just doing it out publicly. I have seen Angel Reese personally go to Janae Kent and continue to help her. She's not going at her, but touch it. And that's what a leader does. Give the young player that confidence. That's going to be a foul on Nia Fagan of South Carolina. Her first. Oh, she's got to go. Out of time. That's part of being the point guard. You got to have a clock in your head when you're taking the ball out of bounds. Understanding, oh, that's an offensive foul. They look at this to see if they can if that needs to be upgraded. It was Denise Barrow stepping up and taking the charge. She already has a black eye from Friday's quarterfinal game. I don't think that's.
But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT. The House Whisperer meets the Horse Gambler. Rain Shark joins Tim Conley Jr. every Thursday evening at 6:20 on KFI. February, this is House with Money. I am your host, Joel Larsgard. And if you have a money question, if you want to pick my brain about personal finance, please do give me a call. The number is 1-800-520-1534. 1-800-520-1534. Or if you want to answer kind of the question today, I was talking about Bitcoin on the show. Does the Bitcoin run up? Pique your interest. Like, are you all of a sudden thinking, maybe I'm missing out on something? The FOMO starting to set in. I would love to hear your thoughts on Bitcoin, where it fits into your portfolio, if it does at all. Again, number 1-800-520-1534. I also talk about online reviews and subscriptions here. Two different things real quick. Online reviews, first off, there's this Wired article, and it basically said, the headline was, online reviews are not paying for it. Get used to it. And it feels like something like that. It's like, just get used to it, right? But online reviews, I talk about kind of scam attempts and fraud occasionally on this show, ways to kind of insulate ourselves from falling for some of these scams. Talked recently about the financial reporter for the New Yorker and the New York Times, and how she fell hook, line, and sinker for a scam. Ends up handing over $50,000 in a shoebox. I mean, just the craziest thing. It's unbelievable. You have to read the article that she wrote about it. There's so many red flags that pop up. It's amazing that she's still in the fight for it, especially given the financial acumen that she has. But then there are all sorts of smaller little deceptions that happen along the way, right? That happen in our daily lives. That's almost $50,000.
Well, the original call, an offensive foul on Chloe Kitts. They confirmed that at the monitor. They did not see anything to upgrade this to an intentional or disqualifying foul. So still a foul on Kitts.
But that little move right there at the end could have been intentional. Just the officials didn't see it. You're going to have to keep your emotions in check, Chloe Kitts.
SEC Tournament Championship game, the rematch. A lot of people were hoping we might get, if we do, South Carolina and LSU, the first meeting decided by 6 points in favor of the Gamecocks back in January. LSU had a 4-point lead in the fourth quarter.
I'm keeping track of what LSU's field goal percentage is when Michaela Williams is on the floor. They are 6 of 12 when Williams plays.
Williams, her first SEC tournament game, she has been out with foot pain. No less Tier-Pola for LSU today. She's out with a concussion. 5 seconds. Van Lick trying to drive, and it's hard to do that on 6'7", Camila Cardoso. Raven Johnson stepping into it. So comfortable.
Don Staley wanted Raven Johnson to be more aggressive offensively. She has established herself, attacking the basket, now knocking down the long ball.
Deep three from Anissa Morrow is short.
What up, PB? How you living, Pimp?
I would find Raven Johnson again.
PB, what's new? PB Pimp, I asked you a question. How are you?
Up. No.
That's okay, baby. You're welcome here.
2-minute scoring drought for LSU.
Think they got to get Angel Reese back down on the block.
Through the fingertips of Cardoso, but
The good old USA. The United States?
By herself in the corner, that's off.
Tight dog. Do you know what Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu is?
Let Angel Reese cook down low on the block.
Oh, tight.
Flash A.
Very well. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Matchups today. This is going to be.
Do you know what YouTube is?
A battle.
YouTube, it's like videos. YouTube. Yes.
Ooh, that could have been a foul on Cardoso.
I've been live on YouTube for 3 years, all day, all night.
Yes, but you don't need to fall in love with your South Carolina with only shooting
Correct.
victory. But different from last year,
I do it for world peace.
just make sure you got a balance.
I don't want war anymore.
That's the second on Angel Reese.
What up, Tim?
And John Staley wants that to be reviewed. Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso going at it inside.
Hey, we'll take a look at this.
Oh, I think Angel Reese may be called for the swinging of the elbow.
It's okay. I stream my life every day, every night on YouTube.
So it was a foul on Angel Reese. They can look to see if this is an intentional foul or a disqualifying foul.
Take care.
Or keep it as just a common foul.
Thank you.
Now, that one did not look like a basketball play. It's
Good night, my friend.
What Del Rosario got called with against Auburn.
They're looking for an intentional foul. It's defined as unnecessary hard aim or excessive, excessive swinging. Not a direct play on the ball. Obviously, this is away from the ball.
I don't feel like Angel Reese was trying to gain possession.
or gain positioning on Cardoso because it wasn't even with her lower body first. That's normally when you post up, you get your lower body and then you clear out with your arms. That arm came first, and it was high. So it looks like we might have a decision. The officials will confer. Remember, only 2 officials can be at the monitor at one time. So an intentional foul on Angel Reese. South Carolina will let Tahina Powell shoot the free throw. She's their leading free throw shooter. And remember, they'll get possession of the ball as well. After Project Johnson hit the 3. Keep an eye on these two going at it right there. Camilla kind of got a push off on Angel Reese right there, and I think when she went down on the other end, Angel Reese was trying to retaliate. And Tessa Johnson is fouled by Aaliyah Del Rosario. Jessica, the first champ week rolling on today with the Pac-12 title game. USC and Stanford. We get to see Cameron Brink. We get to see Juju Watkins. Can't wait for that one at 5 Eastern today here on ESPN. It's going to be a fast-paced game. They get up and down. Now, what LSU has got to do, they are playing inspired by last year Cohen, but they've got to keep their emotions in check. Cohen went down with an injury with a concussion yesterday in the semifinals. South Carolina ball. Angel Reese on the bench right now for LSU with those 2 personal fouls. So Aaliyah Del Rosario, the freshman, working in the paint along with Anissa Morrow defensively here for the Tigers. I'd go right into number 10. Just trying to go Fagan, and Del Rosario took it away. But right away, Cardoso was looking to pass. She's got to be a threat to score first before she's ready to share. Flau'jae Johnson hits, and she's fouled by Cardoso. The defense on the ball screens involving Camilla Cardoso. She came out with the reach to contest the shot on Flau'jae Johnson. The focus and concentration for Big Fella to finish. That's huge. Oh, it's a 2, not a 3. Now it's a 3-point play. There you go. You're just predicting the future. On this end, no field goals for South Carolina in the last 3 minutes. Lowry is wide open on the opposite side. Cardoso got the ball. Woo! what a rebound, but out of the air. Woo, she got away with swinging a little bit of an elbow. She's got to be careful. So Carson checks out with 2 fouls. Shakima Walker will replace her. Angel Reese for LSU is out on the bench with 2 fouls. The difference is South Carolina's got a lot of depth in the post. LSU does not. Del Rosario is going to be vital for LSU with Angel Reese in that foul trouble. Del Rosario, a freshman out of the Dominican Republic. We asked her, what is it like to go against Angel Reese in practice every day? She said, Angel's good, but I'm also a good player. I love the confidence of the big girl. Taylor Williams is in the game for LSU. Got a score on the other side. Flau'jae is short. This is South Carolina basketball. Look at the scoring drop that we have right now for the Gamecocks. 4 minutes and 8 seconds without a field goal. Kanaya Bacon needs to go to work. She showed us in the previous 2 games of this tournament. She can shoot. She can hit that elbow jumper from the free throw line area. Number 20 in white, and that rattles out. The drought continues. A lot of elbows flying around tonight. They look for 2. South Carolina's missed its last 6 until the layup from Wiley. I would go to Del Rosario. I would let her check Walker. And they do. Del Rosario will shoot free throws again. Now, what is it for Wiley? QT brought the free throw outside the area and explodes past Haley Van left for the finish. Del Rosario loves it. For Wiley and Pow Pow tied for the team lead for the Gamecocks with 7 points apiece. Great ball in to replace Tessa Johnson. This is the first. The SEC men's basketball tournament early round games will be over on the SEC Network and the ESPN app. They'll have both first round games Wednesday, the second round games on Thursday, and of course the quarterfinals take place on Friday from Nashville. Short on both. Back to the free throw line from LSU thanks to Anissa Morrow. I mean this as a compliment, but she is a beast inside. Anissa Morrow carrying the mail with Angel Reese being on the bench. The physicality she can bring. Look at that black eye, that shot. She ain't shying away from contact. Brooke, remember watching her at DePaul? I mean, this is the player that was the alpha on her team. She was the go-to in her 2 seasons and an All-American.
Right? And sometimes undersized as well. I mean, I like to say a lot of matchups she goes up against, but that never enters her mind. She's going to be one of the strongest undersized post players that is in the game, Carol. I mean, have you seen another player in the past that kind of compares to her style?
You had Nicole Willingham that played at Auburn that was undersized and physical, like Anissa Morrow. Anissa Morrow, All-American at DePaul. She came to LSU, wanted to play on a bigger stage, and there's not one much bigger than playing in the SEC and playing alongside Angel Reese. But the Canopias called her unselfish to do that. Travel on Haley Van Left. Canopi wasn't happy about that one. That was a missed opportunity. LSU is +5 in the +11 in the rebound category, and that's with Angel Reese on the bench. They were looking to go high-low. Green ball will reset. Alpau. They try again. 10 seconds for the Gamecocks. For Wiley. Money! That's what I was looking for. Paul Wiley can make it happen. 10 points from Malaysia for Wiley. LSU looking for the last shot of the half. I'd give the ball to Anita tomorrow. Let her go to work. She's on the block, battling with Fagan. Van Lith pulls up, knocks it down. Just a 4-point game at the half. The top two teams in the SEC meeting for the second time. It's been everything and more we thought it would be. Anissa Morrow is over with Brooke.
Anissa, this team just continues to step up when someone goes down. How has this first half opened up for you?
I'm willing to do whatever I can for my team, and I'm doing that tonight. Taking charges for Pola, so I'm just trying to be everywhere that I possibly could be.
Angel Reese with 2 fouls here in the first half, and the South Carolina team not going away. What do you see as the key in the third quarter?
Executing our offense.
All right.
And defending.
Thanks, Anissa.
11 points for Anissa, 3 rebounds. South Carolina on top, 36-32 at the half. We'll get you to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Courtney, a high level of shot making. Malaysia Wiley was terrific, and the SEC championship, everything we thought it would be. Big Ten title game from Minneapolis. The great Caitlin Clark trying to make it 3 in a row. Alexis Markowski was brilliant. Charlie Crean, what a tale of 2 halves. Though for Caitlin,
4 points in the first half, the lowest first half in 2 years, but it was much different in the second half.
and Kate Martin's an X factor here.
She's key to them making a deep run in the NCAA tournament. She makes big threes, and she made a bunch of them today.
For Caitlin, the deep threes were not falling, so she took it to the cup in the second half, 7 of 12 on 2-point shots. Logan Nisley made 2 threes in overtime, but Clark was the story. 34 points, 12 assists, 7 rebounds, and Charlie 3 steals, including the one to seal the game.
Big defense from Caitlin Clark. That's not usually what we're used to talking about. She also had another great day passing the basketball. She had almost 30 assists in the last 2 games in the Big Ten tournament, but it was those big buckets that she made down the stretch, both in the lane and from 3-point range, that got them this championship, their 3rd straight.
Indeed, it is a 3-peat for the Hawkeyes. Clark 4 in the first half, as Charlie said, didn't make a single 3. In the second half, she explodes for 30, 5 of 8 from 3-point range in overtime as well. And with Charlie Crane, Kevin Connors here with you in studio. Let's start with the Hawkeyes, Charlie. The significance of this championship win is what for them in the NCAA tournament?
Well, this was really big because if they had not won this championship, and USC delivered in the Pac-12, and Texas eventually delivered in the Big 12, and with the championship game there being on Tuesday, Iowa would have fallen off the 1 line. But this solidifies a 1 seed for them. It allows them to play a little bit closer to home in the Albany Regional rather than going to Portland. But more than anything, being a number 1 seed sets up matchups maybe that could be possibly better, and putting Caitlin Clark in a position where more people are going to be able to watch her because Albany has better time slots than Portland.
Yeah, and in all likelihood, not in the same side of the bracket as South Carolina. Quickly in Greenville, Charlie, what's at stake here?
Both South Carolina and LSU are in good shape right where they are, regardless of the outcome of this game. South Carolina sealed the deal on the number 1 overall seed a while ago. LSU has moved to that 2 seed, and they're going to stay there because of the performance they've had up to this point in the SEC tournament, and certainly the way they played in the first half, sticking with South Carolina, just kind of nails that down.
Doug Staley and Kim Mulkey might say the significance of this second half is winning an SEC championship, and a great one is on the way. Earlier today, the ACC Championship, NC State eyeing its fourth title in the last 5 years. Hannah Hidalgo, one of the most dominant seasons in all of women's hoops.
The energy she plays with, especially on defense, and she's a great finisher as well.
And you said Hidalgo and Manny Westfeld owned that fourth quarter.
They did. They scored all of Notre Dame's points except one in the entire second half. Notre Dame usually has a big three, but Sonia Citron got quiet in the second half. Hidalgo and Westfeld are the ones that picked it up.
22 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals for Hidalgo, and the Fighting Irish win the ACC Championship 55-51. Big East Tournament Championship on the line. UConn and Marquette. The Huskies playing without Aaliyah Edwards.
That's going to be a big story now as we enter the NCAA tournament. Obviously, UConn needs Edwards to be in the lineup if they're going to do any kind of damage of significance at all in the NCAA tournament.
This semifinal matchup going on right now. The Huskies in front by 11 after that shot goes down. It's a 13-point lead. Paige Becker's leading the way. She's got 18 and 9. Later today on ESPN, we'll see Juju Watkins and USC face Stanford for the Pac-12 championship. Juju on pace to set the single-season freshman scoring record. Stanford eyeing its 16th Pac-12 title.
And if anybody was able to stay up late on Friday night and watch the slugfest that USC and UCLA was, they would have been marveled at how intense this game was. But you know what it was? Juju Watkins, 2 critical passes and assists that helped the Trojans get that win.
And, of course, the Cardinal will rely heavily on Cameron Brink. 18 double-doubles this season, Charlie. She's got 50 for her career.
And she almost had a triple-double in their semifinal game against Oregon State with 9 assists. She was brilliant in the second half of that game. Stanford came back from a second straight time in the Pac-12 tournament.
What a year it's been in the Pac-12. That championship matchup coming your way later today. Here on Charlie's top 16 seeds. As we discussed, some cementing of resumes for both Iowa and Notre Dame. But we still do have that Stanford-USC matchup there, Charlie, and some gigantic ramifications there in the Pac-12.
That's right, Ben. USC wins that game. They jump over Texas to take that last #1 seed. And Texas, even if they win the Big 12 tournament, I don't think that's enough because USC will have won the Pac-12 tournament, the most difficult conference in the country this year, and the most difficult grind in any conference tournament that anybody would have had to go through to do that. And they would have beaten another #1 seed in Stanford. There's nothing Texas can do in the Big 12 tournament to jump over all of that USC would have built.
Mega star power on display in the Pac-12 championship. And the first ticket punched to the field of 68 went down to the SoCon championship. UNCG and Chattanooga. The Mocs connected on 6 of 12 from three-point land. Makaya Asadanya kept UNCG in this one with a 3 of her own, but Charlie, the story was Jada Gwynn. She went for 32.
She's the second leading scorer in the SoCon, one of the conference's best players. It's on full display today. Chattanooga led this conference all season long and really earned a bid for the NCAA tournament by capturing the tournament title today.
69-60 win. Anissa Morrow. Physical first half. LSU within 4 of #1.
Let's bring it in for all of the Black families, because together it's our future. Every time you buy, like, or share something,
Don't forget to like and share.
it changes what you make, who has access to it. That's why we're always on the lookout for the next something new, next something amazing, next something you never imagined. Because now is the time to discover the Black-owned products, creating a new world of choice at Walmart.
Get 0.9% APR on this year's invitation. Plus, current eligible non-GMOs get $3,500 purchase allowance, plus no monthly payments for 90 days.
The Home Depot, committed to filling the trade gap.
Tasty. Sweet or savory.
Home Sense.
Crunchy, tasty, sweet or savory.
Anytime in the office.
Ready to switch? Break up with wipes. Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water. My cells cleanse like a magnet without harsh rubbing. Tested to remove waterproof mascara better than the leading wipes. 9 out of 10 wipe users would recommend Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water by Garnier Naturally.
This time belongs to those who want it most. Where you is tested. Embrace and challenge. The playoffs, which is coming. Time is now.
Feels like time.
Right now, you get a free foot long in Subway. Just buy any foot long in the app and get one free. Just scan the QR code and then a promo code FLFOCO. It only works on the other side of the screen, buddy.
You still got a landline again.
Order now on the Subway app.
Kelly needs new floors, so she went to the flooring experts at LL Flooring, and it was as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4. Step 1, find material that works for you. Had to be house-proof. Step 2, browse your style and your budget. Longwood, naturally. Step 3, pick the right floor at the right price. Step 4, floor. Enjoy. LL Flooring, every step covered. Save up to 25% today at the Spring Black Friday sale at LL Flooring. At Bombas, we're obsessed with socks, tees, and underwear because your basic things should be your best things. One purchase equals one done. Visit Bombas.com and get 20% off your first order.
With Charlie Crane, Kevin Connors, the Big 12 tournament resumes on ESPN2 tomorrow afternoon. What's at stake in each of the semifinals?
Well, Texas is playing for a 1 seed. If USC gives them the room to stay there by losing the Pac-12 final, Oklahoma is right on the fringe in the top 16, but number 16, they need to at least get to the final, I think, to hold on to that spot.
So far, it's chalk in Kansas City in the Big 12. So many dynamite freshmen in women's college basketball this season. Malaysia Fulwiley stealing the show so far in Greenville. The second half is next.
Excuse me. Would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Yes, problem.
You need Verizon. Trade them out and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
Semi-panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
You know, Coach K, the time is it's good on you.
Who needs championships when you can look at birds?
Coach, I'm looking at a goat. Hospital bill for $1,200. Did you say that?
He's talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
But with Aflac, you can get money to help close that gap.
That's like, huh?
Can't help with expenses. Health insurance doesn't cover. That's Aflac.com.
Being an athlete means having a healthy desire to do as much as you can with your body for as long as you can. Gatorade has lower sugar, electrolyte-backed hydration options to keep you rehydrated and replenished. Gatorade for every athlete, forever.
Doors lead us to places we've never been. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors. They can help you create a retirement income plan designed to balance growth and guaranteed income, and provide access to specialists who help with estate planning to look out for future generations. So you're not just growing and protecting your wealth, you're sharing it. Because doors are meant to be open.
When it's lane 4, more than lane 4. When it's a clear blue canvas for dreams of gold. A pipeline to college, the forging ground for Olympians. and a catalyst for making waves on the biggest stage of all. For future Olympians, college athletics just mean more.
You're watching ESPN's Champ Week presented by Principal. This is the SEC Women's Basketball Tournament Championship game. Welcome back to the SEC on ESPN. The #1 team in the nation, the defending national champions, clashing here in Greenville. Courtney Lyle, Carolyn Pack, and Brooke Weisbrod with you. It's been physical. We're not surprised by that, but the battle in the paint, specifically between some of our stars, Camila Cardoso, Angel Reese, it's been fun to watch.
You've got the SEC Player of the Year going against the SEC Defensive Player of the Year, and it has been all of that in the first half. These two have been delivering it blow for blow, giving it, taking it, and dishing it back. It'll be interesting to watch how these two go at it in this second half because they want to be cutting down the nets.
Now for today's Star Stories, brought to you by Walmart. 4.7 rebounds for Angel Reese, 4 points, 2 rebounds for Camila Cardoso. They both picked up 2 fouls in that first half. South Carolina with a 4-point lead. And there's going to be a jump ball possession arrow. Take us to the other end of the floor. In that halftime, when you're regrouping here, strategy-wise, looking at both of these teams, let's start with South Carolina. What's been working?
For South Carolina, the biggest thing that has been working is that they were able to be organized and distribute the basketball. They had 10 assists in that first half. So everybody's gotten involved in it. And not just the 5 starters, but the reserves have come in and made an impact as well.
Yeah, they had 14 points coming off the bench today. Again, a team that averages 33 points from their reserves a game. 5 seconds. Raven Johnson elevating, but she's short. For LSU, when have they been at their best? What's it look like?
Well, when they moved the basketball, they were a team that only had 5 assists in that first half. And when they are able to get inside and attack the paint, and Nisa Morrow has had a field day.
Oh, Jennifer Breezy! That's the first on Janae Kent.
Attack mode for South Carolina. Bree Hall, not settling for jumpers, but keeping the pressure on LSU's defense.
Michaela Williams will check in for the first time here in the third quarter. This is the first game that she has played in this tournament. They were holding her out with foot pain as a precautionary thing. But she has had to play today. No Lester Cole available. Suffered a concussion yesterday.
The field goal percentage is better when Michaela Williams is on the floor. LSU was 7 of 17, 41% in the first half with Williams on the floor.
You knew rebounding was going to be important. South Carolina is being out-rebounded right now by 9. They've only been out-rebounded one time this season. That was against North Carolina. The biggest difference is on the offensive side. LSU has 9 offensive rebounds. South Carolina just 2. And that's the 3rd foul on Camila Cardoso. So not even 2 minutes into the 3rd quarter, she will take a seat. I think the foul on Cardoso is called from the push in the back. It's not just the top where the hand is, but what is the body contact underneath? Angel Reese misses the first. That's her first free throw attempt in this game. She's second in the nation in free throw attempts per game. And a lot of times, Angel Reese is getting fouled after she gets the offensive rebound. She is relentless down low and then so quick with that second jump going back up. Gets calling for it. Working on Morrow. Well, she was going to miss the height of Camila Cardoso, 6'7", rebounding wise. Flashe Johnson, the turnaround. Kicks up ahead to Raven. Uh-oh. Pow-pow!
It's about the realities of how money works. So she's sticking money into their hands.
And LSU calls timeout. When you lose your 6'7" center inside, you may have to rely on that outside shot. And Reliable is the best three-point shooter in the country. Speaking of
This will gain confidence to create. The strength to go against the grain. Before you know it, she'll have worked her way up to joiners and jigsaws. Because when you give a girl a power tool, she becomes an even more powerful woman.
Ready to switch? Break up with wipes. Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water. My cells cleanse like a magnet without harsh rubbing. Tested to remove waterproof mascara better than the leading wipes. 9 out of 10 wipe users would recommend Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water by Garnier naturally.
Thank you, Agent State Farm.
Like a good neighbor. State Farm is there.
Cut. Hey, Arnold, I'm hearing neighbor. It's me.
That's what I said. Neighbor.
So let's go get
Like a good neighbor. State Farm is there.
Cut.
Neighbor.
Still no.
Neighbor.
Neighbor. Get rid of this job.
Pressure charge.
It's every amazing feeling ever.
Great, game time.
I ain't playing around. Make one puff move. I take it down. Get y'all know me like that. Y'all know me like that.
If you want this, you gotta go in the store and just be like, give me the Dung King's Munchkin Skewer.
The Dung King's Munchkin Skewer. Oh, how many times can you say it back?
A long time since the deal.
Yeah, we know.
The Dung King's Munchkin Skewer.
Not all Christian McCaffreys are the same. Some are all-pro running backs. Some aren't.
I'm Christian McCaffrey, and I make tacos.
Just like not all internet providers are the same. Don't settle for slow, yikes, or unreliable.
That's going to leave a mark.
Or weak. Get real deal speed, reliability, and power with Xfinity.
Hey, you okay? I'm going to pass out if that's all right.
Get the real deal. Get Xfinity.
Well, Tahina Paopao, the transfer from Oregon, 10 points, time for the lead for the South Carolina Gamecocks team. She had a decision to make when she entered the transfer portal. thought she might go to TCU and follow one of her old coaches, but then the phone rang, and guess who it was? Dawn Staley.
And when Dawn Staley calls, you answer that call. We have an opportunity to play for
Crowley, how are you?
a legendary point guard who is a great coach. Tahina Powell jumped at the chance.
What's the biggest thing that
Crowley.
Powell has added to South Carolina?
How are
The
you?
biggest thing South Carolina was missing from last year, that was that three-point consistent threat. Not only did they get a three-point shooter, but they got the best three-point shooter in the land.
And they got a leader, too. She has brought a family mentality right from the jump, from a team that she didn't know. There is Tahina Powell's family. That's her brother, Israel, sitting in the stands. He moved with her to Columbia, South Carolina. And her family has been super supportive. She has brought that mentality, that love for her family, to the love for her teammates now.
She's loved it so much that she's decided to come back even next season. So we're not done watching Tahina Powell.
Second foul whistled against Sanaya Fagan. And that's Michaela Williams' second foul.
Breezy Hall is another three-point shooter that is now in the starting lineup this season for South Carolina. So LSU knows on ball screens, you got to go over screens, no under on the South Carolina Gamecocks.
Pick and roll is tipped up in the air by Anissa Morrow.
Two seconds on the shot clock with Raven Johnson taking the ball out. Pow is an option, and then you've got the post inside. Oh, Pow switch. Well, Raven Johnson's already hit threes too. You got options when you're South Carolina.
Pow to Fagan. Just kind of tipped it in the basket. Largest lead for the Gamecocks today. Angel Reese attacking. Remember, Camila Cardoso out with 3 fouls. Hall out, Kids offensive board.
How good is South Carolina with managing the clock? Underneath, out of bounds. Pow gets the ball back immediately and then makes an extra little dump with time on the clock. Fagan knows she can't come down with it. Just a little tap, putting it back in. That's huge.
Got the Pow family up on their feet. Michaela Williams just whistled for her 3rd foul, which hits at the free throw line.
With the lack of depth from LSU, really lessens the option for Kim Mulkey to put on full court pressure to get themselves back in the game.
They've only played 7 players today. They're trying to limit Michaela Williams' minutes, and Asher Poa unavailable with a concussion. South Carolina 9 for 9 from the free throw line.
That's huge. An improvement for South Carolina because that's been probably the Achilles heel at times.
Angel Reese did not quit on the play.
Fagan wanted a jump ball. With South Carolina's ability to shoot the ball from the perimeter does not allow LSU to even get any kind of rest running a zone.
Fagan asking for it down low, 5 seconds. Really tough shot. Raven Johnson got it back. And Anissa Morrow commits the foul.
Her first. LSU was plus 10 in the rebounding category. Now it's just 9. South Carolina has been intentional about getting to the glass.
South Carolina is 3rd in the nation in rebounds per game.
I'll be there in a second.
LSU was fourth. That's what I thought this game was going to be, a huge battle. South Carolina, the best defensive rebounding team in the country. LSU, the best offensive rebounding team. And LSU with the big lineup. Angel Reese is playing the three. Rosario! You see that by the bench? They want her to be a Mack truck, not a Kia. That is direct quote from Kim Mulkey. With the three bigs in the game, you got Morrow, all three of them involved in this possession. And yeah, Aaliyah Del Rosario came through like a Mack truck. I saw them do that a few games ago, and I had to ask what was happening. That was a Mack truck move. That's kind of the sign you give when you pass a Mack truck. You want him to blow the horn. Yeah. The benefit that LSU has with Anissa Morrow, ability to play anywhere on the floor. She can defend the three outside. Angel Reese can too. That was a good switch. Tahina Paopao. And Reese with the offensive board. That gets her double-figure rebound. She's got 7 points, 10 rebounds. Already 22 double-doubles on the season for Reese. And Morrow is fouled. That's the third on Sanaya Fagan.
It's now or never.
You always got your mind on the green. Not you. You. Your business bank account with QuickBooks Money now earns 5% APY. That's how you business differently. Intuit QuickBooks.
You know, Coach K, the timing looks good on you.
Who needs championships when you can look at birds?
Coach, I'm looking at a goat. Hospital bill for $1,200. Did you say gap?
He's talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
But with Aflac, you can get money to help close that gap. Aflac, huh?
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
I bought 3 of the same jacket to get the 4th free.
I subscribed to get a deal on these memory supplements and forgot to cancel.
Well, recognizing a bad deal is a part of the journey. Yes, Eva, would you like to share your breakthrough? I got AT&T's best deal on the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus and got to choose my plan. Yes, we don't make you sign up for the top tier plan to get our best deal.
I still haven't time. I subscribed to get a deal.
You know.
Get the newest Galaxy on us at any of our best plans. Guaranteed.
There's one thing that never changes.
Georgia,
The anticipation.
Georgia, the whole thing.
Kelly needs new floors, so she went to the flooring experts at LL Flooring, and it was as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4. Step 1, find the material that works for you.
It's had to be health-proof.
Step 2, browse your style and your budget.
Longwood, naturally.
Step 3, pick the right floor at the right price. Step 4, floor. Enjoy. LL Flooring, every step covered. Save up to 25% today at the Spring Black Friday sale at LL Flooring.
Off the heels of International Women's Day, and you know what they say, everyone watches women's sports, and yesterday delivered a win for all fans. Head coach Don Staley drew up the unbelievable, delivering a game winner with just over a second left against Tennessee. Camila Cardozo, her first career three, a step-back game winner, an instant all-time classic. Not only that, her mom and sister were in the stands to see it. Angel Reese, you know her talent, but her leadership shined bright. And the emotions of the team, she managed them while her teammate last year Poe was down. And Kim Mulkey delivered the message her team needed to take the Tigers the distance. Ladies, our game is growing.
Yesterday was absolutely incredible. All the emotions, how all these women battled through adversity to get to this day, Championship Sunday.
It was amazing. Female toughness.
Lisa Morrow at the free throw line here in our SEC Tournament Championship game. 6-point ball game. South Carolina looking for its 8th SEC Tournament title. LSU has not won this tournament since 2003. Mylasia for Wiley.
How did that happen?
Her first points of the second half. Trying to get herself a steal, but she's going to be whistled for the foul instead.
Their first, the quickness of Mylasia for Wiley. From the top, comes off the screen, then a little snake action when Angel Reese stepped out, and then still gets around Del Rosario. Poor Wiley just is instant something every time she comes to the game.
Up and good for the first.
With LSU in the bonus, they continue to attack. They can get themselves really narrow this lead from South Carolina by getting to the free throw line.
And remember, they don't have Camila Cardoso on the floor right now talking about South Carolina, so that 6'7" presence not there. Not that South Carolina doesn't have great post depth.
But LSU would go with the big lineup. Anissa Morrow and Angel Reese, interchangeable, can play inside and out.
But Wiley crushed the three! 15 points for Mylasia. And Del Rosario with the response. Don Staley was telling the story last night. Mylasia for Wiley, she said she was undisciplined on Friday. She challenged Mylasia to go back. She said, okay, coach, I'll watch the film. Came to coach, said, I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I know what I did wrong. She was ready yesterday with 13 points. She's ready today with 15. Count it!
Talk about making a correction. Not just with her handles, but her shots on point as well. You got to put the quickness of Flajay Johnson on Tahina Taupau.
Taupau hit Watkins rolling to the basket.
Mylasia for Wiley. She comes off for the handoff. Haley Van Lith went for it to the middle. That freed up for Wiley from three. And then on the other side, they lost her. Couldn't find her. But she found the basket. She said, they cannot guard me.
Khadijah Sessions, it's just coming up. Here's a little ball. We asked Dawn today about Mylasia. I love how she described her. She's an artist. She has to be creative. She's an abstract artist, but they're okay with it.
And Dawn Staley embraces that creativity of Cole Wiley. She lets her be her. And what Dawn does is help her to use that in a way that she can be most effective.
Watkins drops points in the first. Champions rolling on today with the Pac-12 title game between USC and Stanford. Will be right here on ESPN and the app. Stanford looking for its 16th Pac-12 tournament title. T.J. Watkins, what can you say? The fourth most points by a D1 freshman all time. Uh-oh, for Wiley. Watch out for a highlight. And hit the too small again. 20 points for Malaysia. Her season high is 21. Angel Reese has got to get the basketball. A 9-2 run. Van Lith with the high arch. Now, Flajay Johnson has the responsibility to keep up with Phil Wiley. Flajay has really upped her defense this year. Fitz misses. And it's going to be LSU ball. Malaysia Phil Wiley switches it from the left to the right. Coming at Haley Van Lith. What a show. She deserves a little break today. 10 points in the third quarter, 4 for 4. She's got Tahina Pau coming back next year. Malaysia Phil Wiley will just be a sophomore. The talent that Don Staley has brought into Columbia, South Carolina has been phenomenal. Camilla Cardoso has the option to return too. What if she came back? They're the only undefeated team, men or women, in the country, South Carolina. Laura has been so steady at the free throw line. That is 8 for 8. She's got 17 points. How about blocked by Flajay? Working in transition. 6 points. Now 9 points for Flajay. Six-point game. That's where you got to go. No foul call. This will be out of bounds off of South Carolina. Angel Reese has been a little bit quiet. Oh, that's a foul. Yeah. Sanaa Fagan locked her arms. Yeah, Angel, I agree with you. I'm looking at our stat monitor. South Carolina has played 10 players, 8 of them in double-figure minutes. LSU has just gone 7 deep. They don't have a lot of depth. But a 9-0 run for the Tigers has them within 4. Will they have enough gas in this fourth quarter, the Tigers? Logic saved that one. Yeah, LSU could go quick, go 2 for 1. Angel's into the basket, waiting for the offensive rebound. She won't get a look. Flajay with the steal. Morrow takes it away. And Lisa Morrow and Angel Reese battling for the same rebound. Raven with the flex. But she went a little bit too soon. But she hustled back and swiped the ball out of Van Lit's hands. It is going to be LSU basketball, 2.4 on the clock. 10 minutes will decide who our SEC champion is. We talked to Don Staley on the other side.
Here's the thing. No one can reach the pinnacle of success on their own. So I surround myself with expertise where it matters most.
Tennis was a very physical sport. I get a lot of marks throughout the season. It's a sign of hard work. You gotta push yourself to the limit. Having marks on your body is not a sign of failure. It's a step towards improvement. Movement leaves marks. Your anti-plus friend shooting.
Degree Ultra Clear. Non-stop protection against white marks.
Hold on. It's only noise.
Can Anthony Edwards live up to the hype?
It's only rivalry. A little hard work. Only a kick. It's only a jump.
Get 0.9% APR on this Buick Envision. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get $3,500 purchase allowance, plus no monthly payments for 90 days.
Let's bring it in for all of the Black families, because together it's our superpower. Every time we buy, like, or share something,
Don't forget to like and share.
it changes what gets made, who has access to it. That's why we're always on the lookout for the next something new, next something amazing, next something we never imagined. Because now is the time to discover the Black-owned products, creating a new world of choices at Walmart.
Ready to switch? Break up with wipes. Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water. Micelles cleanse like a magnet without harsh rubbing. Tested to remove waterproof mascara better than the leading wipes. 9 out of 10 wipe users would recommend Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water by Garnier Naturally.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Principal. Let's build a retirement and benefits plan that works for your team. Moments ago, Brooke caught up with South Carolina head coach Don Staley.
Coach Staley, 10 minutes away from your 8th SEC championship in 10 years. How do you get it done?
It's going to be down to we're going to execute on both sides of the basketball. It's not going to come down to us executing plays. It's going to come down to just grip, the loose balls, the rebounding, all the game within the game. That's what it's going to come down to.
LSU went big, and Mylasia Wiley matched them. What an incredible quarter for her. How are you seeing her shots opening up?
Well, she's reading. She's a big-time playmaker. And she likes to light it up on the biggest stage.
Thank you, Coach.
And now for today's moves of the game presented by TurboTax. Mylasia Wiley, she got some moves.
Lighting it up on the biggest stage. She has done it from the inside and out. She had 10 points in the first half. She had 10 points in the third quarter. Efficiency, a spark plug. Mylasia Wiley putting on a show.
And she's not just shooting the three ball, she's getting the shots inside. So look at her shot chart, 8 for 10 from the field.
When you look at Mylasia Wiley, you try to think about, okay, what do you stop? First, you got to try to slow her down. Forget about that. Ooh, Watkins got that block. She got up.
Camila Cardoso back in the game. She's got 3 fouls for South Carolina. Just a 6-point ball game here in the fourth quarter. We will decide an SEC tournament champion. There's a foul before that on Angel Reese. Her third. These freshmen, they're not afraid of the big stage. Hannah Hidalgo had 22 points today in the ACC championship game. Elijah Wiley's got 20. We haven't even seen Juju Watkins yet, but the bar has been set high today already. Too many second chances. Cardoso. Don told Brooke, this fourth quarter, this ball game is going to be decided not on execution, but on grit, especially on the glass and rebounding. Bank in for Angel Reese, 9 points, 13 rebounds now. And I think that LSU has got to try to play through Angel Reese. She is a player that you can get on her back and she can carry you through. It's almost lost it. Powell got it back 8 seconds. The positioning by Cardoso inside. Continuing to work. If they don't see you the first time, don't give up on it. Raven Johnson always has an eye on Camila Cardoso. But they've been playing together a long time, all the way back in high school, AAU travel ball. They are best friends. There's nothing Raven loves more than throwing the ball inside to Camila. Two-point guards on the floor at the same time is a great treat for South Carolina to have. Jaheen Powell and Raven Johnson. Ashton Watkins made that look smooth. Don Staley said Ashton Watkins has found her superpower. As a freshman last year, it was rebound and defense. This season, you can add offense to that. Flash Johnson, a pretty finish, and Kim Mulkey calls timeout. 7:29 to play here in the SEC Championship in Greenville.
You know, Coach K, the timing looks good on you.
Who needs championships when you can look at birds?
Coach, I'm looking at a goat. Hospital bill for $1,200. Did you say gap?
He's talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
But with Aflac, you can get money to help close that gap.
Aflac, huh?
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
Being an athlete means having a healthy desire to do as much as you can with your body for as long as you can. Gatorade has lower sugar, electrolyte-backed hydration options to keep you rehydrated and replenished. Gatorade, for every athlete, forever.
Committed to filling the trade gap.
It's so on.
Well, hey, Los Angeles City.
That's all how we do it, dog.
minutes to decide who is the SEC tournament champion. Angel Reese, the SEC Player of the Year at LSU. They were up in the fourth quarter in the last meeting against South Carolina. They're going to have to fight their way back this time.
They're going to have to pull a South Carolina. Yeah, South Carolina had to come from behind. There were big plays in the fourth quarter because Angel Reese had fouled out with 4 minutes left to go. She's available to play now. So can LSU go to work in the last 7.5 minutes?
Angel Reese, 3 fouls. Meanwhile, South Carolina has hit its last 3 shots.
Cardoso has been in the lane a long time.
Tahina Paopao just takes it in.
Kim Mulkey giving the signal for 3 seconds. I agree. Cardoso was allowed to camp out inside.
Get left over the top. 9 points for Haley Van Lith.
Cardoso and Angel Reese continue to battle. Cardoso, though, has got to watch the lane.
Got her own rebound, but the second look won't fall either. Here comes Anissa Morrow.
Give it to Reese. Let her go to work.
$15 seconds. Seven. Van Lith for 2.
Initially called a 2. Kim Mulkey wants a 3.
Oh, I think I see some space between her toes and that line.
That looked like a 3 to me.
That looks like a 3. Yeah, right there you see space, the lighter floor showing up between. So that's a 3 for Haley Van Lith. She's got her second one today.
LSU has 3 players that have played 34 minutes. This is their 3rd game. Do they have enough left in the tank for this last 6 minutes?
South Carolina only has 1 player that's played 30 or more minutes. That's Tahina Paopao. And they've gone 10 deep. 29 bench points for South Carolina compared to just 8 for LSU. Monte Johnson got it away from Raven. Into the hands of Full Wiley. She already has 20. And Van Lith stepped out of bounds. She tried not to.
You see Don Staley telling, well, he's a Full Wiley. All right, slow down just a little bit. Because Full Wiley has gotten Van Lith twice. This time, Van Lith got the stop.
South Carolina calls timeout. We step away for 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll shoot. But I don't see any hoop.
No, I said that because of, I'm sorry, shoot.
Where's the hoop? They don't have one. No.
They're gonna want the jingle for this.
Okay. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Don't worry. State Farm makes it easy to file a claim on the app for a new car or even that old Pacer.
Someone call for an old Pacer?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
She got it! LSU is taking the lead back. Reese playing with those 4 fouls. Here comes Johnson. Number 5 on the Reese.
When you
don't have your All-American on the floor, it takes you out of your rhythm.
In the corner hole, you bet. Gamecocks remain undefeated.
That was a good basketball game. Crowd was outstanding. When you don't have Angel Reese, what you get a guys.
That first meeting back on January 25th did not